Part 5. The Heavenly City of Fordism. Enchantment in the Machine Age, 1920 to 1945. Speaking to fellow Amherst alumni in February 1916, Calvin Coolidge, then the Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts, mused that the man who builds a factory builds a temple, and the man who works there worships there. 9 years later, as president, Coolidge enlarged the scope of his benediction. The chief business of the American people is business, he told the American Society of Newspaper Editors in January 1925. Coolidge's remarks were typical mites of proprietary Protestant divinity, pithy declarations of American reverence for property and its possessors. But even as Coolidge was delivering his homilies, the moral economy he invoked was under assault from corporate capital. The emergence of the modern corporation, a person, but not a human being, a legal fiction, not a factory, had demolished the moral and metaphysical foundations of the Protestant capitalist covenant. Like the six-day creation in Genesis, the economy described in the ancestral theology looked more and more like a fable. Fusing the roles of owner, manager, and artisan, the character enshrined in the Protestant firmament was becoming as archaic as Adam. The disjunction between Coolidge's sermons and the world led Walter Lippmann to write that Coolidge represented a Puritanism deluxe, praising the classical virtues of thrift and simplicity, while continuing to enjoy all the modern conveniences. Presiding over his own temples, especially the River Rouge plant in Dearborn, Michigan, a Luxor of industrial capitalism, Henry Ford employed thousands of wage worshippers in his mechanized Holy of Holies. Already revered as a tinkering titan, Ford became an amateur theologian in the late 1920s. Unimpressed with the moral and spiritual performance of organized religion, Ford proposed a model change. In his sacred labyrinth of assembly lines, Ford saw the body of a Savior more effective than the exhausted corpus of Christendom. Machinery is the new Messiah, he wrote in 1928, accomplishing in the world what man has failed to do by preaching, propaganda, or the written word. If Henry Adams had stood in fear and trembling at the sight of the Westinghouse dynamo, Ford glimpsed a mass-produced redemption more certain than those promised in Christian eschatology. To Ford, the industrial world comprised a surrogate regime of the sacred, an enchanted realm in which human inventions were the angels, principalities, and powers. Ford's hosanna to technology was echoed by others. In the fall of 1927, before he published his Messianic Insights, Ford had commissioned the painter and photographer Charles Sheeler to create a montage of the River Rouge Temple complex. For 6 weeks, Sheeler wandered like a pilgrim through the furnaces, conveyors, and coal bunkers of the sanctuary, and he quickly produced a classic portfolio of the iconography of industrial power. Appearing in the February 1928 issue of Vanity Fair, Sheeler's photographic essay made a virgin of Adam's dynamo. Bereft of almost any human beings, the temple machinery was innocent of toil, impregnable by injustice, unsullied by lust for power or profit. The caption to the most famous photo, crisscrossed conveyors, paraphrased Matthew chapter 7, verse 16, "By their works ye shall know them." While the copy praised Ford himself as an almost divine mastermind and dubbed his mechanized tabernacle America's Mecca. The River Rouge plant, Vanity Fair proclaimed, was an American altar of the God objective of mass production, an architectural symbol that defines America just as the pyramids defined Egyptian civilization. A year later, Eugene O'Neill in Dynamo would call the dynamo the divine image on earth, the great mother of eternal life, electricity, Her powerhouses, O'Neill added, are the new churches. 2 years later, Sheeler reflected on the spiritual meaning of industrial architecture. With the River Rouge plant undoubtedly in mind, Sheeler made the case for the factory as temple. In a period such as ours, when only a comparatively few individuals seem to be given to religion, our factories are our substitutes for religious expression. Sheeler's friend, the photographer Paul Strand, was no less rapturous about mechanization. Photographing parts of his own Akeley motion picture camera in 1922, Strand turned the device into a miniature River Rouge, exploring the iconic potential of technology on a more diminutive scale. The photos, along with Strand's remarks, appeared in Broom, a small magazine published by Harold Loeb, later a leader of the technocracy movement. Accompanied by portraits of drills, lathes, and other machines, the photos composed a sacramental collage affording access to a new divinity. Like Sheeler, Strand explained his photos in religious terms, but with more theological panache. The deeper significance of a machine, the camera, has emerged here in America, the supreme altar of the new God. That new God, Strand continued, had been constructed by man who, in forging the means of production, had consummated a new creative act, a new trinity. God, the machine, materialistic empiricism, the Son, and science, the Holy Ghost. Yet Strand also hinted at the peril that lurked in these modern industrial deities. Not only the new God, but the whole trinity must be humanized, unless, in turn, it dehumanizes us. John Dewey shared Strand's hope for the spirit in the age of mechanization. The urgent assignment for Americans, he wrote shortly after the start of the Depression, was turning a machine age into a significantly new habit of mind and sentiment. Echoing the progressive religiosity of Herbert Crowley, Lippmann, and Josiah Royce, Dewey perceived a nascent spiritual culture developing in the industrial era. The technical and organizational necessities of a machine age were promising a mental and moral corporateness, a vivid and expansive sense of interdependence in work, education, entertainment, and sport. Dewey candidly acknowledged that corporate society was as yet an epoch, lacking in solid and assured objects of belief and approved ends of action. But to revitalize the spiritual factor of the nation's life, Americans needed a new psychological and moral type adequate to the demands of corporateness. A moral imagination, as well as a product of technological reason, corporateness entailed what Dewey would soon call a common faith, allegiance to inclusive ideal ends. Dewey saw a new religion emerging in the midst of industrial modernity, a complex of rituals, temples, and codes in the millennium of mass production. Thus, to contemporary observers, what historians have understood as the political and moral economy of Fordism was also a vast, mechanical apparatus of enchantment. As a political economy, Fordism names both a mode of production and a state of formation. The mode of production consisted of product standardization, mechanization, together with a high degree of division of labor that mandated the breaking up of workers' tasks into discrete and measurable routines. The spread of managerial expertise and supervision in the workplace and the market, the concentration of workforce and technology into a single, centralized plant, relatively high wages to ensure the consumption of mass-produced commodities. The state formation included the New Deal order, the political alignment of government agencies, organized labor, and sectors of corporate capital, and the military-industrial complex, the Cold War coalition of the Pentagon, military contractors, and Sunbelt politicians. The Fordist, or New Deal state, attempted to temper class conflict, stabilize the business cycle, and promote economic growth, relying primarily on the stimulation of consumption through fiscal policy and military spending. As a moral economy, Fordism complemented a new producer culture suited to mechanized production with a full-fledged consumer culture. Buffeted by the Great Depression, this consumer culture solved what Warren Sussman described as a crisis of culture and commitment, a search for, in his words, a special collective relationship in which all Americans might share, a new sense of common belief, ritual observance, and common emotional sharing. That collective relationship becomes, for Roland Marchand, a democracy of goods, a redefinition of democracy as access to material abundance. For Jackson Lears, a new gospel of therapeutic release, an evangel of self-fulfillment spread by advertisers, public relations specialists, and other experts in the culture industries. For Michael Denning, a laboring of American culture, the unprecedented visibility of working-class Americans in the imagery of corporate media, through which workers could stake claims on the republic of goods and hear the good news of fulfillment. In all these guises, the culture of consumption rested on an institutional network of corporate advertising, public relations, consumer credit, and the maturing symbolic industries of film, broadcasting, popular music, and theater. But if Fordism was a common belief, ritual observance, and common emotional sharing, it was also a new phase in the corporate assertion of title to capitalist enchantment. Fordism was Dewey's common faith of inclusive, ideal ends. It was Strand's and Sheeler's supreme altar for the new god of mass production. It was Ford's eponymous temple complex for the new messiah of machinery. Despite its appearance of soulless mechanism, the machine age was the most beatific moment to date in the history of technological sublimity. Corporate leaders and intellectuals recognized that an emerging business civilization required a new cosmology and moral imagination that pivoted around the machine. They joined other corporate mandarins as those Thurman Arnold called the spiritual governors of America, exemplified by the publisher Henry Luce and the filmmaker Walt Disney. Management theorists transmuted Taylorism into a philosophy of human relations through which they hoped to master, in Elton Mayo's words, the human problems of industrial civilization. Meanwhile, advertisers, art directors, and industrial designers imagined a future of streamlined, utopian commodities whose visual appeal and sensuous texture would enchant the world of mass production. Wrapped in the gears of a mechanical charisma, the corporate intelligentsia set out to construct a heavenly city of Fordism. Chapter 15. Another Kingdom of Being. The Crisis of Metaphysical Experience and the Search for Passionate Vision. Wright's hope that architects could imbue their structures with the thrill of ideality hinted at the desire for some new experience of enchantment in the corporate dispensation. Among Protestant bourgeois, the stability and meaning of everyday life seemed ever more insubstantial and unreal. Many complained of neurasthenia, a feeling of anomie, listlessness, and boredom in the midst of unprecedented comfort and abundance. But with Protestantism increasingly unconvincing as metaphysics and morality among educated Americans, they turned to other ways of being in the world that promised more of the thrill of ideality than the waning dispensation of experience. Drifting away from their Protestant moorings, they embarked on a variety of quests to revivify lives fatigued by unbelief, success, and over-civilization. Idealizations of military adventure that eventually helped sanction imperialism, cults of the strenuous life, exemplified by the exploits of Theodore Roosevelt that aimed to reinvigorate middle-class masculinity, Orientalist attempts to appropriate the primitive and supposedly regenerative qualities of non-Western peoples, medievalist excursions in Gothic romance or Catholic religious culture. The incorporation of America was the prime source of this crisis of metaphysical experience. In transforming the American moral imagination, incorporation entailed a new iconography for the thrill of ideality, with advertising and management bestowing a new holiness on the increasingly corporate profane. Image professionals fashioned a mosaic gallery of earthly delights, while managerial ideologues mapped out a mechanized path to modern communion. But there was resistance to professionalized enchantment, attempts to locate sources of meaning outside the corporate soul's economy. Three alternative models of metaphysical experience stood out. Naturalist writing, including John Muir, John Burroughs, Mary Austin, and novelists such as Frank Norris. The pragmatism of William James, and the Anglo-Catholic sacramentalism of Vida Dutton Scudder. All three were romantic pursuits of what James called passionate vision, insight into and contact with some ineffable, ecstatic realm, encounter with the dearest freshness and grandeur available through sensuous experience. John Muir's adventure in sacramental experience began in defiance of the evangelical heritage. Born in Scotland in 1838, Muir arrived in Portage, Wisconsin, at the age of 11 when his father, Daniel, a grain merchant in Dunbar, sold his business and moved his family to America. Daniel insisted on a strict and even abusive religious training for his children, forcing them to memorize long biblical passages. If they ever failed to recite any passage on demand, he would, his son recalled, thrash us industriously for our good. Working on his 60-acre farm, the patriarch led a life that was steadily toilsome and full of enthusiastic endeavor. By his workaholic standards, the local Winnebago Indians were unproductive savages whose pagan, loutish possession of the soil could never have been the intention of God. Young John found refuge in nature from his father's punitive holiness. Whether in Scotland or in Portage, no punishment, however sure and severe, was of any avail against the attraction of the fields and woods. Forest, hills, creeks, bushes, bluebird nests, all of nature was wooingly teaching her wonderful gleaming lessons, so unlike the dismal grammar ashes and cinders so long thrashed into him. Gradually, he rejected his father's Christianity, especially its mean, blinding, loveless doctrine that animals have no minds or souls. Muir's daily experience on the farm taught him that the love of a cow for her calves in no way differed from the divine mother love of a woman in thoughtful, self-sacrificing care. Unlike the rough christening he received from his father, Muir's baptism in nature's warm breast made him utterly happy. In the fall of 1860, Muir left Portage for Madison to enroll in the State University, whose records mark him as irregular. Far from the reach of the patriarch, Muir went flying to the woods and meadows in wild enthusiasm. He never finished a degree. In 1864, with the Civil War raging, he hastened to Canada to dodge the draft. He spent the next 2 years on the Ontario side of Lake Huron, collecting plants and working in a sawmill. Returning in 1866, Muir settled in Indianapolis, Indiana, where he found work making wheels in another sawmill. One March day in 1867, he lost his grip on the sharp end of a file that struck him in the cornea of his right eye. For the next 6 weeks, Muir lay, half-blind and desperate, in a darkened room, and then an epiphany arrived. "This affliction has driven me to the sweet fields," he told a friend. When he recovered fully, Muir determined to be true to myself and walk with nature. After a 1,000-mile trek from Indiana to Florida, Muir abandoned his plan to go on to South America and instead made his way to Yosemite Valley, where he had a beatific vision among the Sierra Nevada mountains. No temple made with hands can compare with Yosemite. He recorded, the grandest of all spiritual temples of nature. The prodigal son returned home to his mother. For the rest of his life, Muir preached and practiced a gospel of nature, a modern evangel of enchantment that he shared with capitalists, politicians, and the broader reading public. Although he abandoned evangelical theology, he never lost its zeal for conversion. Arguing with a grave old Mormon, Muir plucked a handful of lilies and thrust them in the man's face. "Here are the true saints," he shouted, "ancient and latter-day, enduring forever." The evangelical style of indictment persisted as well. Muir loathed the abomination of gold prospectors and the barbarous wickedness of hunters. To spread the gospel, Muir made himself all things to all people. He hobnobbed with Edward H. Harriman, the railroad baron, and befriended President Theodore Roosevelt, with whom he camped in Yosemite in 1903. Writing of sequoias and alpine glaciers, he acquired a large and admiring readership who deluged him with letters and requests. The gospel Muir preached was a romantic religion of natural supernaturalism akin to that of Wordsworth, Thoreau, and Emerson. Nature, to Muir, was sacramental, charged with the grandeur of God, enlivened by sparks of the divine soul variously clothed upon with flesh, leaves, rock, water. This divine soul was also an essential love overlying, underlying, pervading all things. Imbued with a great love, deep down things, Muir's universe was animate and friendly, full of charming company, full of God's thoughts. It delivered sermons in stones, storms, trees, flowers, and animals brimful of humanity. The very stones seemed talkative, sympathetic, brotherly. The human body was one of many enchanted receptacles of divinity, our flesh and bone tabernacle. Since every body was a sanctuary, Muir saw no need for the traditional rites of anthropomorphic religions, sending his readers to the hills and valleys and forests for salvation. In God's wilderness lies the hope of the world, the great flesh, unblighted, unredeemed wilderness, unredeemed because it needed no redemption. Muir's natural supernaturalism inspired his ecological politics. Writing to Roosevelt in 1908, Muir excoriated capitalists and their miserable, dollarish plans to turn Yosemite National Park into a Vanity Fair for nature lovers. He railed unceasingly about the money madness of America, our dollar-seeking, dollar-sick nation. His co-founding of the Sierra Club in 1892, his collaboration and rancorous break with the conservationist Gifford Pinchot, his lobbying on behalf of natural preservation, and especially his 7-year futile effort to prevent the damming of the Hetch Hetchy Valley in Yosemite near San Francisco, all stemmed from Muir's commitment to revere and protect nature's material divinity. To Muir, the Hetch Hetchy affair was more than a disagreement over the disposition of natural resources. When the city government of San Francisco applied to the Department of Interior in 1906 for rights to dam Hetch Hetchy for drinking water and hydroelectric power, it sparked what Muir considered a religious controversy. Those who wanted to dam the valley were, in his view, sacrilegious temple destroyers, devotees of ravaging commercialism, adherents of the gobble-gobble school of economics. Instead of lifting their eyes to the God of the mountains, he fumed, these blasphemers lift them to the almighty dollar. Damn Hetch Hetchy, he roared in 1912, just before his final defeat. As well damn for water tanks the people's cathedrals and churches, for no holier temple has ever been consecrated by the heart of man. Muir was not alone among American naturalists in searching for a new divinity. John Burroughs, for instance, was at least as popular as Muir among American readers, and was even more pronounced in his adoption of a post-Christian form of natural enchantment. From his small farm in West Park, New York, Burroughs produced a body of work that blended vivid and sensitive observation, paeans to rural life, and moral and theological reflection. He wrote of the rural divinity of cows in Birds and Poets, 1877, of divinity school days in the mountains, in Locusts and Wild Honey, 1879, of sermons in stone, in Signs and Seasons, 1886. We must recognize only nature, the all, he asserted in Accepting the Universe, 1920, the summation of his naturalist divinity. Since nature was God, every day was like a lovely summer Sunday. Every walk in the woods is a religious rite. Every bath in the stream is a saving ordinance. Communion service is at all hours, and the bread and the wine are from the heart and marrow of Mother Earth. Yet Burroughs's keen and graceful evocations of birds, orchards, and vineyards rested happily alongside mites of social Darwinism. Echoing Emerson's grinding economy, Burroughs mused sagely in Accepting the Universe that, in the strife and competition of nature, the separate units fall that the mass may prosper. If Burroughs's popularity rested on his psalms of natural and agrarian rectitude, careful readers learned that if the whole order of the universe favors virtue and is against vice, then strife and competition were both ontological fixtures and signs of moral probity. Thus, while acquiring renown as a sage of simplicity, Burroughs befriended and vacationed with captains of industry, such as Carnegie, Rockefeller, Ford, Harvey Firestone, and E. H. Harriman. The homilist of natural communion was a companion of the lords of capitalist misenchantment. Still, even when couched in Darwinist terms, naturalist divinity did not always issue in deference to corporate titans and their decrees. The naturalist fiction of Frank Norris, for instance, is sometimes inflected with a potent sense of natural divinity. In the metaphysical and moral cosmology of The Octopus, 1901, his epic story of struggle between wheat farmers and railroad barons in the San Joaquin Valley, nature is both divine destroyer and divine nurturer, bestowing both irrevocable judgment on the evil and prolific blessings on the loving. When Presley, the wandering poet and protagonist, experiences the Darwinian epiphany that force only existed, the nature of that force is both malevolent and kindly, ineluctable and awesomely benevolent. Force brought men into the world. Force made the wheat grow. It was the mystery of creation, the stupendous miracle of recreation, the vast rhythm of the seasons, the eternal symphony of reproduction, swung in its tremendous cadences like the colossal pendulum of an almighty machine, primordial energy flung out from the hand of the Lord God himself. Yet, if force is procreative, it also imposes capital punishment on the avaricious and unjust. At the end of the novel, nature passes sentence on Behrman, the banker who represents the Pacific and Southwestern Railroad, itself depicted as a malicious divinity. A great monster, iron-hearted, relentless, infinitely powerful. Smothered in a grain elevator, Behrman dies at the hands of force, which executes judgment on individuals and corporate venality with pitiless aplomb. As Behrman grasps for breath, no human agency seemed to be back of the movement of the wheat, The grain seemed impelled with a force of its own. As Behrman lies dead, Norris emphasizes the natural divinity of the grains. Upon the surface of the wheat, under the shoot, nothing moved but the wheat itself. If Behrman is buried by the wheat, Presley's friend Vanamee is liberated and revitalized. A driver given to visions, Vanamee believes in a sixth sense, or rather, a whole system of those unnamed senses beyond the reach of our understanding. This sixth sense is possessed by people who live much alone and close to nature. Touch this sixth sense, he muses, and it acts with absolute fidelity. Vanamee relies on this sense as he longs for a vision of Angela Varian, a girl he once loved who died in childbirth. Throughout the novel, Vanamee feels Angela's presence, and at one point, while sitting in the garden at night, Vanamee has a vision of Angela's daughter, and the sixth sense unveils the natural world as a place of limitless rapture. As Vanamee contemplates the wheat fields, a cathedral hush overlay all the land, and a sense of benediction brooded low, a divine kindliness manifesting itself in beauty, in peace, in absolute repose. Renewed by the sight of Angela's daughter, Vanamee exults in the splendor of the eternal green life of the growing wheat. The grains embody a natural divinity, an immense, imperishable cycle of growth, evanescence, decay, and fecundity. The wheat! The wheat! Life out of death, eternity rising from out of dissolution, the seed dying, rotting, and corrupting in the earth, rising again in life unconquerable and in immaculate purity. For Norris, Darwinian naturalism did not preclude the reality of a munificent, redemptive enchantment. Norris's natural divinity was populist in politics. Speaking to a farmers' rally, Presley discovers his true poetic vision as a bard and prophet of the people. "The voice of God is the voice of the people," he tells the crowd. "Don't you hear God speaking in us?" For Norris's fellow Californian, Mary Austin, the spirits of nature augured a return to a sacred gift economy. Growing up among the farmers of Carneville, Illinois, in the 1870s and 1880s, Austin, née Mary Hunter, imbibed the hardscrabble Methodism of her parents and their neighbors, a conventional pew-fed religion, as she later described it. But proprietary Protestant Biblicism proved no match for the charisma of nature. God happened to her one day at the age of 7 as she stood under a walnut tree. After this arboreal epiphany, she realized that God was available everywhere, and the luminous contacts could be had in the brook, in the bird, in the flower. For the next 20 years, she struggled to reconcile Methodist piety and natural mysticism, and her turmoil drove her to read widely and incessantly in religion, literature, and history. Bright and strong-willed, she insisted on a college education, and she graduated from local Blackburn College in 1888. After moving to California in the late 1880s, Mary taught school, endured a brief and unhappy marriage to another teacher, Stavard Austin, and joined in the social and political turbulence that roiled the southern part of the state. Labor struggles, battles for the rights of Mexican immigrants, fights to protect the land and customs of Native Americans, the water wars that raged among ranchers, farmers, environmentalists, and Los Angeles business people and city officials. Often stymied and melancholy, Austin found comfort and inspiration in the work of Jane Addams and Charlotte Perkins Gilman. Joining a salon in Carmel that included Jack London and Ambrose Bierce, she discovered kindred souls and found encouragement for her growing literary ambitions. She also resolved her spiritual disquiet, parting company with the Methodist God and his rigid, misogynist strictures. On the death of her mother in 1896, she saw the dark cloud of the Hebrew tribal god lift and dissolve, and his tenuous hold on Austin relented. Austin turned to the desert and its people for spiritual refuge and renewal. Residing in the Owens Valley between the Sierra Nevada and the Mojave Desert, Austin lived among Paiute, Mojave, and Shoshone Indians, and wandered among the whitewashed adobe huts of Catholic Mexican miners. In an unlikely bestseller, The Land of Little Rain, 1903, Austin conveyed a wisdom of the desert as sacramental as that of any ancient monastic. "Weather does not happen," she wrote of the arid and austerely beautiful climate. "It is the visible manifestation of the Spirit moving itself in the void." Unlike American Protestants who go to church to be edified and who defile and mutilate nature with an environment of asphalt pavements, Indians and Mexicans encounter their gods in the divinest, clearest air. Among the Mexican families of El Pueblo de las Uvas, the little town of the grapevines, Austin discovered a moral economy of humility and effortless sharing. Far from miserable and degrading, the poverty of the people encouraged peace, generosity, and plentiful leisure. Since there is little wealth, and that to be had for the borrowing, there is no theft or murder among the Mexicans, none of the status anxiety and emulative consumption that obsessed and ravaged Protestants. Living without much thought for the morrow, they produced and exchanged for survival as well as for frequent communal festivities. Richness and depth of experience made up for what they lacked in material possessions. Austin realized that the wages of the Protestant covenant were death, and she invited her readers to put aside the acquisitive ethic and emulate the peoples of the desert. "Come away, you who are obsessed with your own importance in the scheme of things, and have got nothing you did not sweat for. Come to the kindliness, earthiness, and ease of El Pueblo de las Uvas." Later, in books and plays such as The Basket Woman, 1904, The Arrow Maker, 1911, A Woman of Genius, 1912, and her autobiography, Earth Horizon, 1932, Austin embraced even more fully the enchanted Native American cosmos, and she espoused a sacramental economy of gift and sacerdotal craft. In The Basket Woman, Austin embraced Amerindian cosmology, writing easily of talking streams, coyote spirits, cheerful glaciers, rabbit people, and enchanted mesas. "Everything speaks of God in its own way," she wrote, "and it is only a matter of understanding how." As she reflected on her time in the desert, she came to understand the God of the walnut tree as the Wakanda of the universe, the friend of the soul of man. Fully present in the running of the quail, the creaking of the 20-mule team, the sweep of motion in a life history, in a dance, a chant. It also inhabited Indian arts and crafts, which expressed the spirit of existence and pointed to the fine moralities of nature. These fine moralities were violated by the capitalist economy of commodities and accumulation, and Austin urged a return to the spirit of what she considered some archaic communism. In The Arrow Maker, for instance, the medicine woman, Quisiera, realizes that her gift for healing belongs not to herself, but to the entire community, bestowed by direct communion with the gods. The protagonist of A Woman of Genius says God is the distributor of gifts. By the 1920s, after a period of dalliance with Greenwich Village radicals and the dream of the social revolution, Austin was writing glowingly of the gift economies described by anthropologists such as Bronisław Malinowski and Marcel Mauss, labyrinths of friendship imbued with the fecund, munificent spirit of manna. Archaic peoples did not live in fear, she asserted. They dwelled in the easy conviction of an animal in all nature, similar to the anima of man, the spirit resident in created things. Austen's evocation of indigenous enchantment had no political traction, an impotence shared by almost all other varieties of naturalist divinity. By the eve of World War I, Norris's populism was already a memory, and Burroughs's brand of social Darwinism was becoming unfashionable, or at least unmentionable, among political and corporate elites. Of all the forms of naturalist divinity, Muir's was the most popular, and, it turned out, the most amenable to incorporation. Despite his contempt for the gobble-gobble school of economics, Muir's theology of the redwoods did not rule out the possibility of capitalist progress. Muir was no enraptured anchorite. His house in Martinez, California, was equipped with electric lighting, a telephone, and a typewriter. He devoted most of his 2,600-acre ranch to the growing of grapes and pears for the market, ready access to which he gained thanks to a railroad trestle that cut across his property, built after negotiations with the Santa Fe Railroad Company. Muir's friendship with the railroad baron Harriman is even more illustrative. Organizing an expedition to southern Alaska in 1899, Harriman assembled botanists, geologists, ornithologists, artists, and Muir, whose reputation as a naturalist was by then impeccable. Although he found Harriman personally distasteful, and even suspected that he was actually reconnoitering for further railroad expansion, Muir warily accepted the invitation. As the trip proceeded, Muir warmed to this particular devotee of the dollar. When Harriman died in 1909, Muir delivered the eulogy at his funeral, lauding his friend for developing the country and laying broad and deep foundations of prosperity. Muir hailed Harriman as a great maker and harvester of crops of wealth. Fortunes grew along his railroads like natural fruit. Unlikely as praise from a romantic naturalist to a robber baron seems today, Muir's panegyric to Harriman reflected Muir's commitment to a progressive moral economy. Like those of Lippmann and Crowley, Muir's political instincts were unerringly elitist. Cruise with Harriman along the coast of Alaska. Chat with Roosevelt by the light of a Yosemite campfire. If Muir indicted monopolists, the almighty dollar, and the gobble-gobble of laissez-faire, he never condemned capitalism as a system, prefiguring the accommodation of many later environmentalists with the necessities of capitalist expansion. Muir reconciled his naturalist theology with industrial growth by relying on ecological clerisy. He always recoiled from class politics. His lack of interest in the social turmoil that rocked the country in the 1890s has been noted even by sympathetic interpreters. This indifference to the injustice of industrial life rendered Muir all the more susceptible to the unctuousness of Harriman, who once assured Muir that his appetite for accumulation had little to do with money. "What I most enjoy," he told the sage of Yosemite, "is the power of creation, getting into partnership with nature in doing good." The partnership of corporations and the commonweal was a staple of the progressive moral imagination, and the conservationist movement that Muir helped launch partook of its benevolent elitism. The Sierra Club drew most of its members from the professional middle class, who constituted progressives' primary spiritual and political constituency. Many, if not most, of Muir's readers were college graduates who, whether corporate employees, independent professionals, or citizens of the Republic of Arts and Letters, had abandoned Orthodox Christianity and desired alternative forms of enchantment. Since most would never reside in the charms of God's wilderness sanctuary, Muir provided vicarious beatitude for the urban bourgeoisie. Writing from Portland, Oregon, one of Muir's many fans captured the appeal of the long-bearded mystic of the mountains. "We, who are not able to keep in constant communion with the great outdoors, need someone to bring that vast domain to our desk and our evening lamp. The religion of nature, like the religion of art, was an enchantment compatible with incorporation. By inviting industrialism into the sanctum of nature, Muir suggested that beloved communion could abide with capitalist property. Naturalist enchantment could sanctify commitment to the once Protestant covenant theology. Like transcendentalism, and later, similar brands of New Age spirituality, Muir's naturalist divinity belongs in the lineage of bourgeois enchantment and moralism. William James was another wanderer in search of divinity. Along with his brother, Henry, William lived under the mercurial rule of Henry James Sr., a dabbler in spirituality, Platonism, Fourierist socialism, a pinch of transcendentalism, and Swedenborgianism. Buoyed by the patriarch's fortune, the James family moved at least half a dozen times on 2 continents, depending on the elder's whim. William and Henry knew no stable residence or education, living in New York, London, Geneva, Paris, and Boston, and attending over a dozen different schools. William James's early adulthood appears erratic, even irresponsible, just like a blob of mercury, as his sister Alice once described him, fondly. He vacillated over whether to enlist in the Union Army. He went back and forth between science and painting as a career, chose science, then abandoned science for a degree in medicine, a profession he never practiced. Appointed to Harvard in 1872, he taught, in rapid succession, physiology, psychology, and finally, philosophy. Unburdened by a conventional academic training, James brought to philosophy the freshness and verve of the superintelligent amateur. Even to those critical of pragmatism, James is one of the most readable and likable thinkers in the history of philosophy. His exuberant openness to the variety of the world remains compelling and infectious. Philosophy is more a matter of passionate vision than of logic, as he wrote in A Pluralistic Universe, 1909. Despite his easily misinterpreted interest in the cash value of ideas, James's conception of philosophy as passionate vision marks him as a romantic, a pilgrim, however beholden to science, in search of a modern sacramental imagination. At a single stroke, he wrote in 1881, theism changes the dead, blank it of the world into a living thou, with whom the whole man may have dealings. Reflecting on a certain blindness in human beings, 1899, James implied that the malady was an inability to appreciate some invisible but magnanimous order, some dimension of being that eludes without invalidating scientific or rational investigation. Alluding to Wordsworth, Shelley, and Whitman as seers of a limitless significance in natural things, James called on his Harvard audience to discover the mystic sense of hidden meaning, affirmed in what he would call the varieties of religious experience. This receptivity to the most uncanny experience was evident not only in James's avid interest in spiritualism, but also in his endorsement of radical empiricism. Eager to unstiffen all our theories, James wanted scientists in particular to loosen up their epistemological categories and embrace forms of evidence from which they habitually recoiled. Conceiving a world of pure experience, James contended for the possibility of powers beyond the grasp of ordinary, rational apprehension. Men, he wrote in the American Magazine in 1907, use only a small part of the power which they actually possess because we never push through the obstruction. The obstruction, that is, of a rigid metaphysics that narrowed the range of possibility. James's romantic imagination infused his civic republicanism, his opposition to American imperialism, and his search for an alternative to war. Speaking in Boston on Memorial Day, 1897, at the unveiling of the Robert Gould Shaw Memorial, James praised Gould's martyrdom for our American religion. The faith that a man requires no master to take care of him, and that common people can work out their salvation. Compelled and guided by the inner mystery of civic virtue, such people have no need of war to save them, he asserted. God's judgments do not have to overtake them fitfully in bloody spasms and convulsions of the race. Still, unlike many of his fellow members of the Anti-Imperialist League, James respected and even revered the martial impulses he hoped to sublimate. Speaking to an international assembly of pacifists in Boston in 1904, James attributed war not only to economic and political interests, but also to a vague religious exaltation. War was a passionate vision of sorts. It is a sacrament, he asserted, a mystical blood tax paid to the community to which the soldier belongs. Later, in The Moral Equivalent of War, published in McClure's in August 1910, the same month as his death, James wrote of war as a spiritual adventure. Recounting the history of reflection on war from Homer and Thucydides to the militarists of his day, James concluded that war was both the romance of history as well as a sort of sacrament. Envisioning a vast program of public works, James contended that such national service would channel the energies now expended in butchery, self-sacrifice, heroism, and solidarity. After building dams, bridges, schools, roads, ports, and skyscrapers, young men would have paid their blood tax, in other words, performed their sacramental duties. For James, the search for a moral equivalent of war was a quest for new forms of romance and sacrament. If James considered war a sacrament, he thought obsession with wealth an equally formidable obstacle to passionate vision. In his Principles of Psychology, 1890, James came close to defining avarice as a spiritual disease as well as a psychological trait. Looking closely at the miser, James observed that he transfers the bodily pleasures associated with the spending of money, the enjoyment of material things, to the money itself. Gold especially becomes a material cipher for something else, a sacrament, as it were, of the miser's real life. Avarice turns out to be a form of impoverishment, not only moral, but physical and spiritual as well. The wealthy pay a soul tax at confiscatory rates. If, as the miser believes, it is better to live poor now with the power of being rich than to live rich at the risk of losing the power, then it is the desire for power that prevents the miser from living richly, that is, fully and passionately. The miser takes all thought for the morrow and dies in the here and now. If the nascent consumer culture of James's day was undermining miserliness, he still believed that the inordinate desire for possessions induced a form of metaphysical blindness. We fail to see the limitless significance of things, he mused in A Certain Blindness, because our vision is occluded by the clamor of our own practical interests, the unexamined and corrupting exigencies of making a living in capitalist society. Things could be mortgages on the soul, he mused in The Varieties of Religious Experience, 1902. The property owner is buried and smothered in ignoble externalities and trammels. Money-making and spending induced an insipid and cowardly shabbiness in our lives for which no amount of riches could compensate. Echoing Nietzsche's contempt for the last man, the nadir of bourgeois banality, with his little pleasures for the day and his little pleasures for the night, James warned that wealth was making Americans all too pampered, boring, and ignoble. In What Makes a Life Significant, 1899, James reported his disgust with the middle-class paradise he saw at a Chautauqua camp. After surveying this dead level and quintessence of every mediocrity, soda fountains, bicycles, lectures, picnics, endless smiles and civilities, James retched at the atrocious harmlessness. Sweat and effort, human nature strained to its uttermost, you getting through alive. Life's arduous romance had been obscured by a veil of bowdlerizing niceness. With the arrival of the material abundance that humanity had so painfully and hopefully acquired, an irremediable flatness is coming over the world. In Varieties, James directed the ire he had hurled at Chautauqua at his fellow college-bred. Among the so-called better classes, the worship of material luxury and wealth produced a certain trashiness of fiber. For all their hirsute and bombastic imperialism, the elites of business, politics, and culture were, scared as men were never scared in history, at material ugliness and hardship. Profoundly fearful of any discomfort or misfortune, we put off marriage until our house can be artistic, and quake at the thought of having a child without a bank account and doomed to manual labor. Born of a lack of faith, the futile desire for complete security would literally kill us off. It is time for thinking men to protest against so unmanly and irreligious a state of opinion. Under what banner should the thoughtful march in pursuit of a passionate vision? James's answers, poverty and saintliness, were unsettling to say the least. If, James reasoned in Varieties, we consider the depth to which the lust for possessions has infected the very bone and marrow of our generation, then the reassertion of poverty as a worthy religious vocation might well be the spiritual reform which our time stands most in need of. As James explained, the ideal of poverty, far from enjoining resignation to misery, challenged its adherents to a life of freedom, courage, and generosity. Reversing the conventional wisdom of modernity, capitalist or socialist, James declared that when freely chosen, poverty was a liberation, a reservoir of strength, even an unsuspected trove of riches. Immune to the lure of material inducements, the man of poverty was an unbribed soul, willing to throw away even his life in the service of truth and other unpopular causes. Unlike the accumulator of money or commodities, who experiences a kind of death in life, hoarding, postponing, barricading with possessions, the man of poverty lives life to the fullest through reckless, even joyful expenditure. He knows he is truly blessed with riches. Confident in some realm of abundance, he trusts he can afford to claim nothing as his own, and gives everything he does not have to others. In an eloquent and bracing passage, James imagined the fruits of the passionate vision recovered by dedication to poverty. We need no longer hold our tongues, or fear to vote the revolutionary or reformatory ticket. Our stocks might fall, our hopes of promotion vanish, our salaries drop, our club doors close in our faces, yet, while we lived, we would imperturbably bear witness to the Spirit, and our example would help to set free our generation. What manner of person could afford this poverty? In a certain blindness, James had mused that, to plumb limitless significance, to attain to any breadth of insight into the impersonal world of worths as such, one must, become worthless as a practical being, blinded by their possessions, profit, power, religious orthodoxy, scholarly convention. Practical beings could not afford to dispense with their accumulated wealth of interests. True knowledge required divestiture of ties, burdens, places. Only your mystic, your dreamer, or your insolvent tramp or loafer can afford so sympathetic an occupation. In Varieties, the name James affixed to this sympathetic occupation was saintliness, a feeling of being in a wider life than that of this world's selfish little interests. As John Ruskin had written, there is no wealth but life. Broader, deeper, and more joyful than morality, saintliness is a way of being in the world, not a restrictive code of conduct. Having divested themselves of worldly cares, saints live outside of themselves and fully in the world. They live, in other words, in ecstasy. Saints are complete romantics, dwelling in rapture and ontological wonder. To the world, of course, saints are fools, living without the usual defenses of money, power, and guile. They are perfectly, terrifyingly vulnerable. You may be a prophet at this rate, James exhorted and warned his readers, but you cannot be a worldly success. Yet, to saints, this failure was triumph, for in living without cover, their love was unbounded. Helping even the hateful and undeserving, they upend all standards of justice and prudence that the world erects to preserve its interests. Despite our professions of reverence for holiness, the very real threat that it poses to our safety explains, James noted, why the saint's existential extremity makes us admire and shudder at the same time. Indeed, the path of love involves such a break with the present world's arrangements that the saint offered entry into another kingdom of being. Whether that other kingdom of being was real seemed less important to James than its morally exhilarant enchantment. In The Moral Philosopher and the Moral Life, 1891, one of his most passionately envisioned essays, James adamantly maintained that only religion could overcome the trashiness of fiber that lamed our efforts to build an ethical republic. Morality was possible in a godless world, he argued, but our moral energy falls short of its maximal stimulating power. To be sure, life without God is a genuinely ethical symphony, but it is played in the compass of a couple of poor octaves, and the infinite scale of values fails to open up. With God, however, the scale of the symphony is incalculably prolonged. The divine music of the spheres awakens what James called the strenuous mood, the capacity to endure adversity in the present for the sake of a greater, perhaps distant good. It saith among the trumpets, Ha, ha! It smelleth the battle afar off, the thunder of the captains and the shouting. For the unbribed souls with religious faith, every sort of energy and endurance, of courage and capacity for handling life's evils is set free. On the battlefield of human history, James concluded, those strengthened by faith in divine presence will always outwear the easy-going type, and religion will drive irreligion to the wall. Yet, James could also maintain that the kingdom of being was the ordinary, everyday world, revealed, however, in all its marvel and possibility. The kingdom is here, all around us, its fullness hidden and repressed from view by the scramble for pecuniary utility. In his essays, James beckoned toward that hidden kingdom. In A Certain Blindness, James cited an Indian chief's mordant observation that white farmers, obsessed with their commercial imperatives, can never truly live. When they have finished plowing one field, they begin to plow another, and if the day were not enough, I have seen them plow by moonlight. Always thinking about the remunerative morrow, the farmers lose their lives in the effort to preserve them. Life, the chief sighs, is naught to them. But since his people live in the present, the most enchanting of all things, they know happiness. James saw the same compulsiveness in the blasé commotion of urban capitalism. Distracted by the struggle for riches, your ordinary Brooklynite or New Yorker sees the world through a jaded and unquickened eye, through which all appears dead and uncommon. But to everyone blessed with the capacity for sight, to anyone enlivened and enriched by the virtues of poverty and saintliness, the dead and common world was animate, enchanted. What is life on the large scale? James asked, but the same recurrent inanities, the same dog barking, the same fly buzzing forevermore. The inanities were indeed inane, pointless, bereft of exchange value, but it was precisely in their uselessness that James discovered the most profound significance. Of the kind of fiber of which such inanities consist is the material woven of all the excitements, joys, and meanings that ever were or ever shall be in this world. To the unholy and mercenary eye, these idle and profitless moments are meaningless and vacant tracts of time. No, James countered, these holidays of life are its most vitally significant portions, for they cast a magically irresponsible spell. Rapt with satisfied attention to the mere spectacle of the world's presence. At times, James gestured toward the implications of passionate vision for political economy. Historians have seen James as a social democrat and as an unwitting Marxist, but his conceptions of saintliness and heroism inclined him toward anarchism. In Varieties, anarchists, along with radical workers, were among the latter-day saints who exhibited antipathy for lives based on mere having. I am more and more an individualist and anarchist and believer in small systems of things, he once told William Dean Howells. James was frightened by the scale of modern social and economic organization. He refused to worship the bloated idol termed modern civilization. He wrote in 1899. Complaining to a Boston newspaper in the same year about the American occupation of the Philippines, James asserted that the Army's treatment of the Filipino rebels resembled the infernal adroitness of the great department store, which has reached perfect expertness in the art of killing silently and with no public squealing or commotion, as in the neighboring small concern. This was the populist dudgeon of the little man. But James told an anarchist poet in 1901 that he embraced Tolstoyanism, adding, with exquisite self-consciousness, that he himself lay in the bonds of Mammon. James's valiant defense of the oppressed suggests that Lewis Mumford was at least a little unfair when he condemned the pragmatic acquiescence in power, but without firmer ontological foundations, pragmatism could easily become a philosophical camouflage for power. The most trenchant critique of pragmatism along these lines came from none other than Randolph Bourne, exemplary young American herald of a beloved community and a star student of Dewey's at Columbia. As an apostle of the experimental life among the Greenwich Village left, Bourne was an avid and eloquent proponent of romantic pragmatism, observing in The Experimental Life, 1913, that while the world despises poets, fanatics, prophets, and lovers, it has nevertheless been those who experimented with life, who formed their philosophy of life as a crystallization out of that experimenting, who were the light and life of the world. But the debate among progressives and radicals over American entry into World War I undermined Bourne's buoyant faith and alerted him to the lethal shortcomings of pragmatism. Over the spring and summer of 1917, Bourne watched in painful disbelief as his fellow progressives, even his beloved Dewey, enlisted in the intellectual brigades and baptized themselves in the sewage of the war spirit. Bourne was especially enraged by Dewey's rationale for supporting the war, that it offered progressives the chance to experiment with the technical and organizational prowess they would need for post-war social reconstruction. In Twilight of Idols, 1917, and The State, 1918, the latter a treatise left unfinished due to his death from influenza, Bourne both reconsidered the pragmatic dispensation, the intellectual and moral climate of his generation, who had taken Dewey's philosophy almost as our American religion, and sought to explore and demystify the enchantment of the modern state. How could people so learned and humane become such credulous warriors? Dewey meant to start with values, Bourne contended, but he left an unhappy ambiguity as to just how values were created. Bourne argued that in the bellicose climate of 1917, the void created by this ambiguity was filled by nationalism, which, in the state, becomes a mystical conception, a surrogate for traditional communities of salvation. The state was the invisible grace, of which the government was the sacramental vessel, the visible sign, the world made flesh. The state is a jealous God, and will brook no rivals. A perverse and bloodthirsty deity, the state demanded the taking and sacrifice of life in war, offering the individual citizen a sense of existential beatitude through death on the battlefield, his apotheosis, as Bourne put it. As the means of its necrophiliac vitality, war, Bourne famously proclaimed, is the health of the state. As James had written, it is indeed a sacrament. Turning to James after repudiating Dewey, Bourne hoped to redeem the pragmatic dispensation by recovering a passionate vision that would be at once more critical and more peaceable, a beloved community that would offer a persuasive moral equivalent to war. But if, as he wrote to Van Wyck Brooks, the pragmatic disappointment indicated that America needed a new gospel, the good news remained unclear. Affirming James's poetic vision in Twilight of Idols, Bourne deemed it central to the malcontentedness indispensable to social and political criticism. Yet, he still could not explain how epiphany or iconoclasm could generate values without ontological warrant. For all his ebullient intelligence, James was as nebulous and evasive as Dewey about the origin and creation of values. If what Bourne himself called that unhappy ambiguity could not be resolved, then any passionate vision could never claim to be more than a vigorous personal zeal. But if the void at the heart of the pragmatic dispensation remained ambiguous and unfulfilled, then pragmatism offered no assurance of protection from the idolatrous enchantment of the state or the corporation. As Louis Menand observes, pragmatism takes interests for granted. It doesn't provide for a way of judging whether they are worth pursuing apart from the consequences of acting on them. The abyss at the core of the pragmatic dispensation was filled, for James's saint, by ontological wonder, and one seeker of wonder who found power in the saints was Vida Dutton Scudder. Born in Madura, India, in 1861 to Congregationalist missionaries, she also belonged to a prosperous Boston family of literary accomplishment. Her uncle, Horace Scudder, was an editor of the Atlantic Monthly. Vida received a first-rate education, graduating in 1880 with the first class of the Boston Girls' Latin School. Traveling extensively in Europe with her mother, she visited galleries, cathedrals, and libraries, especially in France and Italy. Her travels made an indelibly Catholic impression on the young Protestant girl, she later recalled. Increasingly alienated from the cultural and religious relics of Puritan Boston, Vida fell in love with Gothic art and architecture. Cathedrals, sacred art, liturgies bore a witness I could not repudiate. Although she joined the Episcopal Church, the splendor of Catholic Europe determined what sort of person I should be, devotion to beauty, and awed intuition of the human past. After graduating from Smith College in 1884, a little intellectual snob, she wrote later, Scudder enrolled in Oxford as one of its first female students. She attended Ruskin's lectures on art, and strange things began to happen. His ardor and eloquence threw wide to my awakening soul the portals of the Temple of Beauty, and she learned how to read the declaration of the glory of God in the heavens. Ruskin also taught her that art and social criticism were intimately related. The Ruskin of modern painters was one with the Ruskin of Fors Clavigera. Perusing unto this last marked a turning point in my mental and later in my outward life. Inspired by Ruskin's Economy of Heaven, Scudder both joined the Salvation Army and volunteered at Toynbee Hall, a settlement house in London's East End that served as a kind of station of the cross for Anglican reformers. Realizing her insulation from real life, she regretted the plethora of privilege in which my lot had been cast. She had encountered too much at second hand, and she felt false, empty, and cheated, cloistered inside an imitative life of genteel and anesthetic pedantry. Like many other young middle-class intellectuals near the close of the 19th century, Scudder longed to escape from what she experienced as the inauthenticity of bourgeois life, believing that immersion in the lives of the poor would relieve her sense of unreality. Having arrived in England a coddled highbrow, Scudder left in 1886, determined to plunge into real experience. Scudder struggled to reconcile her plethora of privilege with her longing for a real life. In the fall of 1887, she took a position teaching English literature at Wellesley College, earning tenure 5 years later. Secure in the ivory tower, Scudder became one of Wellesley's most popular and revered professors, often walking on air after a successful lecture or seminar discussion. Yet teaching, she confided to a colleague, prevented her from doing any of God's work. Like Jane Addams, Scudder turned to settlement house work to allay vague religious and existential doubts with the sentiment of universal brotherhood. Unlike Addams, she thought of her service to the poor as a religious vocation, an imitation of Christ that enabled reformers to partake of the life of divinity. In the fall of 1889, 2 weeks before Addams opened Hull House in Chicago, Scudder and other idealistic Wellesley faculty and students opened a settlement house in New York. Over the next 3 years, they established others in Philadelphia and Boston. At the same time, they founded the College Settlements Association, dedicated, in Scudder's words, to righteous living in harmony with a purely spiritual ideal. Settlement houses, Scudder asserted, would be centers of revelation through which residents could follow the example of the Master. Settlement work could be easily dismissed as another opiate of the bourgeoisie. Yet, while it certainly assuaged the guilt felt by many young middle-class Christians, settlement work could also breed a much more capacious moral imagination. Scudder herself used every scrap of freedom from teaching and writing to work at Boston's Denison House, where she believed she acquired a vivid feeling of life in the social depths. Service to the poor freed Scudder and others, however briefly, from the bonds of privilege. Performing their modern corporal works of mercy, Scudder and her fellow settlement workers were busy cutting the wires which held us to our own class. In the callous world of industrial corporation, Scudder approached the ideal of saintliness that James had heralded for their generation, bearing a witness to the Spirit, a passionate vision in a venal and ferocious age. Scudder's work at Denison House convinced her that even the most zealous philanthropic service was insufficient and even anodyne. So she finally turned to socialism as an even greater imitatio Christi, perceiving in its march for justice a political vehicle of supernatural grace. After reading in Marxist and Fabian literature, Scudder joined the socialist cause in the early 1890s, committed to ending the distrust and alienation between socialists and Christians. Precisely because it represented humanity's greatest hope for a beloved modernity, the religious transfiguration of socialism was imperative, Scudder believed, lest the movement inadvertently spell the worst disaster of any experiment in collective living that the world has ever seen. Christianity would, in her view, enlarge and embolden the socialist imagination. In The Life of the Spirit in the Modern English Poets, 1895, Scudder drew a religious and political distinction between Shelley, the secular modern, and Dante, the medieval believer. As a bard of romantic but unbelieving radicalism, Shelley put his faith in a natural world whose life was abounding but elusive. But Dante, enchanted by a beatific vision of the Most High, could impart an audacity impossible to the poet of revolution. For Scudder, the face of Beatrice bestowed more boldness and strength than the brawn of Prometheus unbound. Laboring mightily to plight a fruitful troth for Beatrice and Prometheus, Scudder embarked on a career as a socialist missionary to the Christians as well as to the pagans. A congregant in W.D.P. Bliss's Church of the Carpenter and a contributor to the Dawn, Scudder hoped that radicalized churches could be shrines of social practice, uniting thinkers and laborers. A founding member of the Society of Christian Socialists, Scudder also set up the American branches of the Christian Socialist League and the Church Social Union, sat on the Episcopal Church's Commission on Social Service, served as a board member, with Adams and Lillian Wald of the National Women's Trade Union League, and helped establish the Church League for Industrial Democracy. One of the Christian socialist movement's most learned and assiduous evangelists, she spoke in churches, lecture halls, union meetings, and settlement houses, and wrote tracts and pamphlets, as well as essays for the Atlantic Monthly and other middle-class periodicals. One casualty of Scudder's socialist commitment was her devotion to Ruskin. Impressed by the empirical heft of Fabian's sociological research, Scudder repudiated Ruskin's Gothic romanticism after reading the Fabian essays. "Poets and dreamers fed my imagination," she wrote. But in Fabian socialism, she discovered practical, constructive ideas. In Socialism and Character, 1912, her most important book, Scudder praised Ruskin's sensitive intelligence, but disowned his reliance on patrician benevolence and his glorification of craftsmanship. She urged religious socialists to close their volumes of Ruskin and Tolstoy and open your Engels, your Babel, your Jaurès. Scudder's beatific vision would appear to have been the city of industrial modernity, mechanized and consolidated by corporate capitalism, then seized by a consecrated working class. Yet, Scudder never fully harmonized Christianity and modern socialism. The troth of Beatrice and Prometheus remained unconsummated. In a series of essays and books, especially The Witness of Denial, 1895, Social Ideals in Modern English Literature, 1898, Socialism and Character, and The Church and the Hour, 1917, she produced the most sophisticated socialist theology in America, and even then she remained ambivalent. Scudder worked her sacramental imagination into a materialist theory of history that joined Anglo-Catholic sacramental theology to historical materialism. If the world is the sacrament of God's presence, as she asserted in The Church and the Hour, then the sacramental system will afford the very interpretation of life for which a perfected democracy must yearn. In Socialism and Character, Scudder advanced a sacramental materialism that would, she hoped, rival the secular materialism of Marx. The material universe, she explained, is a sacrament ordained to convey spiritual life to us. God is so manifest in the life of nature and the social whole that it is easy to confuse him with the very world which he inspires. Since material things have sacramental sanctity, human flesh is a vessel of divine grace and power. There is a sacramental unity between flesh and soul. Concerned with both flesh and soul, economic life is, therefore, not a dead thing. In fact, what Marxists understood as determined, automatic forces which mechanically generate our passions and power were also messengers fulfilling a central will. Because work and property are sacramental matters, they really are as sacred as the most sententious conservative conceives. Seen in this light, class struggles became internecine clashes over the means of material beatitude, and only socialism, and eventually communism, would put an end to this fratricidal warfare. The Church has always given birth to communists, she observed, even if it quickly disavowed them. Scudder saw class conflict through the lens of Trinitarian and Eucharistic theology. In her view, not relics of metaphysical humbug, but the only warrants for socialist hope. The doctrine of the Trinity had direct social implications for a being created in the image of God. The abiding reality is fellowship, not self-seeking, but in giving of self to the uttermost, not personality shut in upon itself, but in an equal interchange of love. As the crowning celebration of that love, the Eucharistic feast beautifully sanctifies the union of the life of nature with human labor. It is the consummation of all toil, the beautiful, sacramental consecration of our works and days. Scudder posed an ingenious alternative to the prevailing tale of disenchantment, but she sensed that socialism might become a more egalitarian form of the plethora of privilege. Her ambivalence stemmed in part from her reluctance to challenge the hegemony of Marxism in radical circles. Like Morris, Scudder succumbed to late Victorian radical chic, the belief that Marxism offered a more realistic theory of historical and political transformation than did other forms of socialism. From this perspective, Ruskin and others who lacked the theoretical lexicon of Marxism appeared as mere moralists and idealists, too unscientific to understand the laws that governed social and economic change. Yet, despite the marriage over which she presided in Socialism and Character, Scudder harbored doubts about the veracity and efficacy both of Fabian gradualism and revolutionary Marxism. Scudder's commitment to revolutionary socialism was never quite as ardent as she imagined it to be. Try as she might to mute the romantic moralism of Carlyle and Ruskin, the echoes of Ruskin's "Unto this last" and "Fors Clavigera" resounded in her work. Quite possibly, men would be better off in the socialistic state. She speculated in 1896, but it is much more important to know whether they would be any better. Sounding like an inveterate acolyte of Ruskin, Scudder mused that the tedium of socialist literature was a clue to its deficiency as an ideal. Most socialist utopias were, she lamented, dreary, lacking in color, interest, life, painfully dull in their suggestions of enervating material prosperity. Even the Fabians were, she eventually conceded, bureaucratic and limited. In Socialism and Character, Scudder wondered if, as socialists aimed to supplant love by justice, some of the finest human qualities would atrophy. Free giving and uncalculating sacrifice would disappear in the arithmetic of planning. Personal idiosyncrasy and intimate community would yield to mechanism and bureaucracy, impersonal and inevitable as gravitation. Elsewhere, Scudder fretted that the friends of socialism would be its worst enemies. Though repelled by industrialists, Scudder deemed the psychology of most labor leaders no less capitalistic than that of industry. Samuel Gompers's demand for more was essentially the same as John Rockefeller's. Despite her enthusiasm for the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, Scudder inclined, in her own words, rather toward St. Francis than toward Marx. Scudder's fondness for Francis and other medieval saints beckoned toward another kind of anti-capitalist radicalism. Indebted to socialism, yet critical of its faith in economic and technological panaceas. Unable to fully resist the intellectual glamour of Marxist dialectics, Scudder, at her most acute, still realized its incongruity with Christian eschatology. Like the scarcity of Protestant capitalism, the Marxist metaphysics of conflict was incompatible with an ontology of peace, the conviction voiced by Hilda Lathrop, the protagonist of A Listener in Babel, 1903, that, at the heart of the universe, may be love. Scudder's most passionate vision emerged from her quest for mystical intimacy with God, from her longing to enter another kingdom of being, as James had written of sainthood. Scudder's most enduring personal passion was sacramental mysticism, communion with divine life through prayer, ritual, and contemplation. Sacramental mysticism thrived among Anglican social gospelers. The two Anglican monastic orders in the United States, the Society of St. John the Evangelists, also known as the Cowley Fathers, and the Order of the Holy Cross, combined the contemplative life with missionary work and social reform. Founded in 1866, the Cowley Fathers performed educational and charitable work among the poor of Boston and Philadelphia, and supported labor unions and industrial cooperation. The co-founder of the Order of the Holy Cross in 1884, Father James Huntington, was a follower of Henry George, a member of the Knights of Labor, and head of the Church Association for the Advancement of the Interests of Labor. Often stymied by episcopal officials and failing to attract any more than a handful of brothers, Huntington and his fellow monks ended their activism in the 1890s, retreating to a monastery in rural New York to cultivate the spiritual life. The withdrawal of both groups from class struggle would appear to suggest that mysticism and contemplation are indeed incompatible with political commitment. Yet, the saintly ideal was itself a form of social protest, a statement both about capitalist iniquity and about the possibility of a more cooperative order. Withdrawal is not necessarily an expression of indifference or hopelessness. It may mark a strategic refusal to deal with a society on its own corrupt terms. Seen in this light, Anglican monastics did not abandon social reform for religious protest. Rather, religious protest was their social reform, their deliberate effort to change society by example rather than through activism. As with the arts and crafts communities in England and America, monastic opposition to capitalist modernity took a path of indirect, but nonetheless genuine defiance. Scudder, of course, chose the more direct path of socialist agitation. Still, driven by her quest for real life, her restless soul found a measure of stillness in sacramental mysticism. Perpetually haunted by a sense of inauthenticity, Scudder often lived near the abyss of despair, dreading what she called, in the witness of denial, the blank nescience which envelops our pitiful humanity, a sense of the futility of all human endeavor, the sound and fury that signify nothing. It was no wonder that Scudder, racked by interminable doubt about the reality of God and the promise of socialism, should turn to mysticism for comfort and strength in the face of recurrent failure. However revolutionary her politics, Scudder maintained a traditionalist of the spirit, refusing many of the compromises with bourgeois modernity struck by more liberal believers. She faulted liberal Protestantism both for its dilution of orthodoxy and for its equation of faith with an insipid moralism. We are suffering from a diffusion of Christianity at the cost of its intensity, she warned in 1912. Yet, this stern disavowal of liberal theology dovetailed, in Scudder, with unwavering opposition to the orthodoxies of capitalism. Indeed, at her most bracingly traditional, Scudder gestured toward a communion of the humble and imperfect, more generous and free than the prudent new world of industrial abundance. Scudder's mystical pilgrimage began in 1889, when she joined the Society of Companions of the Holy Cross, an Episcopal women's group affiliated with Huntington's order who devoted themselves to prayer, self-education, and social work. Meeting in homes and retreats, the companions fostered, as their manual explained, intercession, thanksgiving, and simplicity of life. They recited prayers to mark the hours, reflected on the lives of saints, and dwelled on the grace that flowed from the Eucharist and the other sacraments. Strengthened with the grace of the saving food, they offered prayers for immigrants, workers, and capitalists, as well as for students and artists. Though never explicitly political, they prayed both to enlighten all employers of labor and for the sanctification of labor in every calling and handicraft. Through psalms, hymns, oblations, prayers of penance and Eucharistic devotions, Scudder and her companions sought spiritual formation, a traditional therapy of desire. Prayer, to the companions, was not only petition, but the generation of saintliness, the subjective necessity to live as Christ did, as their manual put it, to begin to lead his life here. Scudder's sacramental mysticism resurfaced in her work of the 1890s. In The Witness of Denial, a meditation on the varieties of religious doubt and renewal in 19th-century thought, she wrote that spiritual desire is the prevailing modern mood, evident in even the most brashly secular writers and movements. Out of the very depth of denial speaks the witness of the shadows. A reflected light mingles with darkness, an assertion that echoed her own tribulation. In Social Ideals in English Letters, she observed that the contemporary Christian socialist movement in England owed an enormous spiritual and theological debt to the Oxford movement. While John Henry Newman and his cohorts had little interest in social and economic reform, their insistence on the sacramental conception of life provided a salutary and invaluable spiritual energy to Christian socialism. The Oxford movement's sacramental sensibility reminded crusaders against capitalism that the sanctification of the flesh, not only redistribution of wealth, should be the ultimate goal of socialism. The lesson for Scudder was clear. The apparently apolitical mysticism of the Oxford movement had prepared the way for the radicalism of the Church Socialist League. The social impulse in the Church is always effect and not cause of her deepest life. the life, that is, of sacramental mysticism. As her dark night of the soul continued and deepened, Scudder came to understand that this deepest life held political implications that she continued to hold at arm's length. While recuperating in Europe after a nervous breakdown in 1901, Scudder turned to the study of medieval saints. After wandering through the English countryside, she sailed to the continent and ended up in Italy, where she traveled through Umbria and Tuscany, the old haunts of St. Francis of Assisi. She immersed herself in the life of St. Francis and also of St. Catherine of Siena, the 14th century Dominican mystic and theologian who was bold enough to admonish not one, but 2 popes. In the years after returning to Wellesley in 1903, she published A Listener in Babel, a thinly veiled autobiographical novel, edited a volume of Catherine of Siena's letters, wrote a historical novel, The Discipline of a Saint, 1907, about one of Catherine's followers, and completed Socialism and Character. These books contain the lineaments of a political imagination rooted in sacramental mysticism, one that blended socialist and artisanal elements in a metaphysics of real life. Like James, Scudder underlined the fundamentally ontological confidence of medieval saints. Francis and Catherine, for instance, displayed an abundance of faith in the nature of reality. The earth, for medieval saints, was an image or sacrament of the unseen. For both the renegade from mercantile wealth and the coarse, barely literate young firebrand, trust in the love of God was more indicative of wisdom than pecuniary reason or academic erudition. Frail, troubled, and often disillusioned, Catherine never capitulated to fatigue or despair because of her absolute perception of the love of God as the supreme reality of the universe. Mysticism was not mystification. It was what James would have called a passionate vision. It was Carlyle's wonder, a receptivity to the infinite of far greater grandeur than any moral regimen. Scudder insisted that saintliness was not archaic, naive, or sanctimonious. Precisely because they spoke from a plenitude of love, Catherine and Francis saw no need for the moral austerity imposed by any alleged political necessity. The saintly voice is more living than our own, Scudder surmised, because it can pierce without calculation to the heart of any matter. Saints were not icons of credulity. Scudder maintained that Catherine's letters addressed to prisoners, nobles, merchants, lawyers, soldiers, monarchs, and prelates revealed a very keen, even savvy wisdom about the ways of the fallen world. Saints knew that ordinary people, including themselves, were sinful, and they expected nothing more. Infirmity and blemish were our fallen condition, but rather than exhort their fellow creatures to impossible feats of moral achievement, saints knew that holiness lay more in desire than in some fraudulent possession of moral stature. Holy desire was the true key to her personality, Scudder wrote of Catherine. Echoing the Ruskin of the Stones of Venice, Scudder even quoted the saint on the divine disregard of imperfection. Care not to present an unfinished work to God, who is infinite love and demands from thee only infinite desire. Longing, not achievement, was the essence of sanctity. Only in the light of holy desire does Scudder's praise for poverty make any sense. To be sure, Toynbee Hall and Denison House had disabused her of any illusions about the ennobling effects of destitution. As a socialist, Scudder hoped for the abolition of poverty through expansion of production and redistribution of wealth. Yet, as a student of mysticism and saintliness, she felt obliged to affirm the ideal of poverty. Without calling on her comrades and the proletariat to embrace the Franciscan life of voluntary penury, Scudder went a remarkable distance in lauding the virtues of dispossession. Poverty, in itself, is neither good nor bad, she wrote in Socialism and Character, an egregious heresy against the liberal and socialist versions of the progressive creed. The bad side of poverty was misery, fear, powerlessness, and indignity. The good side, if freely chosen and shared, was freedom, generosity, and joy. As Scudder, like James, understood, poverty could only be defended in terms of its richness in spiritual benefits, its capacity to enlarge and liberate the soul into the image and likeness of God. St. Francis was the icon of this blissful freedom from money and personal property, and in Socialism and Character, Scudder dwelled at some length on Francis, intimating a subtle and powerful challenge both to the Protestant capitalist ethic and to the socialist gospel of wealth. In her view, Francis's cult of poverty sprang from no ascetic distrust of natural good, but from a passionate recognition that only the meek possess the earth. Meekness, understood as holy desire, and the humility and gentleness it engendered, and possession of the earth, understood as the common inheritance from a heavenly Father. When Scudder observed that no condition could possibly be more inimical to the ideal of the Beatitudes than that of the modern wage earner, she did not mean that improvement of living conditions or control over the means of production would enhance the virtue or holiness of the workers. Jesus and Francis urged their listeners to consider the lilies and take no thought for the morrow. The poor are harassed by ceaseless care, driven by competition, and beguiled by the emulative futility idealized in advertising. Christian poverty enabled a giving of self, an expenditure of personal gifts. Capitalist life compelled both capitalists and workers to cry forever, more. Poverty, for the sake of holy desire, conferred peace, patience, vigor, even ecstasy. Modern poverty induced bitterness, envy, fatigue, and endless, useless toil. As Scudder realized, Francis represented a challenge to the modern association of freedom with material wealth. To the liberal tradition from Hobbes and Locke, possessive individualism both generated prosperity and ensured political freedom. Private property erected the boundary lines that constituted the architecture of bourgeois liberty. In the Marxist tradition, the realm of freedom rested on the collective conquest of the realm of necessity. The abolition of class would unleash the technological instruments of liberation. In the Franciscan imagination, possessions were obstructions of the beatific vision, baggage that weighed us down on the road to heaven. The way of St. Francis entailed the rejection of vexing, burdensome riches, and hence of the disciplined frenzy to produce them. Fewer personal possessions would mean not worry and pain, but a richer, more relaxed, more pleasurable life. Thus, Franciscan poverty cheerfully confounded the utopian vision of the emerging culture of Fordism. Against the strenuous life of production and consumption, it posed the grace of idleness, the delight of being without justification through work and productivity. Scudder's reclamation of the Franciscan ideal pointed toward a gift economy. If the triune God was the original giver, then creation itself was a gift. If poverty was a lack of private possessions and a state of uninhibited giving, it was quite compatible with joyful work and a plenitude of material goods. The affinities among the Franciscan way, anarchism, and the artisanal ideal were not lost on Scudder. She characterized Francis and his band of brothers as heavenly anarchists, and mused that anarchists may read to a greater depth the ultimate hope in the mind of Jesus. She conceded that Christ's injunction to perfection, followed with exemplary inattention to the laws of the state by saints like Francis, beckoned toward a world without the governmental machinery of repression and violence. At the same time, with its affirmation of life as unbounded charity, her account of Franciscan poverty made it seem like the practice of Ruskin's maxim that there is no wealth but life. Try as she might, Scudder could never dispel the charms of the author of Unto This Last. Even long after her conversion to socialism, Scudder never repudiated what she had written of craft in the early 1890s. Really artistic or beautiful objects can only result from the personal impress of the worker on his work. Alluding to the arts and crafts movement, Scudder lauded their healthy return to sound principles of workmanship and simple and graceful conditions of life. Well aware that her homage to poverty would sound appalling, coming as it did from an academic still snugly nestled in a plethora of privilege, Scudder held her own ideal at arm's length, mocking the hypocrisy of progressives like herself, but also undermining her saintly paragon. In an uncharacteristically sardonic passage, Scudder derided the modern compromise with Lady Poverty. "We live in sensible times," she wrote archly in Socialism and Character. Even the most fiery and incandescent ideals must be softened to pleasant domestic warmth. Unlike Francis, we woo not Lady Poverty, but her tame little sister, the simple life. This nicely echoed James and his scorn for the trashiness of fibre among the middle classes, yet Scudder herself conceded, in the end, that there is something to be said for the worldly point of view. Mechanization and science made a world of plenty unimaginable in Francis's time, and bureaucratic administration was more timely and efficient than personal performance of charity. So, to Scudder and her comrades, the Franciscan way appeared not so much impossible as irrelevant in the modern world. Scudder never quite repressed the alternative radicalism that lurked in her Franciscan reveries, and it surfaced in A Listener in Babel. Set near the end of the 19th century, the novel is a fictional portrayal of Scudder's life as a young academic and settlement worker. Hilda Lathrop, an idealistic young artist and college student, feels enclosed in clique and class prejudice, and seeks vital intercourse with those most alien and remote. Yet, while much of the narrative relates episodes from Wellesley and Denison House, Hilda is also a portrait of Scudder as she thought she might have been. If Hilda is Scudder as Franciscan radical, then the unlived life is worth examining. A Listener in Babel is the story of a soul who longs for the riches of poverty. Like her creator, Hilda yearns to escape from her bourgeois captivity. She joins Langley House, an urban settlement in Brenton, where Hilda and other idealists believe in the promise of American life. But instead of experiencing life, Hilda feels a growing disaffection. Her service to the poor seems unavailing, and her friends grow increasingly exasperated with the resignation of the working class. The colloquies at Langley, once intense and absorbing, now strike her as sterile babble. Even her faith in American democracy wanes, as Hilda now sees venality and plutocracy draped in patriotic splendor. Democracy was her religion. I trusted it was liberating love. It is liberating greed. Assumed as a way into the excitement of real life, the philanthropic attitude became more and more abhorrent. Confused, despairing, but unwilling to return to the incarceration of bourgeois comfort, Hilda accompanies a friend to an Episcopal monastery outside the city. Much like Huntington's Holy Cross Monastery, it appears to have escaped our restive imprisonment of time. Wandering into a chapel, she meets Father Phillips, a fictional persona for Father Huntington, a man much at odds with his generation, yet modern in his very fibre. Unable to resist the strange allure of piety, she calls on Father Phillips and lays bare her anguish. Warning Hilda that "my answers are all very old-fashioned," Phillips explains that the desire of the heart is the light of the eyes. We live in the light of a great, though tremulous, expectation. He says, "If the holy city ever dwells on earth, it will be a visualized prayer. Prayer offers more than consolation and petition. It unites us with the longings of the past and with the power that enlivens and envelops the cosmos. The prayers of the ages, slowly gathering, liberate a mighty force," he tells her. "It moves secretly. It moves slowly, but it moves surely." There is no dialectical or unlinear path to the cooperative commonwealth. Phillips has no faith in the sweep of history, or in that pleasant, good-natured belief called progress. When Hilda asks if he really believes that what he desires will ever appear, Philip answers only, "I do not know." "You cannot know," he tells Hilda, "but you can direct your stumbling steps thither via the path of love, of voluntary poverty." Even though we will never vanquish evil, Phillips admonishes Hilda to remain steadfast in the struggle, not out of desire for political supremacy, but out of loyalty to the power at the core of creation. At the heart of the universe may be love. Like Scudder, the socialist, Phillips grounds political action in traditional theology. Like Scudder, the Franciscan, he renounces illusions about progress and affirms a faith in the way of dispossession. Rejuvenated by Phillips' old-fashioned answers, Hilda decides to leave Langley House and join the workers' movement, though, as a peculiarly artisanal variety of socialist, redolent of Ruskin, Morris, and the American arts and crafts communities. "I am an artist," she declares, and commits herself to study the possible field for handicraft in modern industry. In embracing the life of the working class, Hilda embarks on the path of poverty, but, as she tells her skeptical friends, her dedication to reviving the arts and crafts arises from a newfound faith in the heart of the universe. Pouring forth her words with joyous energy, Hilda espouses an eschatology of hope that echoes Philip's reverie in the monastery. "We may never live to see our hope accomplished," she muses, "but all through this strange, sad civilization of ours, I feel forces at play making for social salvation, organic filaments weaving the new society to be. Weaving goes on, silently and slowly. Often the threads bewilder us, crossing and tangling. All the weavers guess at the design. None sees it yet." The novel ends, all too neatly, with Hilda and her friends anticipating the glorious commonwealth on the horizon. "A new century will soon dawn," as one of them exclaims with breathless, millennial enthusiasm. We live in the wake of that century, and the beloved commonwealth that Scudder desired seems as distant and ethereal as ever. The prayers of the ages indeed gather slowly. The force they liberate is surely bewildering and, it seems, anything but mighty. If Scudder's mysticism and veneration of St. Francis hold any lessons for opponents of Mammon, they lie in how to endure and draw renewal, even joy, from the experience of defeat. Rooted in a metaphysics of love, the prayerful, saintly ideal engenders greatness of soul in times of calamity, assuring in the face of disappointment that our desires accord with the grain of the universe. Against the Promethean delusion of total dominion over nature and history, it sets the diminutive realism of finitude, weakness, and humility. Against the liberal paranoia of freedom and security procurable by acquisition and property, it sets the realism of our radical insecurity and the folly of any effort to insulate ourselves from pain, sorrow, senescence, and death. It prefers wisdom to theory, mercy to retribution, and the fidelity of a losing witness to a specious triumph purchased with violence. When defeated, it rejoices in the knowledge of a truth that will eventually forgive and transcend all falsehood, the way, not of the dynamo, but of St. Francis and the Virgin. Chapter 16. Business is the soul of America. The New Capitalism and the Business Millennium. Even after the tumultuous reconstruction of American capitalism before World War I, the Protestant proprietary ethos persisted. Fearful of renewed labor unrest after an upsurge of strikes in 1919, many employers created company-sponsored unions, workers' councils, shop committees, and pension plans. But most workers remained untouched by these reforms, as the prevailing mood in business circles was aggressively anti-union. Akin to the Protestant fundamentalism that blazed across the country in the 1920s, proprietary fundamentalism witnessed a strong and bilious resurgence. The most militant sentiment crystallized in the American Plan, a crusade to rid industrial workplaces of unions and union agitation by creating open shops. Meanwhile, among numerous Rotary clubs, in the Chamber of Commerce and the National Association of Manufacturers, and in the pages of Nation's Business and other periodicals, the paragon of the assiduous proprietor elicited pugnacious devotion and eloquence. Especially in the wake of the Bolshevik Revolution, business people felt the need to reassert the faith that stood threatened by enemies within and without. Business, declared Merrill Thorpe, editor of Nation's Business, is the soul of America. Proprietary fundamentalism found voice in various stalwart redoubts: the National Association of Manufacturers, the Chamber of Commerce and its organ, Nation's Business, as well as American Industries, the Rotarian, Kiwanis, and other business and civic periodicals. Lecturing to the clerics in his 1925 presidential address to the National Association of Manufacturers, John E. Edgerton declared that the great ruler of the universe has decreed the bylaws of business and the hierarchy of classes. Business writers produced a bevy of decalogues, 10 commandments for numerous industries, to keep owners, workers, and the general public mindful of capital's moral and cosmological legitimacy. The most strident assertion of the old-time gospel was Charles N. Fay's Business in Politics, 1926, a classic in the canon of business agitprop. A well-known Chicago utilities executive and vice president of the National Association of Manufacturers, Fay was the Billy Sunday of the Rotarian set, an evangelist for free trade, small government, weak unions, and untrammeled business authority. Like Sunday, Fay made up in passion and bluster what he lacked in sophistication. The Bolshevik Revolution, he opined, was the biggest business failure in history. Bolsheviks, socialists, and liberals refused to abide by those laws of human nature written into their genes by the Creator. The Creator seems to have so ordained the world that every man must carry his own weight and be selfish or self-supporting enough to do so. As the system decreed by Providence, selfish capitalism, Fay humbly intoned, is absolutely vital to human progress. Yet, Fay's very shrillness suggested that the old proprietary gospel was losing its credibility. As the economic theology of those H.L. Mencken called the bourgeoisie, proprietary nostrums sounded ever more hollow and alarmist, at least to many of the nation's intellectuals. In his much-discussed reflection on Our Business Civilization, 1929, James Truslow Adams posed the basic rhetorical question, can a great civilization be built up or maintained upon the philosophy of the counting house? The assumption that spiritual and intellectual progress attended unregulated accumulation had become, Adams lamented, a sort of American religion with all the psychological implications of religious dogma. Likewise, in Harold Stearns's renowned symposium, Civilization in the United States, 1922, many contributors dismissed proprietary wisdom as nostalgic and pernicious nonsense. Walton H. Hamilton, Amherst professor of economics and a former member of the War Labor Board, noted that most economists and business editorialists were just a scant generation or two removed from the country or the small town. Despite the emergence of corporations, most business people inhabited an Eden of free enterprise that existed only in their fantasies. Because of the widening chasm between doctrine and reality, the older proprietary creed required a more rigid and absolute statement. Dimly aware that corporate organization had pushed them out of the garden, many business leaders remained so adamant that they camouflaged new realities in the symbolic language of ritual. Humorist and former advertising agent J. Thorne Smith maintained that, looking through the magic portals of the advertising world, Americans beheld a world that never was, an Eden, not of free enterprise, but of well-regulated bowels, cornless feet, unblemished complexions, and completely equipped kitchens. Atheism was less of a crime against the tenets of modern American civilization, he wrote, than disbelief in the power of an institution which can rise up in our midst gods, kings, and other potentates. Even more acerbic was Sinclair Lewis's Babbitt, 1922, the period's most memorable and enduring broadside against the bunkum of the bourgeoisie. Real estate broker, Rotarian blowhard, and Presbyterian hypocrite George F. Babbitt is one of the most blubbering fiends in American fiction, a glad-handing monster of pecuniary reason. Babbitt and his friends blend Christianity and Rotarian twaddle, extolling the evangelist Mike Monday, a painfully obvious reference to Billy Sunday, for keeping the overhead of spiritual regeneration down to an unprecedented rock-bottom basis. One of the underappreciated features of Babbitt is the religious quality Lewis ascribes to business itself. Though Lewis opens the novel with a misty vision of the towers of Zenith that are neither citadels nor churches, by the end of Chapter 1, Babbitt is staring out his window at the Second National Tower, a temple spire of the religion of business, a faith passionate, exalted, surpassing common men. Averse to doctrinal disputation, but insistent on the virtues of diligence and thrift, Babbitt prefers a real virile hustling religion, full of pep and piety. And as Lewis realizes in one of his keenest insights, the god of business is the businessman himself, a harumphing study in self-deification. In a scene set in the washroom of the Zenith Athletic Club, Lewis describes a line of men bent over the bowls inset along a prodigious slab of marble, as in religious prostration before their own images in the massy mirror. The proprietary faithful reacted to Babbitt with swift and acrimonious pride. Dare to be a Babbitt! The editors of Nation's Business urged their readers in 1925, retorting that Babbitt was a kindly soul with an eagerness to work and play with his fellow men. In a later issue, the magazine featured Babbitt ballads, such as this lame rejoinder to Lewis. Babbitts, though we jeer and flout them, we could never do without them. Artists all, we would be beggars, were it not for butter and eggers. Some of Lewis's fellow intellectuals saw the limitations of Babbitt. Charles Beard complained that Lewis and Mencken posed as self-constituted guardians of the higher sophistication. Lippmann, whose admiration for the achievements of corporate enterprise grew steadily after World War I, thought Lewis had created a straw man in George Babbitt, exhibiting an extraordinary talent for inventing stereotypes. Attacking Lewis's entire corpus of invective, Lippmann retorted that Babbitt was a creature of the passing moment whose taproots have been cut. The Protestant culture to which Babbitt was indebted for his ridiculous economic homilies was dying. Lippmann argued, while Babbitt was a clever send-up of provincialism, it did not portray the most potent forces at work in American capitalism, those through which Babbitt and others were groping to find new ways of life. One way of groping to find new ways of life was undertaken by the adman and journalist Bruce Barton. Son of a Congregationalist minister, Barton helped found in 1919 Barton, Durston, and Osborne, which quickly became one of Madison Avenue's most prestigious advertising agencies, attracting lucrative accounts with U.S. Steel, General Motors, General Mills, and General Electric. When they merged with Samuel Batten's firm in 1928, they became the better-known BBDO. Like Norman Vincent Peale and Dale Carnegie, Barton has become an emblematic emissary of the therapeutic ethos, reducing Christianity to positive thinking, the repetition of bromides to guarantee vitality, personal magnetism, and business success. Yet, by the same token, Barton was a Protestant pastoral counselor guiding Americans from the proprietary faith to the new corporate dispensation. The story of Jesus that Barton related in The Man Nobody Knows, 1925, was a tale of passage from artisanal to professional managerial labor. In the episode where Jesus famously admonishes his mother, Mary, "Wist ye not that I must be about my Father's business?" Barton describes Joseph's business as a prosperous carpenter shop. But in the preface, Barton portrays Jesus as a deft executive who picked up 12 men from the bottom ranks of business and forged them into an organization that conquered the world. Despite Barton's echo of Ford that all work is worship, all useful service prayer, it was clear that work and service were conceived in managerial and professional terms. Indeed, Barton believed that corporate business was God's indispensable partner in dominion over the planet. Whoever works wholeheartedly at any worthy calling is a co-worker with the Almighty, Barton swelled, a laborer in the great enterprise which he has initiated, but which he can never finish without the help of men. In short, God needs our help. As James Rorty, a radical journalist who once worked in Barton's agency, later wrote, Barton had sketched in The Man Nobody Knows the reductio ad absurdum of the Protestant ethic. While Barton provided a Protestant idiom for the sanctification of corporate life, others sought a less overtly Christian legitimation for the new world of Fordist capitalism. Not all American intellectuals were as hostile to business as Lewis and other satirists, and their own hopes for a redemptive denouement to corporate modernity surfaced in yet another anthology about the prospects for civilization. Charles Beard's 2-volume panorama, Whither Mankind, 1928, and Toward Civilization, 1930. Where Stearns and his colleagues had seen the graveyard of culture in the mass production factory, Beard perceived something of cosmic mystery about the creative urge at work in machine civilization, proclaiming that the machine process was a great demiurgic movement. Beard contended that the religious significance of machinery was an idea with ample precedent in Christian theology. In the minds of the highest Christian thinkers, Beard argued, there has always been a close affiliation, never an antithesis, between spirituality, divine inspiration, and labor with material things. Elsewhere, Beard was even more unrestrained in his confidence. At the conclusion of The Rise of American Civilization, 1927, he and his wife Mary marveled at the power of industrial technology in subduing physical things to the empire of the spirit. It is the dawn, not the dusk, of the gods. This mechanical enchantment reappeared throughout the two volumes, and especially in Toward Civilization, published just a year after the stock market crash. Dewey, writing on philosophy in Whither Mankind, rued that machinery had become the devil of a widespread cult. Calling the machine the authentically embodied logos of modern life, Dewey drew an unmistakable parallel between the instrumental reason in modern technology and the incarnation of Christ. Michael Pupin, a Columbia University physicist, asserted that, like every medieval cathedral designed and built by men, every modern machine has a soul, the soul of its inventor and of the patient souls of the men who developed it. In Romance of the Machine, published in the same year, Pupin wrote that the machine is the visible evidence of the close union between man and the spirit of the eternal truth which guides the subtle hand of nature. In perhaps the most portentous essay, Power, whose first letter the author capitalized several times, C.F. Hirschfeld, a mechanical engineer and research director of the Detroit Edison Company, declared that machines were prime movers, the modern equivalents of Aristotle's God. Harnessing and distributing power, machines were enabling men and women to practice greater charity. Machine production afforded, for the first time in history, a widespread, real, and practical recognition of the brotherhood of man, a leaven more fruitful of practical results than all the preachings of the ages. While these engineers and scientists were forging the lineaments of a new technological fetishism, philosopher executives were creating a credo for the corporate dispensation. Heirs to the soulful corporation, a vanguard of business leaders worked zealously to enshrine corporate liberalism as the orthodoxy of American capitalism. The new corporate moral economy arose from a new breed of industrial statesmen, as the business press anointed them. Among others, Owen D. Young, General Electric, RCA, Gerard Swope, GE, Walter Teagle, Standard Oil, Walter S. Gifford, AT&T, Myron Taylor, U.S. Steel, and Edward A. Filene, the renowned mass merchandiser. The industrial statesmen of the 1920s were the point men of the new capitalism, the reorientation of the capitalist economy toward consumption through higher wages, the introduction of corporate-sponsored benefit plans, and the cultivation of more harmonious relations between corporate capital and labor. A constellation of business practice, social thought, and exalted aspiration, the new capitalism foreshadowed the managerial economy of the Cold War era. As the leading organ of corporate liberalism in the 1920s, Forbes led the business press in advertising the new capitalism. Just after the armistice in 1918, Forbes forecast that business hereafter will be conducted on a higher plane. The post-war era promised a reformation and rebirth in the business world, a new era in which capitalists set a new value upon the things of the spirit. 10 years later, pointing to the adoption of new business practices in many industries, pension plans, disability insurance, and profit sharing, Forbes celebrated the enlightened corporate titans who had performed their solemn responsibility to employees and the wider public. But Forbes was not alone in championing the new capitalism. In the spring of 1924, the Chamber of Commerce issued a statement of its Principles of Business Conduct, which, when promulgated later in Nation's Business, assumed mosaic status as the 15 Commandments of Business. Once a conclave of proprietary dogma, the Chamber was slowly opening its doors to the forces of heterodoxy. "We are acquiring a new industrial philosophy," one of its directors avowed proudly in 1929. By the late 1930s, with its conversion to a modified form of Keynesian economics, the Chamber had almost fully embraced corporate liberalism. At their most flamboyant, industrial statesmen and the business intelligentsia saw the new capitalism as the consummation of history. Indeed, the extravagance of business rhetoric in the 1920s would be unmatched until the 1990s, when similar and even more fulsome palaver would inflate yet another new economy. Like its woolly-headed descendant, new capitalist fustian identified the new business era with the triumph of economic democracy. As Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover wrote in Nation's Business in 1924, the epic of corporate enlightenment heralded an industrial democracy in which workers became capitalists with their higher wages and shareholding plans. But clerics for the new capitalism saw more transcendent achievements in the enlightenment of corporate business. Chamber of Commerce President Richard F. Grant reflected in Nation's Business in 1925 that business does not exist for itself alone. Rather, promoting spiritual development, corporate leaders should inspire men to give the best that is in them for the common good. Haley Fisk, president of Metropolitan Life, told readers in 1927 that, in the new business era, the exemplary executive was serving God to serve well his fellow men. For many, this brand of selfless capitalism augured the arrival of a classless society. Benjamin Javits and Charles Wood, authors of Make Everybody Rich, 1929, maintained that the new business dispensation ensured that soon the rule of class will, for the first time in human history, utterly disappear. Anointed as the vanguard of history, the new breed of executives was also recast as a modern school of Athens. Once derided as Philistines, corporate leaders became, in the 1920s, Platonic sages and utopian visionaries. As syndicated columnist E.W. Howe wrote in Nation's Business in 1921, "The wisdom of businessmen is the truest, fairest, and most important. Businessmen," he assured his readers, "exhibit better ability in philosophy and are more useful than writers, soapbox orators, politicians, and statesmen. Commerce leads the way," one journalist declaimed in the Forum in 1922, "and all arts, all professions, all culture follow." In a 1924 issue of World's Work, Edward W. Bok, editor of Ladies' Home Journal and a prominent spokesperson for business reform, hailed the American businessman of discernment, of vision, and of ideals. One writer for World's Work praised Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., president of General Motors, for blending the man of action and the philosopher. Indeed, in Real Wisdom, the publisher and journalist William Feather wrote in 1927, "The intelligent businessman has far outdistanced the theoretic philosopher." According to Charles Mitchell, president of the National City Bank of New York, the benevolent and profitable industrial practices of corporate statesmen were bringing to a nearer realization the dreams of utopians. One of the most illustrious summits of industrial statesmen was the symposium convened in the spring of 1929 by J. George Frederick, managing editor of Printers, Inc. Already renowned as the sage of progressive obsolescence, the ancestor of planned obsolescence, Frederick edited a 2-volume collection of papers by businessmen, A Philosophy of Production, 1929 to 1930, an epistolary of the new capitalism. Frederick assembled a synod of corporate prelates, Taylor, Young, Ernest Elmo Calkins, and the advertising firm Calkins & Holden, and Walter Gifford of AT&T, among others. Invoking a cavalcade of great thinkers from Aristotle to Philine, Frederick contended that, especially in the midst of the deepening depression, modern capitalism prompted new questions of destiny and meaning. Fearful of class conflict and state intervention, Frederick called for a new humanism in industry, a beloved community of workers, managers, professionals, and stockholders suffused by the ideality of the human spirit throughout our vast mechanism of production. Capitalists needed to jettison the economic wisdom of the centuries, Calkins wrote, and attend to people and their souls as well as to productivity and profits. Henry P. Kendall, president of the Kendall Corporation, a conglomerate of manufacturing and service companies, conveyed the temper of the gathering with a blend of sanctimony, boosterism, and technocratic scrupulosity. The true executive, Kendall mused, lived in the realm of the spirit, a humanistic spirit leavened by a passion for precision and excellence. At their best, contributors contended, the upper echelons of the corporate hierarchy aimed to supply more than cheaper goods and services. Dedicated to the spiritual as well as to the material well-being of the American people, our ultimate objectives, Kendall concluded, are found in the intangible rather than the tangible realm. Young was more sardonic, but in his way no less resplendent in his estimation of corporate modernity. The intellectual and spiritual traditions of the past had been superseded, in his view, by the intelligence cultivated in the everyday lives of citizens in a mass-production age. Scholastic philosophy may have been an interesting pastime for monks, he snorted, but it couldn't compare to the thrill of a crossword puzzle today. In Young's view, the shelves of technical and scientific literature held the scriptures of redemption for the age of machinery. When the medieval priesthood asked how people would be saved without churches or sacramental rituals, we can look back and see the answer. Philine and Calkins were the most visionary and grandiloquent of all the philosopher-businessmen. Both believed that mass production augured a glorious new stage in human history, a business millennium, as Calkins put it with eschatological flair. Made possible by technology and a shorter workday, material abundance and ample free time gave Americans the opportunity, in Philine's words, to partake of the life which the artists and poets and preachers are forever talking about. As pioneers and settlers in the paradise of mass production, corporate managers and professionals were the avant-garde of human possibility, pointing the way to the final demolition of all obstacles to fulfillment. Advertisers, Calkins asserted, possessed some of the best brains in the world, eager and able to take on not the mere problems of production and distribution, but the greater problem of humanity, of civilization. Grandiose as all this seemed, neither Philine nor Calkins was ever quite sure about the motives behind these millennial prospects. Philine could write, in Successful Living in This Machine Age, 1931, that corporate business was developing a more inclusive loyalty, a sense of the oneness of all humanity, while asserting that the new capitalism had simply discovered that it pays to give service. Calkins was equally ambiguous, if also more florid. As the epigraph for Business the Civilizer, 1928, a mostly light-hearted potpourri of anecdotes, business advice, advertising tips, and prognostication, Calkins chose Emerson's wry dictum from Work and Days. "The greatest meliorator of the world is selfish, huckstering trade." In that spirit, Calkins wrote that beauty is a new business tool, implying that visual or sensuous delight was yet another mercenary ruse, a cold calculation of the marginal utility to capital provided by radiance. Yet elsewhere, Calkins appeared to set aside the implacable ledgers of pecuniary reason, waxing romantically medieval about the spiritual adventure of modern capitalism. Through its sponsorship of science and technology, the corporation offered to its most skilled employees the glory that in the past was given to the crusader, the soldier, the courtier, the explorer, and the martyr. Indeed, the finest executives and professionals toiled, not for the money, Calkins thought, but because there are no longer any long, slimy green dragons holding captive maidens' endurance vile, no holy sepulchres to be reft from the infidel, no Pacifics to be viewed for the first time. Corporate enterprise was our epic's field of gold, Calkins rhapsodized, the modern venue for faith, conquest, and heroism. If corporate enterprise was the modern surrogate for knightly heroism and saintly devotion, corporate society was also the heir to the aspirations of religious tradition. Like Walter Lippmann, Filene and Calkins agreed that the business millennium marked an unprecedented form of religious life. The right and power to buy must lead to a great new religious awakening, Filene proclaimed, a religious experience such as humanity has never had an opportunity to know before. Mass production and consumption enabled what he called human craft, an emancipation of the very soul of man from the privations and terrors of scarcity. Sounding much like Dewey on corporateness and common faith, Filene rejoiced that, free from dogmas and irrational restrictions, the religious culture of a mass production society would be a 7-day religion of constant, creative participation in human life. Calkins was even more audacious in his vision of corporate enchantment. Angered by charges that business was a sinful and unworthy pursuit, Calkins regaled Frederick's Symposium with tales of Italian and Dutch merchants who, ashamed of their wealth, commissioned religious art to square things with heaven. There was nothing to square, Calkins asserted. Business people were as capable of artistic patronage and moral discernment as the churchmen and traders of an earlier age. Like Ford, Calkins was impatient with the earthly corruption and ineptitude of traditional religion, and he ended Business the Civilizer with a daring assertion of corporate, moral, and sacral ambition. That eternal job of administering this planet must be turned over to the businessman. The work that religion and government have failed in must be done by business. In Calkins's beatific vision, advertisers, managers, and other professionals were the clerics of the corporate millennium. Frederick echoed Calkins's audacious claim on the moral imagination, concluding the Philosophy of Production Symposium with a brash insouciance toward religious conceptions of the afterlife. In the past, he reflected, material privation and bodily suffering had been alleviated only by a, now declining, trust in a heavenly utopia. Burdened and stupefied by too much theology, humanity had labored under the philosophic snobbery of clergy, academics, and other masters of asceticism. The new and growing desires for material goods will seem sinful to these elitists, without insight, he wrote, but others will see the sprouting of a great harvest. Indeed, future historians would note that, in the 20th century, the common man was raised to the tenderly elect of the gods. Because of the productivity of our vast mechanism of production, more Americans were untroubledly sure that supernaturalism is unimportant, even if we willfully retain a vestige of mysticism. Fulfilled on earth by rewarding labor in the apparatus of soulful production, Homo Americanus would partake of the exhilarating feeling of co-creation with God. The new corporate humanism demolished class walls, leapt over ivory towers, and transcended all national and religious boundaries. Even if a ruling class remains, it is a spiritual aristocracy, Frederick explained, a breed of virtuosi adept in the techniques of leadership toward the good life. For Frederick, as for other scholastics in the corporate clerisy, the commencement of the business millennium augured a heavenly city of Fordism. One remarkable testimonial to Frederick's brand of assurance came from Edward Stanford Martin, a founder of Harvard Lampoon and the original Life, and a popular humorist known for his wry conservative moralism. In the February 1925 issue of Harper's, Martin asked, "Shall business run the world?" and answered in an utterly ingenuous affirmative. "The world is becoming spiritualized," he marveled, and business was the Spirit's leading sacramental vessel. Arcs of the soul of America, these ecclesiastical corporations were material combinations for Spirit to work through, providing a link between the visible and invisible worlds. Indeed, they had touched the hem of Christ's garment and felt the virtue that comes out of him. Though employing a more Christian idiom, Martin echoed Calkins's enunciation of business's panoptic and irrefutable sovereignty. If business is to manage the world, Martin asserted, it must be big business, very big indeed, comprehending all things. The expansive enchantment of corporations augured the grand finale of human history. Chapter 17. The American Century and the Magic Kingdom. Mythologies of the Machine Age. To be sure, heralds of a business millennium served very immediate political purposes between the world wars, especially after the stock market crash of 1929 threatened to discredit the corporate dispensation. Bestowing the imprimatur of inevitability on the existing social order, they obscured or invalidated challengers. What remained of the movement for industrial democracy, Bolshevism, the Soviet experiment, and close collaborations between the state and corporate capital, such as corporatism or fascism. But the business millennium was politically useful only to the extent that it was effective as a myth, a tale that purported to explain and justify an entire social order. Interest in the political uses of myth was pervasive among American intellectuals in the 1930s, from literary theorist Kenneth Burke and theologian Reinhold Niebuhr to political scientist Harold Laswell and anthropologist Ruth Benedict. The study and affirmation of myth pointed to a recognition of the need, to recall Warren Sussman's phrase, for common belief, ritual observance, and common emotional sharing. As myths require myth-makers, fabulists adept in the arts of summoning belief, crafting rituals, and eliciting emotion, the fabrication of business hegemony called for a new breed of theologians, artists, and bards. Three figures offer case studies from the pinnacle of the Fordist corporate dispensation: Thurman Arnold, Henry Luce, and Walt Disney. Often celebrated or vilified as one of the most urbane satirists in the history of American social criticism, Arnold was also one of the keenest students of American economic theology. A lawyer and professor at Yale Law School before he took over the Justice Department's Antitrust Division in 1938, Arthur penned two books, The Symbols of Government, 1935, and The Folklore of Capitalism, 1937, that contained a sardonic analysis of the American business creed. As resistance to the New Deal persisted and mounted in the mid and late 1930s, mythology impressed Arnold as one of the ineradicable conditions of social life, and he traced the difficulties of his predecessors to their ineptitude not as planners, but as myth-makers and theologians. Cheerfully cynical about the sorcery he studied, Arnold was an anthropologist of capitalist enchantment and a herald of a new iconography. The true faith is capitalism, he stated in Folklore, and its priests are lawyers and economists. Arnold's praise for elite dissimulation arose in part from his impatience with the Supreme Court's hostility to the New Deal. Before he entered the Justice Department, he had supported FDR's court-packing scheme. He was especially infuriated by the court's demolition of the National Recovery Administration, as it represented a quintessential example of how, to use Arnold's terms, theological and metaphysical thinking had trumped science and empiricism. Belief in free markets and unfettered private property struck Arnold as pure mystical idealism, given the realities of modern economic life and the urgency of ending the Depression. In particular, the mythology of private property inscribed in the court's decision obscured the fact that corporations were clearly not private enterprises in any meaningful sense. More brashly than Adolf Berle, Jr. and Gardner Means, whose study, The Modern Corporation and Private Property, 1932, described for economists the separation of ownership and management, Arnold argued that proprietary mythology was as ridiculous and harmful as medieval myths which impeded medical knowledge. Disillusioned as well as impoverished by the Depression, Americans needed a moral economy that offered the mystery, the romance, and magic that once informed the proprietary culture. Corporate liberals required not only expertise, competence, and programs, but also symbols, talismans, and fables of sin and redemption. Since social institutions require faiths and dreams to give them morale, Arnold wrote in The Symbols of Government, would-be reformers must become adept in the arts once practiced by shamans, priests, and artists. According to Arnold's general theory of enchantment, all societies have two governments: a spiritual government, presiding over symbols, ideals, mythology, and magic, and a temporal government, supervising the daily business of production and politics. No society survives without spiritual governors. Indeed, Arnold asserted, there is no evidence that the human race is going to get along without a priesthood, whether it be religious, civil, or economic. In times of stability, the spiritual and temporal governments align in tranquility. The magic words crafted in the spiritual order appear to describe the material and organizational realities mastered in the temporal realm. Crises occur when a conflict arises between the verbal and visual enchantment of the priesthood and the realities of the temporal world. At first, when the conflict between magic words and reality becomes so clear that the formulas begin to lose their effect, institutions rally to revitalize their charm. Until the Depression, for instance, the mere pronouncement of thrift or the law of supply and demand seemed sufficient to make the evil spirits disappear. Thus, when economists in the Supreme Court vilified the early New Deal reforms, the priestly portals were merely providing order when the magic words were losing their magic. But, with the events of the 1930s, the discrepancy between the economic theology and the economic reality had now grown so vast that the proprietary sorcery had finally lost its power. The myths of the spiritual governors had been belied by the temporal realm. Changes in the clerisy and its sacral language were often prolonged and arduous, but eventually they culminated in a new board of spiritual directors with a new religious vernacular. In American economic theology, the hallowed verities of the 19th century, the Protestant ethic, small-scale property, thrift and self-restraint, were now quaint and harmful illusions that obstructed a view of the real world. Technological innovation, large-scale enterprise, and the need for ever-expanding consumption. Any emerging spiritual government had two historical assignments: demythologize the obsolescent order and equip the new one with an efficacious enchantment. In addition to requiring new temporal arrangements, corporate capitalism also needed a new mythology and spiritual government. Arnold urged New Deal liberals and regulatory bureaucrats to gracefully euthanize the old spiritual government. Since proprietary mythology and magic retained so tenacious a hold on the American imagination, Arnold advised the rising spiritual government, the new class, against openly renouncing accepted doctrine, a course so abrupt it might disenchant the flock and trigger revolutionary upheaval. Instead, they should subtly add new features, however contradictory, and mystify away the anomalies. When administrators staffed or regulated corporations, for instance, they had to know that corporate personhood was an enchanting fiction. When they addressed the less theologically learned, they had to employ proprietary language. Sharing with Lippmann and H.L. Mencken a wan contempt for democracy, Arnold underscored his lack of faith in popular rationality by suggesting that, from a humanitarian point of view, the best form of government was that which we find in an insane asylum. Doctors do not instruct or argue with the inmates about their delusions. Rather, they make them as comfortable as possible, regardless of their respective moral deserts. The lesson for the new class was clear. Since the masses can't handle too much reality, keep them spellbound with empty incantations. Critics of Arnold, such as Christopher Lasch, have been so put off by this cynicism that they find it hard to give the devil his due. To Lasch, Arnold exemplified the condescending expert, disdainful of popular wisdom and subtly dangerous to democracy. With his bemused contempt for common people, Arnold represents, in this view, a new, more technocratic form of liberalism that relied less on republican virtue and more on professional virtuosity. But those who share Lasch's populist umbrage must explain the persistence of popular enchantment in the face of a system so exploitative. By remaining sardonically detached from the customs of the natives and the idols of the tribe, Arnold was able to account for the tenacity of business power in a way that cut deeper than populist grumbling about the malevolence of corporate elites. Educated at Hotchkiss and Yale, Henry Luce was one of those mandarins straight out of populist melodrama. With his trio of magazines, Time, 1923, Fortune, 1930, and Life, 1936, Luce held a near monopoly in the field of high middlebrow journalism. Derided as a realm of sophisticated kitsch by Dwight MacDonald, who wrote for Fortune during the 1930s, the Luce empire was a River Rouge complex of the American culture industry, providing general information about political, economic, and cultural affairs for busy, upper-middle-class readers. Landmarks in the evolution of modern American journalism, the Luce publications were central to the sentimental education of the business elite, and thus indicative of Luce's status as a member of the corporate spiritual government. Aimed at the professional and managerial ranks, Fortune played the leading role in Luce's clerical enterprise. Launched in February 1930, just after the Depression began, Fortune quickly displaces Forbes as the ideological bellwether of corporate liberalism, a position it held from the 1930s to the 1960s. Fusing business journalism, social thought, and aesthetic modernism, Fortune was the most ambitious attempt yet to make the corporate intelligentsia into an American clerisy and avant-garde. Fortune stood out from other business periodicals for its motley and illustrious editorial board. Luce, Archibald MacLeish, Ralph Ingersoll, Eric Hodgins, Russell Davenport, and Peter Drucker, among others. Its groundbreaking repudiation of boosterism and hagiography, and its reliance on modernist aesthetics in its illustrations, photo essays, and advertisements. Fortune's contributors in reportage, commentary, illustration, and photography formed a gallery of American arts and letters, including MacDonald, James Agee, Walker Evans, Margaret Bourke-White, Diego Rivera, Louis Mumford, and John Kenneth Galbraith. Although Luce himself was a Republican who backed Wendell Willkie in 1940, Fortune provided a high-profile venue for corporate liberal intellectuals. Industrial statesmen from the 1920s, such as Gerard Swope, Owen Young, and Walter Teagle, as well as the Business Advisory Council, 1933, and the Committee for Economic Development, 1944, two leading forums for the reception and dissemination of Keynesian economics. Luce envisioned Fortune as a monthly herald of the business millennium. In the summer of 1929, he circulated a prospectus for potential investors and contributors that sketched out an illustrious business epic. Fortune, Luce promised, would not be just another pedestrian recitation of business news, nor would it churn out puffery about moguls and entrepreneurs. Instead, he assured his readers, Fortune would portray business in all its heroic present-day proportions and convey a sustained sense of the challenging personalities, significant trends, and high excitements of this vastly stirring civilization of business. Addressed to the aristocracy of our human civilization, Fortune would reconcile art and commerce, broker a deal between the classes, and conclude an alliance between the warring fiefdoms of Wall Street and Greenwich Village. An ad for the advertising firm of Young and Rubicam captured the splendor of Luce's corporate mythology. No longer is business a column of figures, or work a daily grind, the ad proclaimed. Here is epic enterprise, a panorama of romance, adventure, conquest, with beauty in factories and derricks. Fortune would provide the icons and tales of corporate business mythology. During the 1930s and 1940s, Fortune regularly profiled business leaders who displayed a cosmopolitan sensibility, employed sophisticated management methods, and exuded enthusiasm for science and technological progress. Luce spoke for and to many in what Thomas Ferguson has called the new hegemonic bloc of the New Deal coalition: investment firms, capital-intensive industries, mass merchandisers, and internationally oriented commercial banks. If Luce used Fortune as a venue of fables for the professional and managerial ranks, he preached to the humbler faithful in life, whose large circulation gave him optimal range for his homiletic talents. His greatest didactic oration was The American Century, published in Life's February 1941 issue. Though rife with banquet doggerel and the strenuous bray of martial virility, The American Century is Luce's epistle to the Americans, one of the boldest eschatological visions in American history, a scripture of revelation that announced the advent of a capitalist kingdom on earth. The essay is leavened from start to finish with biblical sensibility and allusion. Like an evangelical pastor preparing the flock for the troubles preceding the end times, Luce rallied his readers for what he called the Great Test, when destiny arrived at its American moment. With an array of vexations in mind, especially the Great Depression and the rise of fascism, Luce reassured his readers that in all our trials and tribulations of spirit, they could discern a transformative episode when the meaning of our time would be brilliantly revealed as the arrival of an authentic 20th century, our century. To Luce, the mission of the United States is to embark on a salvific enterprise, lifting the life of mankind from the level of the beasts to what the psalmist called a little lower than the angels. Evoking the Puritan errand and the expedition of manifest destiny, Luce justified U.S. global supremacy in strikingly eschatological terms. Americans, Luce declared, were a chosen people, a historical vanguard, the inheritors of all the great principles of Western civilization. At times, whetting his readers' millennial desires with a foretaste of the kingdom, Luce wrote as if the American century was already breaking upon us. The emporium of goods uniting far-flung peoples was an intimation of beatitude. There is already an immense American internationalism, American jazz, Hollywood movies, American slang, American machines and patented products are in fact the only things that every community in the world, from Zanzibar to Hamburg, recognizes in common. America is already the intellectual, scientific, and artistic capital of the world. Here was Filene's oneness of humanity, as well as Calkins's business executives repairing what priests had bungled. Here also was John Winthrop's City on a Hill, now extending its environs to the outermost limits. Jonathan Edwards's most glorious renovation of the earth, Ezra Stiles's American Israel, elevated to glory and honor. Here was John O'Sullivan's great nation of futurity and Emerson's sublime and friendly destiny. Walter Lippmann's modern communion and Woodrow Wilson's democracy of business. Like previous imperial projects, the American century required artisans, proconsuls, priests, and legions, and Luce situated the political and moral economy just below the level of the seraphim. With the United States at its dynamic center, a vital international economy would pave the way for an international moral order, a civilization of business like the one championed in the pages of Fortune. This corporate order would supply the skillful servants of mankind, and these humble servants included engineers, scientists, doctors, movie men, makers of entertainment, developers of airlines, builders of roads, teachers, and educators. Luce fully expected the world to greet these technical and cultural specialists as liberators, with the United States eagerly welcomed as a good Samaritan by the backward and wretched of the earth. Luce hinted that the Good Samaritan would, on occasion, have to act as the American centurion, as the powerhouse from which ideals spread around the world. We must be ready, he wrote ominously, to exert upon the world the full impact of our influence, for such purposes as we see fit, and by such means as we see fit. Launching into Jeremiad mode, Luce lamented that, preoccupied with the Depression, apprehensive about events in Europe and Asia, and fearful of global responsibility, Americans had not accommodated themselves spiritually and practically to their power, stature, and destiny. Suffering from the virus of isolationist sterility, the nation could not complete its redemptive mission unless there coursed strongly through its veins the blood of purpose and enterprise and high resolve. Pulsating with imperial vivacity, the United States could either sell a Pax Americana or impose it like previous hegemons. Either way, neither America nor the rest of the world could resist the corporate trajectory of history. As the grandest undertaking in the history of capitalist enchantment, the American century would be a long, victorious, and lucrative march toward the heavenly city of business. Two cohorts of Luce's skillful servants, the radio industry and the Disney studios, were already well entrenched as spiritual governors by the eve of World War II. In Our Master's Voice, 1934, his acerbic critique of advertising, the copywriter-turned-radical James Rorty flatly called the radio industry, together with the newspapers, the machinery of the super-government. Rorty was far less sanguine than other left-wing writers about the prospects of revolutionizing that machinery, and his pessimism stemmed from a rueful appreciation of the culture industry's capacity for enchantment. Though radio was a fundamentally commercial affair, its unseen voices, speaking to millions simultaneously, inevitably suggested analogies with submission to invisible, divine authority. As one 1943 NBC publication, What Goes On Behind Your Radio Dial, suggested, corporate radio professionals fully appreciated the enchanting character of their medium. Deeming the radio a modern cathedral of the air, NBC beckoned listeners to enter a wonderland far surpassing anything dreamed up by the most imaginative storyteller. CBS was even more grandiose. In one 1939 broadcast, "Seems radio is here to stay," listeners were informed that radio originated not in corporate laboratories and studios, but in the maelstrom of creation in the primeval past. The audience learned that the mystic ethers on which radio depended were established well before the first word passed between men. These intimations of primordial divinity persisted throughout the broadcast. Later, the studio engineer and the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission were conflated into godly omnipotence. "The High Commissioner deserves homage," the announcer declared, "as he who first assigned these frequencies to Earth. He is the same who fixed the stars in place," the voice continued, "who set afire the sun, who puts some molecules together in a way to make a man." Possessing the formula for genesis and death, the engineer's hand rests on a dial bigger than infinity. After listening for hours to this rhodomontade in his home on Riverside Drive, Theodor Adorno concluded that radio was a technology of modern enchantment. Noting that many a radio set even looked like a tabernacle, Adorno detected a psychic affinity between the corporate radio voice and God that underscored the authoritarian nature and design of the corporate media. Walt Disney was an even more diligent and extravagant enchanter, feeling obliged, as Stephen Watts has argued, to re-enchant a modern world often devoid of play, fantasy, and magic. Yet, the visual rapture of Disney films was not simply compensatory. The Magic Kingdom was not merely a fillip to atone for the tedium of everyday life. Even during the Depression, critics and other students of Disney's films realized that they provided much more than tonic for disillusion, as one New York Times writer misunderstood. Some, like Snow White, 1937, or Dumbo, 1941, contained, in Watts's words, populist parables, tales of tribulation and triumph by the downtrodden. Others, especially Fantasia, 1940, exhibited what Watts calls a sentimental modernism, a cinematic endorsement of Victorian virtues garnished by elements of avant-garde art. Still, by defining enchantment in solely aesthetic or psychological terms, Watts and others miss the metaphysical longings depicted in Disney's phantasmagoria. Disney was much more than a mass entertainer. He was an astute mythologist and metaphysician of capitalist modernity. The Disney Company was a branch of the spiritual government, linking faith in technological mastery to desires for rapturous connection to the world. Reconciling corporate civilization with the most mysterious forces of the universe, the Magic Kingdom was a heavenly city of Fordist enchantment. Disney himself was certainly no populist. He was, after all, the head of a corporate studio whose animators' union he broke in 1941, and as a rambling 1935 memo to animators indicated, Disney's modernism was more than sentimental. Dwelling on his own responsibility as a mass entertainer, Disney admonished his cartoonists to carefully study bodily motion, first to richly possess sincerity and contact with the public, but then to venture into the fantastic, the unreal, the imaginative. As Disney explained, animation lifted repressions and exposed to view a collective dream world. Indeed, the highest and most difficult calling of the animator, he continued, was to picture on the screen things that have run through the imagination of the audience, to bring to life dream fantasies and imaginative fancies that we have all thought of during our lives. But unlike Freud, Disney did not consider his archaeology of fantasy a disenchanted analysis of desire. More like Carl Jung, with his theory of primordial images or archetypes in the collective unconscious, Disney unearthed and employed motifs as mystical therapy for the machine age. Some of Disney's contemporaries perceived the scope of his mythical, enchanting ambitions. A champion of Disney since his defense of mass culture in The Seven Lively Arts, 1923, the critic, Gilbert Seldes, praised the all-encompassing nature of Disney's cultural magic. Writing in the late 1930s, Seldes observed that Disney achieved a complete enchantment of the culture industry, from studio inception to audience applause. Combining the artist, the moralist, and the scientific manager, Disney, Seldes grasped, offered not one, but two case studies. The first in the rationalization of enchantment, and the second in the enchantment of rationalization. At the point of production, the Disney company was a paragon of taylorization. In the same way that scientific management had rationalized industry by replacing humans with machines, Disney had demonstrated that he could hire people to make animated drawings, always obedient, perfectly under control, and doing the work better than the living players. When the seven dwarfs whistled happily on their way to the mine in Snow White, their refrain must have sounded siren-sweet to Disney and other corporate managers. At the same time, Disney's attempt to rationalize animation was also an effort to animate rationalization. Like Charlie Chaplin, whose Modern Times, 1936, Disney imitated in Modern Inventions, 1937, Disney, Seldes thought, was a great satirist of the machine age. In short, films such as Santa's Workshop, 1932, and Mickey's Amateurs, 1937, and arguably later in Pinocchio, Disney sought to reconcile audiences to the technology of mass production. Sensing the blend of fascination and distrust in popular attitudes toward industrial technology, Disney endowed machines with souls. In Disney animations, the machine becomes human, Seldes surmised, just when humanity is afraid mankind will be turned into a machine. Like Seldes, Walter Benjamin lauded Disney's talent as a mythmaker for modernity. In Benjamin's view, Disney, far from being a spokesman for Victorian propriety, was in fact one of the first artists in the culture industry to adopt the cause of the absolutely new. Benjamin attributed to Disney films the same double meaning he saw in the cinema generally, the depiction of figures in a collective dream, enacting both the nightmare of the present and the prospect of utopian transformation. One of these figures was Mickey Mouse, who appeared throughout Benjamin's essays and jottings of the 1930s. Benjamin observed that in the earliest cartoons, Mickey is insolent, amorous, and brutal. Living by his wits in a cruel and unpredictable world, the mouse sustained a barrage of injuries and indignities, yet always managed to outwit and survive his tormentors. The public recognizes its own life in them, Benjamin wrote of the cartoons, a life of everyday insult redeemed by small, evanescent triumphs. Mickey's mocking endurance demonstrated that a creature can still survive even when it has thrown off all resemblance to a human being. Indeed, in these films, Benjamin remarked, mankind makes preparations to survive civilization, to persist beyond the horrors of mechanized oppression. At the same time, Benjamin contended the technical prowess of the animations promised a redemptive existence, a future of harmony between humanity and the machines it has made. But over time, Benjamin discerned a more repressive agenda, not only in the rodents' comic antics, but also in all of Disney's work. Especially through the mouse's misadventures, Disney both encouraged sadistic violence and immunized audiences against mass psychosis. Representing collective longings on screen in such a way as to vent and then neutralize them, Disney triggered a therapeutic explosion of the unconscious with no revolutionary consequences. To the same end, his portrayal of peace between people and technology fabricated an illusory rapport between human beings and the apparatus. The most remarkable praise for Disney's Enchantment came from the Soviet director Sergei Eisenstein. The maker of Potemkin and October would seem an unlikely admirer of Disney, but Eisenstein followed Uncle Walt's career from the very earliest animations. Eisenstein met Disney in Hollywood in 1930 when he was being courted, unsuccessfully in the end, by Paramount. Like Benjamin, Eisenstein was first enthralled by Mickey Mouse, and his respect for Disney grew as Snow White, 1937, Pinocchio, 1940, and Fantasia appeared. Over the winter of 1940 to 1941, Eisenstein ventilated his thoughts about Disney in a theoretical essay on cinema. He conceded the obvious escapism in Disney films. If Disney sang a marvelous lullaby, who among Americans, whose lives are graphed by the cent and dollar, wouldn't want to forget being shackled by hours of work, by a mathematical precision of time? Precisely because it afforded release, escapism was a form, however temporary, of emancipation from Fordist drudgery. Liberating audiences for a few enchanting hours from the time clock mechanism of American life, Disney enabled his audience to stage a revolt against partitioning and legislating. But in Eisenstein's view, the revolt imagined in Disney films was metaphysical as well as political. Like all lullabies, Disney's transported us to a world of dreams, and there, possessing the magic of all technical means, he sifted through and refined all the most secret strands of human thought, images, ideas, and feelings. To Eisenstein, Disney was a modern metaphysician, reversing disenchantment and leading his audience toward a paradise regained. Endowing inanimate objects with life and a soul, Disney augured what Eisenstein called a new totemism, leavened by pure ecstasy, the immersion of self in nature and animals. Drawing on vague ideas and sensations of the interconnection of all elements and kingdoms of nature, Disney conjured an unexpected rebirth of universal animism, the primordial sense of mana, the all-pervading soul of the material world. But Disney's renaissance of enchantment was taking place in a world brought even more thoroughly under technological subjugation. It was no accident, Eisenstein noted, that magic, the manipulation of cosmic forces for human purposes, was so prominent in Disney's films. In a society that has so completely enslaved nature, namely in America, Magic was now embodied in industrial technology. Through his depictions of magic, Disney connected desires for metaphysical transfiguration with submission to Fordist techniques. Enabling an untrammeled imaginative freedom, animation issued a unique protest against the metaphysical immobility of the once and forever given. You tell a mountain, move, and it moves. You tell an octopus, be an elephant, and the octopus becomes an elephant. More than any of his contemporaries, Disney wedded the desire for enchanted communion to the drive for total dominion. The immediate catalyst for Eisenstein's remarks was almost certainly Fantasia, then the most technically and aesthetically sophisticated of Disney's animations. Fantasia is a portmanteau of enchantment, a composite of technology, fantasy, and fable that ends with a vision of communion. For a Fantasia, the film contained some oddly disenchanting features. The Rite of Spring episode, for instance, was a condensed account of geological and biological evolution from volcanoes to the dinosaur extinctions. Science, not art, wrote the scenario of this picture, as the Muse critic Deems Taylor asserted in his narration. The entire film featured Fantasound, a stereophonic system that required more than 30 large and very visible speakers mounted to theater ceilings. Indeed, Fantasound was so cumbersome that Fantasia opened in only a dozen theaters. And in the most self-consciously disenchanting fashion, Disney frequently called explicit attention to the artifice of the film itself. Taylor introduced each segment by explaining the musical score, which included pieces from Bach, Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, Beethoven, Mussorgsky, and Schubert. Fantasia opens with curtains parting to reveal the Philadelphia Orchestra, conducted by Leopold Stokowski, entering and assuming their places on stage. At intermission, the orchestra leaves for a short break, and when they return, a clarinetist leads a jazz session followed by Meet the Soundtrack, in which the sounds of orchestral instruments are animated as waveforms. But the unconcealed artifice of Fantasia coincided with a deeper technological rapture. Animation and Fantasound liberated objects from the bonds of natural law, while the science affirmed in The Rite of Spring coexisted easily with magic, mythology, and religion. 3 episodes, The Sorcerer's Apprentice, The Nutcracker Suite, and Dance of the Hours, exemplified the metaphysical liberation identified by Eisenstein. In the first of these segments, based on Goethe's poem, Mickey Mouse plays the ornery apprentice to a sorcerer, learning the arts of magic that preceded modern science and technology. When his master retires to bed one evening, Mickey, tired of performing household chores, opens his master's book of spells and gets a broom to do his drudgery. When Mickey loses control of the spell and almost floods the house, only the sorcerer's swift response prevents catastrophe. The obvious lesson, don't fool around with things you don't understand, had a political import. The marvels of modern technology should be left in the hands of professionals. The other 2 episodes displayed the wonders of enchantment under professional control. The Nutcracker Suite celebrates the seasons with a festival of dancing fairies, fishes, flowers, and mushrooms, while Dance of the Hours is a ballet performance by elephants, alligators, hippos, and ostriches. The final episode, Night on Bald Mountain, portrays the triumph of hope and life over the powers of despair and death by harmonizing technology, fantasy, and faith in a consummation of pious tranquility. On Walpurgisnacht, a pagan holiday adopted by Christians, the demon Chernabog summons up goblins, witches, ghosts, and other phantasms for a night of revelry and destruction. Recalling Mickey's loss of control over sorcery, Chernobog's orgy of malevolence ends when an Angelus bell strikes in the distance, signaling the arrival of the Christian faithful from a nearby village. Light from heaven illuminates a procession of believers, bearing candles, and singing the Ave Maria. Walpurgisnacht had been transformed by Christians into May Day, a celebration of the Blessed Virgin. Adapted by the children's writer Rachel Field from Schubert's original composition, Ave Maria makes only the vaguest reference to Christian religiosity. The Prince of Peace your arms embrace. O save us, Mother full of grace, in life and in our dying hour. Making their way through cathedral ruins, the reverent assemble under trees that bend to form a verdant Gothic canopy. Fantasia closes on a note of pastoral, maternal beatitude, a world of potentially violent enchantment pacified in the womb of nature, an arboreal paradise depicted through the science and technology of animation. Disney's enchantment went deeper than pixie dust, demons, and dancing mushrooms. As Eisenstein saw, Disney merged the longing for enchantment with submission to the power of modern technology. The animated replication of enchantment would pacify but not fulfill that desire. It would even encourage a flight from reality into the worlds of computer generation, fostering an indifference to material reality that is now crucial to the maintenance of the corporate state. Not content to administer the production and distribution of goods, the civilization of business would manage our experience through the endless fabrication of what Chris Hedges has dubbed an empire of illusion. Conjuring an enchanted universe, the Imagineers became the most spellbinding clerics in the corporate spiritual government. Chapter 18. A New Order and Creed. Human Relations as Fordist Moral Philosophy. Corporate managers comprised the least exotic branch of the interwar temporal government. After an upsurge of growth in the profession of personal management during World War I, partly in response to struggles over Taylorism and industrial democracy, the number and power of personnel specialists increased more slowly during the 1920s. Thanks mainly to the success of the American plan and to open shop campaigns, most companies successfully avoided or suppressed labor strife until the middle of the Depression and the passage of the Wagner Act in 1935, which spurred the most combative and illustrious decade of unionization in American history. Hit hard by the Depression, the managerial class, both on the line and in the personnel office, rebounded in response to the CIO union drives of the mid-1930s. At the end of World War II, a new managerial hierarchy superintended corporate business, setting the stage for the managerial capitalism that flourished until the 1980s. This managerial revolution, as James Burnham labeled it in 1941, coincided with an evolution in the ideology of scientific management. Stoked by the Bolshevik Revolution and by the brief but powerful wave of strikes in 1919, the persistent fear of labor unrest prompted the corporate intelligentsia to examine more studiously than ever what the Harvard Business School's Elton Mayo called the human problems of industrial civilization. Though occasioned by the need to prevent class war and repel unionization, the emergence of what management writers and historians have dubbed human relations was more than a strategy of class domination. As a theory of spiritual government, human relations brought to fuller fruition a moral and spiritual aspiration nascent in scientific management, the mechanization of communion, a beloved family of production reconciled and sacralized by a corporate form of humanism. Leavening the techniques of Taylorism with psychology, philosophy, and religion, human relations became the scholasticism of corporate management. After World War I, many of Frederick W. Taylor's disciples integrated the rhetoric of industrial democracy with the more humane idioms of scientific management, a Taylorism with a human face. Led by Morris Cook, industrial relations specialists and personnel managers connected to the Taylor Society joined hands with labor leaders such as Sidney Hillman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America. These managerial progressives and unionists, the nexus of the new unionism that would give birth to the CIO, converged with representatives of the corporate liberal intelligentsia, the 20th Century Fund, and the Russell Sage Foundation, mass merchandising, Filene's and Macy's, financial capital, Goldman Sachs and Lehman Brothers, and a host of other industries with an interest in enlarging the mass consumer market. Many post-war Taylorists hoped to foster a more democratic Fordism, a republic of mechanization in which unionized workers would embrace the semi-skilling of labor in exchange for access to economic and cultural abundance. As Cook put it, workers would receive both the full garage and the world's highest culture as compensation for the loss of control and craft pride. But because this brand of Taylorism was too benign for most business leaders, other management writers invented human relations as a surrogate for industrial democracy. Arising from Taylorist scientific management, human relations was a Fordist variety of humanism, moral philosophy, and business enchantment. The shift to human relations marked the work of Mary Parker Follett, a Boston activist and political theorist who was one of the foremost writers and speakers on management in the 1920s. Follett's pre-war work in vocational guidance piqued an interest in industrial relations, and she quickly joined the ranks of Boston's business elite. Moving easily among Filene, the manufacturer Henry Dennison, and management specialists Meyer Bloomfield, Frank Parsons, and Henry C. Metcalf, Follett rose to the summit of American and British industrial relations circles. In numerous addresses to the Taylor Society, the Bureau of Personnel Administration in Boston and New York, the Harvard Business School, and the London School of Economics, Follett articulated a corporate humanist conviction that, as she told a management conference in 1926, industry is the most important field of human activity, and management is the fundamental element in industry. Recycling Taylorism through pragmatism, psychology, and a nebulously religious sensibility, Follett crafted a managerial imagination that enchanted the corporation, promised sacramental labor, and veiled subordination to the imperatives of business. To Follett, the workplace was a portal to aesthetic, metaphysical, moral, and spiritual truths. Our daily living may itself become an art, she prophesied in Creative Experience, 1924. In commerce, we may find culture. In industry, idealism. In our business system, beauty. In mechanics, morals. Providing more than commodities, profits, and paychecks, the corporation offered our greatest spiritual nourishment. She wrote, a sacrament of life. Corporate managers and executives were the clerisy of this moral and sacramental economy. The real service of business to the community, she asserted in a typical 1925 talk, was the better organization of human relationships. The manager was the moral paragon of the corporate sacramental order. Long after the clerks have departed from the office of a big corporation, you can see the lights burning in the rooms of the executives. Their overtime reflected not an obsession with money or a crackpot devotion to work, but rather the craftsman's love of doing a job well. Follett lauded the loyalty of the corporate leader to the soul of his work, a dedication that was the highest romance as it is the deepest religion. Indeed, the high adventure of business, Follett waxed, was its release of the deeper thing within every man, transcending every man, which you may call your ideal, or God, or what you will. No occupation, she concluded, can make a more worthy appeal to the imagination. In creative experience, Follett outlined an anthropology of management that mixed pragmatism, Gestalt psychology, and shards of theology. Selfhood, for Follett, emerged in the relating, in the activity between, a fluid and expansive conception of identity that she encapsulated in the crescent self, a soul at home who lived from that sacrament of life ritualized in corporate labor. The creation and flourishing of this crescent self was the real service of business, whose innumerable productive activities constituted those manifold, interweaving activities of men by which spiritual values are created. As Coolidge had said, the factory was a temple. This crescent, corporate self required a new managerial philosophy, dynamic administration, or progressive integration, which Follett espoused in numerous talks to business leaders in the 1920s. If the proprietary autocrat had practiced coercive power or power over the progressive integrator, attuned to human relationships, would practice a coactive power that brought managers and workers together in a genuine industrial democracy. Dynamic or integrated solutions to problems arose from constructive conflict through which both sides found a place, and neither side had to sacrifice anything. Follett's oracular rhetoric often suggested that dynamic, coactive industry augured the erasure of class lines. The distinction between those who manage and those who are managed is fading somewhat, she observed, dismissing the conventional dichotomy that set that modern beneficent despot, the expert, against a muddled, befogged people. Follett's vision of corporate community seemed at points to resemble the producer's millennium imagined in anarchism, syndicalism, and the guild ideal. Still, in the end, dynamic administration ratified the maintenance and extension of managerial hierarchy. Speaking in the spring of 1927 to a conference of personnel administrators, pioneers, she flattered her audience, working out something new in human relationships, she observed that businessmen are quietly working out a system of organization which is not democratic in our old understanding of the world, but something better than that. This new corporate system was based neither on equality nor on arbitrary authority, but on functional unity. The new manager was the man who can energize his group, who knows how to encourage initiative, how to draw from all what each has to give. Even Follett's ostensibly mutualist conception of power could end up meaning, as she explained to a conference of managers in the winter of 1925, that non-managers manage when they use their own judgment in regard to the manner of executing orders. Follett's recondite account of authority suggests that, while leavened with appeals to religious longing, sacrament of life, soul at home, deepest religion, the spiritualized parlance of pragmatism and psychology obscured the continuing power of management. Other management theorists shared Follett's conviction that corporate managers were a moral and existential vanguard. Wallace B. Donham, dean of the Harvard Business School from 1919 to 1942, used his position as a pulpit to sermonize on the calling of corporate leadership. Backed enthusiastically by Harvard's president, A. Lawrence Lowell, Donham presided over a remarkable period of expansion in the business school, a new campus, a Harvard fatigue laboratory, the founding of the Harvard Business Review, and the addition to the curriculum of courses in psychology, physiology, sociology, and anthropology. The laboratory and the curricular changes were motivated in large part by Donham's belief that, as he told Lowell in 1925, The subject of human relations is one of the most important things in the whole field of business. Donham found support from none other than Harvard's premier philosopher, Alfred North Whitehead. In The Aims of Education, 1929, Whitehead robustly defended postgraduate business schools. Since business is now a highly intellectualized vocation, Whitehead reasoned, its inclusion in the university was a logical and appropriate addition to theology, medicine, and law. Whitehead pronounced that businessmen, along with theologians, scientists, and lawyers, were among the intellectual pioneers of our civilization. But for Donham, human relations was part of a larger managerial form of social and cultural criticism. As he mused in the Business School's Alumni Bulletin in 1926, since much of the confusion in the modern world stemmed from the scientific and technical advances sponsored by capitalism, corporate executives needed more depth and perspective on vital social problems. In part, Donham was trying to meet objections from the political left when he wrote in the Harvard Business Review in 1927 that American society required a socialization of industry from within on a higher ethical plane. He was clearly hoping to avert a socialization of industry from without. Still, like Follett, Donham recoiled from the Babbittry of the Chamber of Commerce. He considered corporate management one of the last bastions of civilization against an onslaught of cultural barbarism. Donham lamented the materialism of his time, tracing it to certain mechanistic working hypotheses associated with Newtonian physics. As a result of this disenchanting rationalization, a lot of the idealism has gone out of the more intelligent and better educated group of the community. If this mechanical materialism was not confronted by the business intelligentsia, a new dark ages might ensue in the midst of this amazing material development of the race. Donham's call for a higher ethical plane, designed by corporate management, was taken up by Elton Mayo and Fritz Roethlisberger, two of his colleagues at the business school. Mayo and Roethlisberger are best known for their study of Chicago's Hawthorne Works of Western Electric. Hired by the company to study employees' attitudes in order to improve productivity, they ended up investigating workers' desire for fellowship and creativity. Mayo, a lifelong charlatan with a phony doctoral degree who spent a total of 6 days at the Hawthorne Works, clearly conceived of his industrial research as a contribution to corporate humanism. Calling for a wide research into the nature of man in a series of Harper's essays over 1924 and 1925, Mayo derided the uncivilized reason of most business leaders and promoted scientific management to assuage worker discontent and cultivate morale. Later, reflecting on the Hawthorne study in The Human Problems of an Industrial Civilization, 1933, Mayo focused on the workers' mental preoccupations, their ambivalent feelings toward Western Electric. The Hawthorne employees considered Western Electric an almost mythical entity, whose perceived combination of power, solicitude, and indifference produced a sense of human defeat. Mayo realized that even as Fordist rationalization mechanized and degraded workers' labor, the desire for continuous and intimate association in work with others remains a strong, possibly the strongest, human capacity. Indeed, despite their technocratic demeanor, Mayo and Roethlisberger perceived the religious longings in the Fordist workplace. Mayo's perception of the corporation as a mythical, quasi-divine entity dovetailed with Roethlisberger's insights in Management and Morale, 1941, that the system of sentiments among factory workers bore a telling resemblance to tribal moral economies. Drawing on the work of the anthropologist Bronisław Malinowski, Roethlisberger argued that the forces which make collaboration possible in tribes, are only in part economic, and that tribal productive life was essentially social and religious, governed by numerous ceremonials and rituals. Thus, the chief task of managers and executives was the generation of morale through liturgies of mass production. It was no mere figure of speech when, shortly after World War II, Mayo told a Harvard Business School audience that management theory could effect in workers the strong and simple religious feeling of medieval times. Though a sleek and proficient professional, the new administrator was also a cleric of that mythical entity, the corporation, just as corporate capitalism had inherited the religious aura of a believing age. The most prescient managerial philosopher was Peter Drucker, who produced a voluminous body of work that 3 generations of managers have revered. Drucker's frequent description as a management guru only hints at his moral and spiritual concerns, and it helps explain his renown outside corporate business circles. By the 1940s, even W. H. Auden, a socialist a decade before, was recommending Drucker's work to friends. A consummate corporate humanist, Drucker glided easily through the corridors connecting finance, journalism, academia, and industry. Born and raised among the liberal burghers of pre-World War I Vienna, Drucker had been a rising star in Catholic political thought, a financial reporter in Europe in the early 1930s, a political commentator for Harper's, The New Republic, and the Saturday Evening Post, an editor at the loose manners of Time and Fortune, a professor of economics and humanities at Bennington College, and a much sought-after consultant for General Motors and other corporations. From the beginning of his career in the turbulent Austrian Republic of the late 1920s, Drucker sought to reconcile corporate enterprise with Christian standards of economic and personal conduct. Drucker perused both papal encyclicals, Rerum Novarum, 1891, and Quadragesimo Anno, 1931, and the work of Austrian Catholic corporatists who influenced the Christian Social Party of Engelbert Dollfuss, Chancellor and then Dictator of Austria in the early 1930s. Though put off by the proto-fascist elements of Catholic corporatism, Drucker affirmed its undemocratic conception of authority, its paternalist insistence on the duties of property owners, and its promotion of organic economic institutions that would link personal responsibility with the common good. Although Catholic corporatists recoiled from the cosmopolitanism they associated with large capitalist enterprises and their leaders, Drucker contended that corporatists should embrace large-scale capitalism and concentrate their efforts not on reviving small proprietorship, but on both promoting innovation and Christianizing corporate firms, especially their managers and executives. When Drucker arrived in the United States in 1937, he joined in a search for new forms of business authority in the wake of the Great Depression, the reforms of the New Deal, and the militancy of the CIO. One strategy, exemplified in the work of Adolf Burrell, Gardner Means, and James Burnham, was to identify a managerial revolution that legitimated the hegemony of technocrats. In The Modern Corporation and Private Property, Burrell and Means argued that because major corporations had separated ownership and management, the ascendant class of managers and professionals should perform what Keynes had dubbed the euthanasia of the rentier, the disenfranchisement of the functionless stockholder, and put decision-making power into the hands of a purely neutral technocracy. Almost a decade later, the ex-Trotskyite Burnham offered similar claims and solutions in The Managerial Revolution, 1941, and The Machiavellians, 1943, contending that a government of experts should be supplemented by at least a facade of democracy. Sparked by the Wagner Act and the formation of the CIO, union militancy in the late 1930s suggested to many corporate leaders that this openly technocratic approach was too brashly elitist to be acceptable to Americans. Hoping to inhibit union organization and to limit union power where it was already entrenched, executives and business intellectuals advocated a more populist brand of hegemony, centered in the Business Advisory Council and the Advertising Council, borrowing from popular front culture and honed in public relations and advertising departments. This method stressed the participation and belonging afforded by consumer culture, translating the corporate symbolic government into the American way of life. In industry, companies expanded personnel programs, many of which incorporated elements of human relations theory. In portentously titled books such as The End of Economic Man, 1939, and The Future of Industrial Man, 1942, Drucker entered this debate by challenging corporate managers to save Western civilization from what the Spanish philosopher Ortega y Gasset had dubbed the revolt of the masses. Western society, Drucker maintained, was no longer a community of individuals bound together by a common purpose, but rather a chaotic hubbub of purposeless, isolated monads driven by demonic forces. Fascism, Bolshevism, and consumer culture were all bogus creeds, in his view, upholding false gods for worship. This was standard Euro-conservative cultural pessimism, but Drucker departed from others on the classical right by pinning his hopes for cultural renewal on corporate capitalism itself. There has never been a more efficient, a more honest, a more capable and conscientious group of rulers than the professional management of the great American corporations today. These corporate overlords were the main repositories of the Christian concept of man's nature, imperfect, weak, a sinner, and dust, destined unto dust, yet made in God's image and responsible for his actions. Far from being the greedy and soulless swine of the left-wing caricature, these men, Drucker believed, upheld a corporate moral economy permeated by a refurbished Christian ethic, a new order, and creed. For the next 4 decades, Drucker never strayed from this Mandarin conception of corporate management, celebrating the business corporation's unprecedented prominence in the nation's moral imagination. Hoping for a post-war rehabilitation of business in American culture, Drucker called on executives and managers in Concept of the Corporation, 1946, a book-length reflection on his consulting work with General Motors during the war, to hold out the promise of adequately fulfilling the aspirations and beliefs of the American people. Drucker charged the managerial elite with this mission because the corporation was now our representative social institution. Having supplanted the church, the family, and the state as the pivot of American society, the corporation provided the symbol and standard for the way of life and the mode of living. Drucker's analysis aligned well with the corporate populism of the Advertising Council and Public Relations departments. While they reintroduced the corporation to America as a kindly behemoth, a good neighbor, Drucker and others in the corporate intelligentsia could represent it to themselves as the vessel of that new order and creed for which the declining West had been longing. Drucker's managerial philosophy marked the convergence of Catholic conservatism and corporate liberalism, an odd but fruitful marriage of neo-feudalism and human relations theory. In Drucker, the soulful corporation had found its first and most erudite post-war chaplain. Part 6. Predicaments of Human Divinity. Critics of Fordist Enchantment, 1920 to 1945. Often vilified by the pious as an insidious prophet of secular humanism, John Dewey was one of the last of the great liberal Protestant theologians. Since its inception in the early 19th century, liberal Protestantism had represented a tenuous, halfway covenant with modernity, an acceptance of scientific hegemony, a repudiation of myths and miracles, and a benediction of progress through the advance of commerce, technology, science, and democracy. In the United States, the liberal Protestant accommodation with the Enlightenment anticipated the progressive religiosity of Josiah Royce, Herbert Crowley, and Walter Lippmann, the buoyant faith that social and technological advances were ushering in a modern communion. Like the first generation of progressive intellectuals, Dewey believed that industrial culture bore the possibility of a spiritual life more expansive and fulfilling than previous religions, and in the 1920s and during the Great Depression, he sketched the rudiments of an alternative divinity. Just as Ernest Elmo Calkins and other corporate modernists were heralding a business millennium, Dewey proclaimed the advent of a beloved republic embedded in modern industry. As he wrote in The Public and Its Problems, 1927, a great community was gestating in the apparently dehumanizing processes of mechanical civilization, a fellowship in which technology would be subordinate to democracy, a name, he wrote with religious flourish, for free and enriching communion. In the wake of the Great Depression, Dewey elaborated on the prospects of this impending great community. In Individualism Old and New, 1930, he viewed corporate society, the interdependent complex of manufacturing and cultural industries, as the matrix of a mental and moral corporateness for which history holds no parallel. This corporateness was building a new type of mind and soul and constructing what Dewey would soon call a common faith, 1934. Blurring the traditional distinctions between sacred and secular, corporate society, Dewey thought, embodied values that are religious in character: cooperation, respect for individuality, and commitment to inclusive, ideal ends that would only reach their fullest realization when liberated from the money culture. Beyond the pecuniary metaphysics lay, he asserted in Art as Experience, 1933, a world beyond this world which is nevertheless the deeper reality of the world in which we live. Dewey's common faith was a quasi-mystical augury of a corporate millennium. The English journalist G.K. Chesterton had predicted a religious denouement for American industrialism. Reflecting on What I Saw in America, 1922, during a lecture tour in the winter of 1921, Chesterton, like foreign visitors before him from Tocqueville to H.G. Wells, was both charmed and appalled by the popular romance with money and business success. The American preoccupation with prosperity exemplified what Chesterton archly described as a fine spirituality, a belief that money and possessions were not worthy in themselves, but rather markers of virtue. The typical American thought of goods as tokens, outward signs of victory in competition. The Yankee was a strange kind of mystic who thought of life as a perpetual game of poker. So while he admired the ubiquitous hustle and uplift that electrified American life, Chesterton noted that the romance with capitalism was also a religion with a queer sort of morality attached to it. A man making good is analogous to a man being good or a man doing good. If America was, as Chesterton put it, the nation with the soul of a church, it remained ever faithful to the gospel of wealth and its promise of a gilded redemption. The American romance with Mammon was on resplendent display in Manhattan, where Chesterton meditated on the visual delights of the fine spirituality of Broadway. Strolling at night under the artificial suns and stars of this tremendous thoroughfare, Chesterton avowed his enchantment by the incandescent majesty of the modern metropolis, declaring his rather dark sympathy with those many-colored solar systems turning so dizzily far up in the divine vacuum of the night. Chesterton captured the sacramental energies that surged through New York's commercial culture. The republic of goods advertised in the signs was a beautiful superstition in the skies, and the tableau of fashion competed with the purple and peacock plumage of the seraphim. Chesterton attributed the power of these Edenic surrogates to the talents of commercial magicians, conjurers, busy designing the earliest enchantments of corporate modernism. As hypnotists holding the means of pyrotechnic violence, the ad man and the financier branded their commands in heaven with a finger of fire. Yet, that heaven would share the fate of all sinful pretension to fulfill the desire for beatitude. Nothing remains at last of a flaming rocket, but a falling stick. A sacramental desire fueled the hunger for riches. The hope for a heavenly city charged the mercantile jostle of capitalism. Beguiled by the fraudulent salvation of commodities, Americans, Chesterton realized, were also entranced by the magic of machinery. Before and after his trip to America, in Utopia of Usurers, 1917, and The Outline of Sanity, 1927, Chesterton contended that the culture of Fordism was a convert form of idolatry. Sardonically defending Henry Ford as a good man, so far as it is consistent with being a good millionaire, Chesterton considered the American capitalist a magus in the spells of enchantment. Like earlier tyrants, the great employer rules not only by force but also mostly by fairy tales. Though the sight of a millionaire is seldom an enchanting sight, Chesterton observed, nevertheless, he is, in his way, an enchanter. The modern industrialist was much more than a swindler, he mused. He was a mesmerist and a mystagogue, a sorcerer, like the one Marx and Engels had accused in the Communist Manifesto. If maladroit in the arts of enchantment, he hires a coven of magicians, otherwise known as advertisers, and pays extravagant fees for the fetishes they conjure. Even if there is only the devil to pay, the industrialist warlock foots the bill for the shamans of capitalist culture, whose charms of corporate sorcery studded the popular press. Coming upon a description of the Happy Factory in an American magazine, Chesterton noted how its vision of mechanization turned quickly and daftly seraphic. From height to height of ideality it soared until it ended with a sort of hush, as of the ultimate opening of the heavens. Chesterton was part of a trenchant and sometimes hysterical wave of European cultural criticism that appeared after World War I. Although Fordism held vast popular appeal in Europe, from business leaders to industrial workers, and from liberals and social democrats to Bolsheviks, in the canon of books and articles about Americanism or Fordism that were published in Europe in the 1920s, the United States epitomized an iniquitous industrial modernity, unchecked mechanization, vapid consumerism, a mass society of hollow men and women. Jazz, the Ford car, Hollywood, retail stores and phonograph records, the pure products of America, were crazy portents of the end of civilization. The abomination of Fordismus could be traced, some European critics thought, to the perverse religion that animated the new American mercenary and mechanical world. From Oswald Spengler to Ortega y Gasset to T.S. Eliot, Aldous Huxley, and D.H. Lawrence, America was depicted as a land in thrall to what Kate Leslie, the protagonist of Lawrence's The Plumed Serpent, 1926, called the cult of the dollar. In his Studies in Classic American Literature, 1923, Lawrence had identified Benjamin Franklin as the quintessential American devotee of Mammon. Franklin's God was the supreme servant of men who want to get on, to produce, Providence, the provider. Held aloft on a pillar of dollars and indifferent to vice or virtue, Franklin's God was now head of nothing except a vast heavenly store. Later, In Huxley's Brave New World, 1932, Henry Ford's famous car provides a religious ornament in the era after, a thing called God. Shorn of any broken or suffering Christs, all crosses had their tops cut off and became T's. The inhabitants of Huxley's techno-dystopia engage in a weekly solidarity service at which they consume dedicated soma tablets, consecrated Eucharistic wafers of the body of our Ford, which leave them with an expression of rapture, the calm ecstasy of achieved consummation. Cheap, safe, and reliably blissful, Brave New World is a heaven of narcotic felicity. Domestic critics of Fordism and the money culture agreed that the country was descending into a monotonous barbarism, but they disagreed among themselves about the way to restore a vibrant civilization. Like Dewey, most progressive or Marxist critics of Fordism maintained that if capitalism could be reformed or abolished, the technological genius and productivity of mass production could finally serve and not enslave humanity. The clouds of industrial smog obscured a golden age of plenty and freedom. The promised land, once foretold in religion, lay just beyond the technological horizon. But to other opponents, Fordism was not simply an unjust and oppressive system. It was the industrial apparatus of a new dark age, an unprecedented assault on the humanity of human beings. Rather than a great leap forward in ingenuity and productivity, mechanized production marked a quantum advance in the history of degradation. If a common faith was under construction in the corporate factories and offices, it was devotion to an idol who demanded the sacrifice of human nature and dignity. In the words of the radical journalist James Rorty, corporate industry was committing a profound profanation of the human spirit. With our own money culture even more brazen and punitive than it was in Rorty's days, we might appreciate that Rorty's charge of profanation was not melodrama, but clear-eyed reportage. Opponents of the money culture saw the spell of mechanization. Even secular critics such as Theodor Adorno detected the distinctly magical and irrational authority exercised by Fordist capitalism. In Adorno's words, only a vantage from the standpoint of redemption could perceive and begin to dispel the enchantment. When rooted in some religious humanism, in a faith akin to Dorothy Day's conviction that the person was a temple of the Holy Ghost, dissenters from the mechanical money culture were most profound and incisive. Like James Agee, they affirmed the reality of human divinity against the phantoms of capitalist enchantment. Chapter 19. Beauty as the New Business Tool. Advertising, Industrial Design, and the Enchantment of Corporate Modernism. As the clerics of Fordism, management writers and economists defined the boundaries of corporate orthodoxy. But just as previous spiritual orders had relied on the image as well as the word, the corporate spiritual government needed a sacred symbolic firmament. Advertising, commercial art, public relations, and industrial design. Oddly, neither Peter Drucker nor Thurman Arnold had much to say about the apparatus of corporate iconography. Yet, the interwar period witnessed an extraordinary growth not only in the number of corporate image professionals, but also in their self-assurance, aesthetic sophistication, and claim to spiritual authority. Especially during the 1920s, beauty became the comely shibboleth of visual and design expertise as advertisers and designers incorporated modernist aesthetics into their work. But there was more than artistic aspiration at work in the desire, as Fortune put it, to instill the beauty in factories and derricks. If cultural professionals regarded themselves as heralds of modernity, they were also oracles of the business millennium proclaimed by Ernest Elmo Calkins. Indeed, advertisers and designers provided the most visible, palpable evidence for Calkins's assertion that business had inherited the sacral supremacy formerly claimed by religion. When James Rorty wrote of his years as a copywriter for BBDO that he and his fellow scribes had been acolytes of the religion of beauty and advertising, he recalled a genuine devotion. For Rorty and others in the symbolic elite, beauty was the aesthetic refuge for enchantment in the corporate business millennium, or, as romantic critics would have it, a capitalist parody of the sacramental imagination. The quest for beauty was a project of metaphysical transformation, an attempt to endow corporate commodities with the numinous aura of sacred objects. With the resurgence of American industry after World War I, the 1920s saw a rise in the demand for commercial art and commercial artists. But the exuberance that characterized the advertising profession stemmed from more than economic prosperity. Engineered by George Creel and the Committee on Public Information, who enlisted graphic artists and illustrators such as Charles Dana Gibson and N.C. Wyeth, the success of wartime propaganda bestowed an impressive imprimatur on the power of mass-produced imagery. At the same time, art directors and advertising executives increasingly believed that their industry rested on sound empirical foundations. Relying on numerous studies conducted by psychologists, sociologists, statisticians, and market researchers, they contended that advertising had outgrown its carnivalesque origins and was now a genuine profession. To be sure, the veneer of professionalism concealed a theoretical maelstrom. Advertising manuals and textbooks reflected a magpie assimilation of the new psychological sciences, whether Gestalt, psychoanalysis, or behaviorism. Still, when in 1920 John B. Watson, the founder of behaviorism, quit his academic post at Johns Hopkins and joined the J. Walter Thompson Agency, the scientific and professional status of advertising appeared, at long last, impeccable. Though it was also far from credible, agencies paid little serious attention in practice to psychology until the 1940s, and Watson himself came to think that its promise had been greatly oversold. Emboldened by their new respectability, advertising industry leaders and artists swelled to an exalted sense of their importance to the nation's moral imagination. Your run-of-the-mill ad man, Rorty observed, is positively messianic about his profession. We advertising writers are privileged to compose a new chapter of civilization. The esteemed copywriter James Wallen wrote in 1925, "We are second only to statesmen and editors in power for good." Such bravado resounded through the business press. Merle Thorpe, editor of Nation's Business, told advertisers and art directors in 1931 that they had been charged with a duty to direct public taste toward a higher beauty in the material expressions of our civilization. Their highest responsibility was not to please clients or increase profits, but to foster among the American people a common understanding, common feelings, common reactions, something akin to the modern communion envisioned by Walter Lippmann and earlier progressives. The epical import of advertising was recognized outside the business intelligentsia, even among its enemies. Speaking to the Advertising Club in New York in 1927, William Allen White remarked that the real revolutionist is not the Bolshevik, but the advertising man. Could I control the advertising publications of this country, I would control the entire land. In 1931, New York Governor Franklin D. Roosevelt told Printers, Inc. that if he could start life over again, he would go into the advertising business. It is essentially a form of education, he flattered his readers, and the progress of civilization depends on education. In the same year, Edmund Wilson paid a kind of homage to advertising when he denounced it in the New Republic for corrupting American idealism. Our buoyance, our hope, our faith has all been put toward stupendous campaigns of advertising behind cyclones of salesmanship. Wilson was echoed by Clement Greenberg, who excoriated commercial art in 1939 as the debased simulacra of genuine culture. Greenberg's hostility to advertising was inseparable from his promotion of modernism. Creative autonomy and devotion to medium characterized the avant-garde, while the prosaic, mechanical sentimentality of kitsch was represented not only by Soviet socialist realism, but also by popular commercial art and literature, with their chromotype magazine covers, illustrations, and ads. Many writers, artists, and intellectuals who had worked in the industry shared Greenberg's loathing for commercial culture. Former adman Sherwood Anderson rued that thought and poetry died or passed as a heritage to feeble, fawning men who also became servants of the new order. After a decade working for N.W. Ayer, Rockwell Kent told Margaret Bourke-White in 1936 that he felt soiled and unfaithful. Although art, he told her, was the enshrinement of the best in heart and soul that men have in them, he confessed to having whored with commerce, the great prostituting patron of the arts. Toiling in what he considered Bruce Barton's brothel, Rorty thought himself one of the male hetairæ of consumer culture. The dependence of serious art and artists on the pecuniary imperatives of business was conceded by none other than Greenberg, who acknowledged that, like earlier forms of genuine highbrow art, modernism was connected by an umbilical cord of gold to the interests of the dominant class. Still, as keen a critic of modernism as he was, Greenberg clearly failed to peruse advertisements with the perspicuity he directed at the avant-garde. Throughout the 1920s and well into the 1930s, modernist techniques were salient elements in the aesthetic repertoire of advertising. Although interest in modernism had been piqued by the Armory Show of 1913, art directors and artists were reluctant to challenge the sensibilities of their clients, who resisted over smartness or high-hat styles. After the war, industry leaders, centered in the Art Directors Club, took advantage of the profession's growing numbers and stature to mount an offensive against conventional taste. When the Art Directors Club sponsored its first exhibit of advertising art with the National Arts Club in New York in March 1921, its catalog stated that its primary purpose was to show that advertisers were using as high a standard of art as that used in the average exhibition of studio painting. As evidence, the exhibit highlighted the work of Maxfield Parrish, Jules Guérin, and other well-known illustrators. The campaign received an even greater boost in 1925 when the International Exposition of Modern, Industrial, and Decorative Arts in Paris generated new and sustained interest in the design and promotional potential of modern art. Although the exposition focused on the luxury market, it introduced a generation of American advertising professionals to Cubism, Bauhaus, Futurism, and Art Deco. Over the next 10 years, both agencies, N.W. Ayer, Calkins and Holden, and J. Walter Thompson, and clients, Macy's, Eveready, and Delco, grew increasingly comfortable with Impressionist, Cubist, and Surrealist techniques. Although modernism itself had arisen in part as a protest against the banality of mass production, its formal palette was easily used to embellish the fruits of industrial technology. Eager to appropriate the formal vernacular of modernism, illustrators and photographers employed diagonal lines, off-center layouts, montage, and exaggeration in the advertisement of everything from perfumes and batteries to automobiles and pistons. While industry artists honed their commercial modernism, corporate and agency art directors, epitomized by Charles Coyner of N.W. Ayer, directly commissioned modernist artists for advertising campaigns. for clients ranging from the Container Corporation of America and Dole Pineapple to French Line and De Beers, Coiner enlisted an illustrious roster of painters, photographers, and graphic artists: Pablo Picasso, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, Fernand Léger, Georgia O'Keeffe, Georges Rouault, Salvador Dali, Man Ray, Edward Steichen, Raoul Dufy, A.M. Cassandre, and Georgi Kepes. With so many artists crossing the allegedly inviolable boundary between avant-garde and kitsch, the advertising intelligentsia proudly announced the rapprochement of money and modernism. Beauty, Calkins proclaimed in the Atlantic Monthly in 1927, was the new business tool. Both modernist art and contemporary industry break with tradition and strike out in new and unknown worlds of imagination. The new advertising style developed in tandem with the corporate patronage of modernist art. Resenting the indictments of Philistinism, often directed at the bourgeoisie, business ideologues retorted that modern corporate leaders were more erudite and cosmopolitan than their boorish, chop-whiskered ancestors. As Calkins asserted in 1930, business can be and may be as stimulating a patron of the arts as the cardinals, prelates, and popes who represented the church in the 15th century. Assuming the mantle of patron once worn by a pope or a J.P. Morgan, corporations, led by Container Corporation of America and its president, Walter Pepka, assembled collections of modern art. By hiring artists, sponsoring exhibits, and launching cultural campaigns, such as its famous Great Ideas series after World War II, Container Corporation of America stood in the vanguard of corporate modernism. Pepka shrewdly cultivated an image of Container Corporation of America as a new and progressive modern corporation. By the mid-1940s, observers in both art and business circles agreed that corporate America had gone a long way toward assuming the role of patron held by the church and aristocracy in past ages, as a writer for Art Digest put it in 1943. Of course, many business people rejected modernism as the bunkum of Bohemia. A contributor to Printers' Ink expressed dismay in 1926 at the spread of nightmare art in advertising. Even Christine Frederick complained in 1929 that no crime that could possibly be committed in the name of art moderne has been left uncommitted. Yet, while they probably spoke for many in the business world, these dissident voices were unavailing. Recognizing the affinity between the urge to make it new and the old-fashioned rage to accumulate, modern art and modern industry had united to forge a new and popular symbolic universe. The wall separating the modernist vanguard from the kitschy vendor had been breached from both sides. By consummating what Jackson Lears has called the courtship of avant-garde and kitsch, advertisers achieved what amounted to a corporate reconstruction of modernism. The success of corporate modernism convinced industry leaders that they had practically defeated the forces of fine arts snobbery. An artist who makes advertisements is an artist, pure and simple, Calkins asserted in 1930, exactly as is an artist who makes murals and paintings. Drawing on the aesthetic strategies of modernist painting and sculpture, a constellation of executives, artists, copywriters, and designers believed that they had reconciled the ideals of art and the imperatives of business. This new sense of status as artists pervaded the advertising world, from its most prominent representatives to the lowliest illustrators and writers. Thanks to the aesthetic expertise and accomplishment of modern advertising artists, business people who had previously kept them on a short leash now exhibited an increasing willingness to let them work in their own way and according to their own genius. Calkins observed, "There was less disposition to curb them with meaningless and silly limitations." Everyday commercial artists shared Calkins's lofty conception of their work. Try as they might to sell out, Michelle Bogart writes, "Many ad men were so indoctrinated with romantic ideals that they had difficulty embracing commercial practices wholeheartedly. Even if they worked in the industry to pay the rent, while they worked on serious art, many advertising professionals thought of themselves as an amiable band of poets," as Matthew Josephson claimed. When written with the poet's cast of mind, advertising copy, Richard Surrey argued in Printer's Ink in 1925, could reach the level of belles lettres. While working under Barton, Rorty and his peers developed an aesthetic of advertising art and copy, a philosophy, a variety of equally fantastic creeds. Indeed, Rorty asserted that many ad men were more interested in beauty than in selling. Not money alone could buy the devotion of these weary-eyed night workers. He remembered with a blend of fondness and horror. There was something strange, incredible, miraculous about their dedication to advertising, Rorty noted, a hope and faith that resembled religion. In their prose, illustrations, and photography, commercial artists and copywriters laid pious oblations at the shrine of beauty, votive offerings in the liturgical rites of the religion of beauty and advertising. Rorty's remarks were partly sardonic, but they captured a real aspiration that was shared by many advertising professionals. Despite the obvious pecuniary motives of business, modernism supplied corporations and their cultural elites with more than aesthetic resources and prestige. By eschewing the prosaic and strictly representational, modernism provided a visual inventory of enchantment, a way to suggest that the visible, material world of commodities opened onto something transcendent. Historians of advertising have recognized this, however dimly. Marchand, for instance, wrote of advertising as a secular iconography, while Lears discerned a desire to reanimate the world. But if secularity is a metamorphosis of the sacred, and if reanimation is another word for reenchantment, then we need to confront the full religious significance of corporate imagery. Corporate modernism was a capitalist simulacrum of the sacramental imagination, an enchantment of the world sponsored and regulated under the auspices of corporations. Artists and their employers acknowledged the metaphysical dimensions of advertising imagery, even as they yoked them to the crasset of motives. James Wallen, for example, straightforwardly blended the enchanting, the mercenary, and the ideological. "You do not sell a man tea," he explained in Printer's Ink in 1925, "but the magical spell which is brewed nowhere else but in a teapot." While the teleology of commerce remained in force, sell the product, copywriters and artists, Wallen advised, should endow products and their process of manufacturing with an aura appropriate to the machine age. "If you depict a foundry," he wrote, "put the wonderful miracle of industry into the picture, not the hardships of labor." For Wallen, forsaking pictorial realism was a way not only to obscure the reality of alienation, but also to enchant the industrial world. Other image professionals were more ingenious and earnest about their mediation of invisible grace. There are great spiritual values in material things. Glenn Buck, a Chicago advertising executive, asserted in This American Ascendancy, 1927, his paean to the glories of commercial civilization. Materials are the substances of which spirituality is the shadow. Rene Clark, president of Calkins & Holden, took to the pages of Advertising and Selling in 1932 to lecture his fellow advertisers on the sacramental artifice of their craft. "I'm tired of looking at things as they are," he declared. "You are entrusted with the responsibility of showing others what they cannot see for themselves. If your eyes see only what is seen by others, from where will the vision come?" The vision, enjoined upon advertising artists, took a variety of forms. Atmosphere, romance, magic, halo. Walt Whitman's hope of making objects friendly was most apparent in commercial photography, whose blending of realism and technical experimentation lent even greater power to modernist technique. As Lajarin Hiller, one of the era's premier advertising photographers, told the Photographers Association of America in 1927, "We photograph in order to get into these things a little more of what is known as atmosphere." A writer for Commercial Photographer praised W. M. Westervelt's shots of hats for Dobbs & Company for giving each hat a personality, an atmosphere. Illustrators did not lag behind photographers as sorcerers of commodity fetishism. In two 1925 articles for Printers' Ink on the tricky and magical effects obtained by illustrators, the art director, W. Livingston Larned, marveled at the enchanting powers of industry professionals. One ad for New Jersey's Ink enveloped a commonplace industry in romance, while another ad for Squibb Pharmaceuticals demonstrated that bottles of liver oil and boxes of soda could be transfigured as if with a magic wand. 2 years later, Larned lavished accolades on another ad for surrounding electric lamps with a powdered brilliance reminiscent of parish prints. The illustration showed, he wrote, that talented artists could enhance industrial subjects with a shimmering halo. Indeed, halos and other emanations of light abounded in corporate modernism. In innumerable advertisements, a mock heavenly radiance bathed the most lowly and quotidian of commodities. Shafts of light streamed on garbage cans and automobiles. Beams that had once favored saints now illuminated cold spot refrigerators and Hoover vacuum cleaners. One ad for Duco synthetic lacquer, published in the August 1928 issue of Good Housekeeping, blurred the distinction between an automobile showroom and a cathedral. Although a car dominated the foreground, a large, stained-glass window was visible in the back, complete with mosaic fluorescence. Yet it wasn't quite true that, as Malchamp put it, supernal light had become a secularized image without entirely losing its spiritual overtones. If the image was secularized, its spiritual overtones had not been lost or eroded. They had been appropriated and transformed by the clerisy of corporate business. The beatific vision of corporate modernism was a world redeemed by commodities. The moral and religious dimensions of advertising were apparent to many in the business intelligentsia. Paul Nystrom, for instance, was a senior member of the corporate clerisy who tied the vicissitudes of consumption to the search for alternatives to religion. President of the New York Sales Manufacturers Club and a director of the Retail Research Corporation and the Associated Merchandising Corporation, Nystrom also taught marketing at Columbia University's School of Business, where he offered the first college course on fashion. Cited by later historians for his philosophy of futility, the cultivation of evanescence essential to a dynamic consumer culture, Nystrom hinted that fashion traded on desires for personal metamorphosis and eternal transcendence. In Economics of Fashion, 1928, one of the most engaging and mordant business textbooks ever written, Nystrom echoed Simon Patton by linking interest in fashion to escape from monotonous labor. For Nystrom, the corporate modernist pictorials in Vogue, Vanity Fair, and Harper's Bazaar displayed a world beyond toil and alienation. The average, usually female, consumer who flipped through the ads experienced a transformative moment, a state of being a different person after a hard day of disappointment and defeat. Before modernity, Nystrom contended, religion had addressed this sense of futility with promises of a better life to come, after death. But as more and more people depart from old-time standards of religion and fail to develop forceful views to take their places, they adopt by default a philosophy of futility that embraces and hallows impermanence. Hence, the hostility of traditional religious authorities, whose aversion to fashion strongly suggested that its roots were partly religious. Becoming a kind of Augustine for advertisers, Nystrom reasoned that chic was anathema to clergy, not simply because of its tending to evil, but also because of its counterfeit of good, its gorgeous impersonation of absolute beauty. The futilitarian view of life, or lack of a view of life, as Nystrom put it shrewdly, was indispensable to advertisers as business wooed, betrayed, and wooed yet again the restless heart of the consumer. With its endless pageant of beautiful people and perfectly contoured raiment, fashion provided a beatific vision for a culture of futility. Despite his position in the clerisy, Nystrom always nurtured a healthy sense that fashion was a storyline in a larger human comedy. As the pitchman for Business the Civilizer, Calkins was a more zealous and outspoken ideologue for the enchantments of corporate modernism. Writing for the business press and for periodicals such as the Atlantic Monthly, Calkins both lauded the corporate benefaction of culture and emphasized its religious import. It is simply an error, he claimed, to think that traditional religious paintings were more beautiful or inspiring than advertisements. Indeed, Calkins thought the number of religious works in European and American galleries appalling. All those angels, Madonnas, and crucified Christs, full of monotony, in his judgment, boring portraits of woe and misery, enjoining us to huddle in our vale of tears. Besides, Calkins noted, the typical patron of medieval and Renaissance religious art had been an ecclesiastical big shot or some Florentine butter-and-egg man who, guilt-ridden on account of his riches, commissioned some artist to square things with heaven. Corporate business, Calkins brashly asserted, could be a more discriminating patron of the arts than the imperious clergy or the anxious bourgeoisie. Indeed, the bishops, princes, and burghers of yesteryear were being displaced by a new aesthetic clerisy of art directors, public relations specialists, and corporate officials, an executive committee of beauty intent on revolutionizing popular taste. Calkins made no secret of the fact that corporate modernism was a form of aesthetic oligarchy, just as technical professionals and managers controlled the means of material production. So artistic experts now possessed the means of loveliness and spiritual enrichment. Beauty must be imposed at the top by fiat, Calkins bluntly declared. It cannot be imparted by the workman who has become a machine tender. Besides reflecting the aesthetic supremacy of the professional managerial class, corporate modernism was also, for Calkins, an outward sign of pecuniary grace. During the 1920s, at the crest of his stature in the advertising industry, Calkins philosophized everywhere about the fine art of the business millennium, lauding its marvelous capacities for metaphysical and moral transfiguration. Beauty, for Calkins, was an ontological elixir, transforming goods into commodities and curing the existential maladies of modern souls. Hawking the new business tool in the Atlantic Monthly in 1927, he explained that beauty is introduced into material objects to enhance them in the eyes of the purchaser, an aesthetic corollary of monetary metaphysics. 3 years later, in his contribution to Fredericks's Philosophy of Production Symposium, Calkins defended the mercantile enlistment of modernism by asserting that it mitigated and even abolished the ugliness and spiritual poverty wrought by mechanization. Long after he retired from Calkins and Holden in 1931, he extolled the power of commercial art to convey intimations of transcendence. Modernism, he recalled in 1946, had availed advertisers of the opportunity of expressing the inexpressible. Yet, despite all his paeans to art, Calkins, like the rest of the advertising apparatus, made beauty an instrument of pecuniary reason, originating as a form of artistic expertise and lending an exotic and graceful facade to the process of accumulation. Corporate modernism reigned as the consummate aesthetic of professional managerial hegemony. Calkins left the industry in the midst of the Great Depression, a Goethe-Dämmerung, in Rorty's words, that ravaged firms, agencies, artists, and copywriters. The crisis was aggravated by an already powerful wave of public scorn for advertising, which was now associated not with prosperity and modernity, but with waste, fraud, and decadence. Since the early 1920s, critics such as the journalist Stuart Chase had vilified advertising as the life-blood of quackery. In Your Money's Worth, 1927, Chase had aimed squarely at the enchanting strategies of corporate modernism, castigating its fanfare and trumpets and its wonderland of fancy packages and soaring words. The Depression only amplified Chase's brand of moralism, and, chastened by the backlash, many ad men beat their breasts in repentance. In the months before the crash, Theodore McManus had scolded his fellow professionals in the Atlantic Monthly and in Printer's Ink for taking America to the nadir of nothingness. Advertisers, he thundered with alliterative umbrage, had mistaken the surface silliness for the same solid substance of an averagely decent human nature. After the crash, buffeted by unemployment and criticism, more ad men donned sackcloth and ashes. As one penitent ad man acknowledged in the Atlantic Monthly in 1932, his profession had become a stench in the nostrils of the civilized world. Spearheaded by journalists such as Chase, a revitalized consumer movement, in tandem with New Deal reformers, set out to clean up and regulate the industry. Yet, despite aggressive consumer activism, advertisers united with other sectors of corporate capital to limit and denature any regulatory legislation. While it amended the Federal Trade Commission Act to prohibit unfair or deceptive acts or practices in commerce, the Wheeler-Lee Act of 1938 was far less restrictive than Chase and other activists had hoped. The formation of the Advertising Council in 1941 to support the new war effort and burnish the profession's image signaled a revival of confidence, at least among advertisers. But public criticism had made the industry more aesthetically conservative, and agencies and art departments gradually abandoned the corporate modernist inventory over the 1930s. As Marchand reports, disgruntlement with modernist aesthetics combined with furious competition for consumer dollars to make advertising imagery more loud, cluttered, undignified, and direct. The desires contained in corporate modernism also pervaded industrial design. From the late 1920s until the mid-1940s, industrial designers were the main acolytes of the machine aesthetic in everyday life. Like advertisers, from whose ranks many of them came, industrial designers achieved professional stature after World War I. Until well after the war, corporate industry paid little sustained attention to the aesthetics of product design. But the economic upturn of the 1920s triggered a revolution among the draftsmen of mechanized material culture. Once again, Calkins was an indefatigable spokesman. In the same 1927 Atlantic Monthly essay, devoted to beauty in business, Calkins predicted the appearance of art directors whose work will be to style products in the aesthetic spirit of the age. Designed in accordance with the zeitgeist of the business millennium, the new commodities would express and disseminate the beauty that already exists in the industrial world around us. Calkins was among the first members of the culture industry to see aesthetic potential in machinery. If we are to have beauty, it must grow out of our modern industrial civilization. We are just on the threshold of creating a new world on top of our modern industrial efficiency, Calkins proclaimed. Through the much-criticized machines, designers, engineers, and architects could replace the beauty that the machines originally displaced, much as they had dispossessed the artisans of old. As beauty had assumed the ontological status of divinity for Calkins, so the material abundance of industrial life became the consecrated fetishes of modernity. Beauty emanated from our visual world, our landscapes, our architecture, and the tools of manufacture from which we perform the operation of living. A really beautiful factory building, Calkins mused elsewhere, is worth more than a museum full of the choicest art of antiquity. Other members, or fellow travelers of the Advertising Guild, echoed Calkins's dithyramb to corporate modernist design. As Thomas L. Masson, editor of the Saturday Evening Post, had written in 1931, advertisers might well create a fairyland, but they stood on the legitimate ground of science and machinery, ground occupied by industrial designers. Writing in 1932, in the depth of the Depression, a time, one would think, when the beauty of commodities was the last thing on anyone's mind, design virtuoso Norman Bel Geddes saw a promising future for his profession. Despite, or perhaps precisely because of, the poverty and shabbiness of the present, the mass of people, Geddes intuited, have a deep-rooted craving for satisfaction from the appearance of the things around them. Industrial design had emerged from a loose coalition of museum curators, industrial educators, architects, decorators, advertisers, and art critics. Among curators and educators, the most vociferous partisans were John Cotton Dana, director of the Newark Art Museum, and Richard F. Bach, head of the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Industrial Arts program. Dana, who earlier in the century had envisioned a future in which business runs the world, sponsored the first exhibition of commercial products in a fine arts museum, and he established a business branch of the Newark Library. Like his good friend Calkins, Dana helped fashion and promote the ideal of the businessman as industrial virtuoso. In a 1927 booklet, The Industrialist as Artist, Dana reasoned that the businessman's artistry in enterprise allowed him to see and understand and enjoy the artistry which goes into any one of 1,000 forms of art, a sensibility that, if applied to mass production, would augment sales and profits. Though he remained more of a highbrow aesthete than others in the movement, Bach preached the gospel of industrial design and its democratic promise. Despite his fear that design for industry was degenerating into industrialized design, Bach continued to showcase the talents of established and rising designers, sponsoring over a dozen industrial arts expositions at the Met during the 1920s and 1930s. He continued to believe, as he wrote in the American Magazine of Art in 1931, that the machine as an economic factor made design a spiritual necessity. The mission of contemporary business, Bach declared, was to make the spiritualized fruits of design for industry available in quantity to the mass. Other advocates of industrial design had professional roots in architecture and advertising. One of the most prominent and wealthy Art Deco furniture designers, Paul T. Frankel, began his career as an architect. Frankel's New Dimensions, 1928, and Form and Reform, 1930, became popular handbooks among product and interior designers, illustrating how the spirit of speed, compression, and directness could be expressed in skyscrapers, motor cars, airplanes, in department stores, and great industrial plants. As the avant-garde of corporate modernism, advertisers were especially keen on industrial design. As Printers' Inc. editorialized in the mid-1920s, machine-made products must be assimilated to the destiny of things, not machine-like. Mass production, the journal continued, must be translated into human terms. Robert R. Updegraff, author of The New American Tempo, 1929, one of the earliest celebrations of industrial design, was an advertising executive who included in his volume in A Little Library of Self-Starters a series redolent of small proprietary uplift. Determined to bring the aesthetic flair of corporate modernism from the advertising suite to the production line, Updegraff admonished a new crop of business geniuses to capitalize on the accelerating speed and variety of modern life. To profit from the modern tempo, manufacturers, he argued, had to become as savvy and modern about the styling of their products as they were about their advertising. Having already provided an ample supply of business genius, advertising spawned many of the major industrial designers. Walter Darwin Teague and Raymond Loewy, for example, had been fashion illustrators, while Geddes and Herbert Dreyfus had been stage designers with adeptly cultivated business contacts in the profession. The apostolic mission of Updegraff, Frankel, and other professionals associated with the American Union of Decorative Artists and Craftsmen received support from commercial expositions, business journalism, and popular mercantile literature. Like their counterparts and friends in advertising, many future industrial designers traveled to Paris in 1925 to attend the International Exposition of Modern Industrial and Decorative Arts. Although the Paris Exposition actually contained little that was new, Jeffrey Meikle has observed it affected American visitors more through its brashness than its novelty. When the exposition toured New York, Boston, Chicago, and 6 other cities in 1926, even more American designers were galvanized by the possibilities it suggested. The Paris expedition presaged a decade and a half of industrial design publicity. In the spring of 1927, Macy's sponsored its Exposition of Art and Trade, which featured modern designs in furniture, fabrics, pottery, and silverware. Over the next 2 years, Wanamaker's, Lord & Taylor, Abraham & Straus, and other department stores followed Macy's lead. In the business press, Women's Wear Daily inaugurated a column in 1928 entitled Home Furnishings equals Modern Art. Business Week and Printers' Ink began promoting industrial design before the Depression, while Fortune took up the banner in the 1930s. Popular Mechanics and Popular Science Monthly ran numerous articles by and about the most prominent designers. Consumers learned about industrial design through magazines, store catalogs, product materials, and brochures. The spread of trade exhibitions, especially those sponsored by the automobile industry, and the appearance of industrial styling in the most common and useful objects. Streamlining, Art Deco, and other forms of corporate modernism appeared in Sears Cold Spot refrigerators, designed by Loewy, Eastman Kodak's Bow Brownie cameras, Teague, and Hoover's Model 150 vacuum cleaners. Dreyfus. The most lavish popular theaters for industrial design were the World's Fairs, the Century of Progress, Chicago, 1933 to 1934, the California Pacific Exposition, San Diego, 1935, the Golden Gate International Exposition, San Francisco, 1939, and the World of Tomorrow, New York, 1939 to 1940. As the Century of Progress and the World of Tomorrow suggested, these expositions amplified the corporate eschatology envisioned in Chicago's White City of 1893, a world made radiant, harmonious, and bountiful by the genius of corporate capitalism. Art critics joined the chorus of praise for the promise of industrial design, especially Sheldon and Mary Cheney, its most articulate and prolific advocates in artistic and literary circles. In the New World Architecture, 1930, and Art and the Machine, 1936, the Cheneys affirmed the human potential residing in the union of machine aesthetics and product design. Far from reducing humanity to the proverbial cog in the machine, the application of science and technology to architecture and mass production presaged, in their view, the liberation of mankind's individuality, of his creativeness. Indeed, the Cheneys believed that the machine could be so efficient that we rise beyond it to enjoy those serenities, those spiritual contacts that only an elite could relish before the Industrial Revolution. Others shared the Cheney's faith in the impending beatitude of mechanized everyday life. In Men and Machines, 1929, Chase observed that although the machine has ruthlessly destroyed a whole age of art, it was also busy creating a new one from the patterns of gears, turbines, belts, and dynamos. Around the same time, Margaret Bourke-White told the New York Times that dynamos could be more beautiful than pearls. Soon to join Sheeler as an iconographer of industry with her photography for Fortune and Life, Bourke-White thought machinery and its products the only possible catalyst for a vital contemporary art. Any important art coming out of the industrial age will draw inspiration from industry, because industry is alive and well. Industrial life exhibited a passion for veracity and precision that tolerated no deceptive embellishment. The beauty of industry lies within its truth and simplicity. Every line is essential and therefore beautiful. In Technics and Civilization, 1934, Lewis Mumford, later a scourge of the myth of the machine, linked the aesthetic excellence of machine forms to moral and intellectual progress. Simplicity and economy of line, he argued, fostered sober and disinterested inquiry. Thus, as Alfred H. Barr, Jr., director of the Museum of Modern Art, concluded in 1934, the beauty of the machine, while yet to be fully realized, was an imperative for American civilization. In his introduction to the Catalogue for Machine Art, MoMA's celebrated exhibit, Barr issued a challenge not only to artists, but also to leaders in science and industry. Not only must we bind Frankenstein, but we must make him beautiful. These exalted hopes for industrial design had been anticipated by European architects such as Le Corbusier. Le Corbusier's Toward a New Architecture, 1923, cast a powerful and enduring spell on a generation of American architects, urban planners, and product designers. Often praised or maligned as one of the last architectural utopians, beautiful buildings, he believed, could produce happy peoples. Le Corbusier was indeed a zealot, and a religious fervor was central to his appeal. The West faced a moral crisis, he warned. We perish in untruth, he lamented, demoralized by a stupid and tasteless bourgeoisie, the coarse plutocracy of big business men, bankers, and merchants who inflicted their Philistinism on the urban scene. With its clean, simple lines, modern architecture could overcome the bourgeoisie and its gilded cityscapes. So, if Le Corbusier was a functionalist, a house, he infamously declared, was a machine for living in. The function, he envisioned, was not practical in any narrow sense. Likewise, when he called on his fellow architects to create the mass production spirit, he meant more than mere consumerism. Like Louis Sullivan, Le Corbusier hoped that architecture would mold the mores and spirits of modern men and women. Mathematical forms of design enable us, he wrote, to see beyond mere sensations and to perceive certain relationships which lift us into a state of delight. In this elevated consciousness we flourish, in harmony with the universal laws that govern us and all our actions, employing our full powers of recollection, reason, and creation. The mass production spirit promised peace and euphoric transparency. Because he was an evangelist of mechanical beatitude, Le Corbusier was a prophet of the celestial city of Fordism. With his dazzling blend of audacity and mysticism, Le Corbusier provided an imprimatur for the ambitions of American design professionals. Like advertisers who thought of themselves as modern artists, industrial designers and their celebrants fused a sense of professional elitism, a commitment to the artisanal ideal, and a grand, even grandiose conception of their calling. In Horizons, 1932, an illustrated survey of industrial design, Geddes called on his fellow practitioners to embrace and promote their work as a vocation. Like many in the advertising industry, artists employed in the industrial arts had done so, he conceded, with condescension, regarding it as a surrender to Mammon. Yet, Geddes predicted that over time, and with corporate support, his colleagues would achieve what at present seemed oxymoronic, an adequate industrial craftsmanship. Moreover, Geddes prophesied that in the very near future municipal governments would overcome the graft, politics, and poor taste that hampered urban planning and turn to aesthetic engineers trained in the arts of design and business. The most capable people in the municipality, he wrote, will run it in the same way that the best brains in a business manage it. Embodying the brains of the community, benevolent technocrats would plan their cities in accordance with the expertise and sensibility of professional designers and architects. Teague was just as emphatic that only the ablest minds could grapple with the complexities of a mass-production society. More important than either capital or labor, the professional guilds of chemists, physicists, metallurgists, and engineer-inventors were, in Teague's opinion, the most powerful forces in modern industry. Yet, when Teague insisted that the aim of industrial design was the introduction of beauty into the common rounds of daily life, he echoed Ruskin, Morris, and the rest of the Anglo-American arts and crafts movement, as did the Cheneys, who claimed that industrial designers were the descendants of Cretan potters, Scythian liverymen, and medieval stonemasons. Industrial design, in their view, augured the restoration of a long-lost unity of art and practical life. The aesthetically enlightened industries of the day were seeking an artist of acute sensibility, who expressed his talent in concrete, machine-age creations. At the same time, trained to coordinate their aesthetics with engineering and mechanics and merchandising, the new profession exemplified the felicitous interdependence of professional life. Instead of beefy and brutal robber barons, trim, cosmopolitan industrial designers were the artisans of the business millennium. Industrial designers envisioned a world enchanted and transfigured by beautiful commodities. Where Ruskin and Morris had argued that the restoration of beauty to everyday objects entailed the rejection or severe curtailment of industrial production, professional designers and their advocates contended that modern machinery had reached an auspicious level of technical and aesthetic sophistication. Encouraged by writers such as the British art critic Herbert Reed, who thoughtfully explored the possibilities of industrial design in Art and Industry, 1934, they rejected the charge that mass production was inimical to visual splendor and spiritual vitality. Like their counterparts in advertising, the design community draped its purposes and hopes in the rhetoric of magic, occult, and religion. Frankel argued in Form and Reform that the loveliness of mechanized life owed much to the alchemy of industrial chemistry and metallurgy, through which base materials were transmuted into marvels of beauty expressive of our own age. Ever the evangelists for the machine aesthetic, the Cheneys countered that mechanical production contained a trove of treasure for the soul. A mechanized world, they wrote, in Art and the Machine was rich in spiritual resources, harnessed and sculpted by the industrial designer who pursued a priestly, vaguely sacramental vocation. The community of tomorrow, only imagined by the 19th century captains of industry, would be transubstantiated by the boldest of the pioneering abstract artists, the industrial designer. In accord with the secret rhythm of his century, the designer thrived on profound forces akin to those that inspired the masons of the last Romanesque churches. Like the naves of those sanctuaries, the factories, offices, and agoras of modern capitalism, once touched by the genius of designers and architects, would leap, lighten, elongate, and hover like a wing over the generation that is arising. Because streamlining suggested fluid, unhindered movement, its smooth, curvilinear patterns were a valid symbol for the contemporary life flow, a sign of the intangible, pervasive 20th century atmosphere. Designers related products to the airplane, the Cheneys intuited, because it was the most conspicuous symbol and inspiration of the age, just as the reverent medieval mind related everything to the symbol of the cross. Elsewhere, the Cheneys used the language of fable and magic rather than of sublimity or religion. The fairy tale, familiar to all cultures, of the laden table invoked by a magic phrase, would, they prophesied, find its fruition in the product design of modern wizardries. As a kind of doyen among designers, Teague reflected the enchantment of his peers, if not always in streamlined simplicity. Son of a Methodist minister from Indiana, Teague started his business career in Calkins's advertising firm, where he aspired to be the next Maxfield Parrish. For 25 years, Teague worked as a commercial magazine illustrator. But after a 1926 trip to Europe, during which he burned his mental bridges, Teague left illustration for industrial design. For clients ranging from Ford, Texaco, and U.S. Steel to DuPont and Eastman Kodak, Teague designed cameras, compressors, barometers, railroad coaches, heaters, and motors. His Beau Brownie for Kodak is one of the diminutive masterpieces of Art Deco, and its success catapulted Teague into the front ranks of design professionals. By 1939, when he directed the Ford and Consolidated Edison exhibits at the New York World's Fair, Teague was the most respected industrial designer in America, with a firm of 25 employees trained at MIT, Cornell, and New York University. Though impatient with professional messiahs, Teague thought of himself and his fellow designers as an aristocracy of achievement, a nobility of doers who, unlike intellectuals, focus on the immediate task, undistracted by the foggy realm of words. Still, between supervising employees and procuring corporate clients, Teague managed to enter that realm with Design This Day, 1940, a superbly illustrated, if nebulous, primer on the principles of industrial design. Placing himself in the lineage of Ruskin and Morris, Teague agreed with arts and crafts critics that mechanization had broken the old artisanal unity of hand and brain. At the same time, obsessed with sheer volume and profit, the pioneers of industrial production had forced a retreat of beauty from the ordinary circumstances of daily life and work. But the revolt against destiny demanded by defenders of traditional craftsmanship was both futile and myopic, Teague thought, because they refused to see the new unity forged among corporate professionals. Like his colleagues, Teague considered the industrial designer to be the modern heir to the craftsman, reinventing the rapport of hand and brain in the styling of mass-produced objects. In airplanes, parkways, factories, and offices, as well as in kitchens, bathrooms, and cellars, industrial designers were gracefully tracing the inevitable trend of our destiny. Undaunted by breadlines and industrial turmoil, Teague assured his readers that the Depression and the looming war in Europe marked the final, violent crisis in the process of readjustment. With their blend of mathematical and aesthetic skills, designers, architects, and engineers were laying the first stones of utopia. Teague predicted that when the final stones were set in place, the earth would be an Art Deco Olympus to the demigods of industrial modernity, a race of fair, godlike men who have been dreamed about and talked about for ages. Thus, the expertise of industrial design held yet another promise of the corporate millennium, and in prose that veered close to the comically pretentious, Teague produced a theological tract in the faith of commodity fetishism, believing that industrial design was an irreplaceable part of the technique of order in the machine age. Teague imparted a quasi-sacramental character to the fruits of mechanization. Like Calkins, his former employer, he anchored his philosophy of industrial beauty in a metaphysics of mass production, in accord with the laws of relationships that derive their validity from the structure of the universe. The forms of human-made objects should be simple, clear, harmonious, and rhythmical, instinct with grace. Teague wrote, "Beauty," he asserted, "was outward evidence of inward rightness. Well-made objects were tokens of moral and spiritual truth, affording outward revelation of inward soundness and rightness." Echoing Henry Ford and the management clerisy, Teague added that factories, too, could be shrines of enchantment, and that the people who worked there could worship there. A modern machine shop is often a sight beautiful to see, an outward sign of inward rightness, and the men who work in these settings respond to them with keen appreciation. Teague had already put his ontology to work at the most spectacular liturgy of industrial design, the New York World's Fair of 1939 to 1940, the last of the Depression-era expositions. Historians have seen the decade's fairs as pageants of corporate science and techniques. The official slogan of the Chicago Fair, "Science finds, industry applies, man conforms," was a blunt and ominous incantation of deference to corporate authority, and the New York Fair's call for acquiescence was less overt but equally uncompromising. But where the Chicago Fair had been historically minded and self-congratulatory, a century of progress, the tone of the New York Fair was forward-looking and even utopian. The world of tomorrow, or as Geddes' General Motors exhibit Futurama specified, the world of 1960. The techno-futurist luster that pervaded the fair brought together the mechanical and the oracular. As David Nye has noted all too briefly, the fair was a quasi-religious experience of escape into an ideal future. A vast ceremonial of technological sublimity, the New York World's Fair was a River Rouge complex of capitalist eschatology, a collection of glamorous set designs for a corporate, heavenly city. Sponsored by an impressive consortium of investment banks, legal firms, and industrial corporations, the fair was carefully and deliberately conceived as a utopian extravaganza. While many of the sponsors looked to the fair to relieve the city's economic distress, its planners hoped to burnish the hegemony of business with displays of a mechanical heaven. 3 years before it opened, Teague, one of the fair's first and most sedulous planners, vowed that the world it would depict would be free from the confusions, wastes, and frustrations that we see all around us today. In contrast to the all-too-obvious inefficiency and ineptitude of the present, the corporate exhibits should suggest that the world of tomorrow would embody the perfect integration of parts we see today in some of our products that machine production makes possible. Other officials were equally lofty about the fair's celestial, futuristic romanticism. Grover A. Whalen, public relations whiz, former police commissioner and president of the fair, declared that the exhibits displayed enlightened and harmonious cooperation to preserve and save the best of our modern civilization. Whalen dubbed the trilom, a three-sided white needle that soared 700 feet into the sky, a pointer to infinity, ascending to the heavens with all the longings of mortals. The Trilon and the Perisphere, the giant white dome adjacent to the needle, combined, Whalen continued, the Greek idea of beauty of form and harmony with the Gothic conception of reaching ever upwards for a better world. Echoing Whalen, Frank Monahan, a professor of history at Yale and research director of the fair, proclaimed that the exposition expressed the infinite aspirations of man. In this view, the fair's corporate participants comprised the vanguard of an impending technological Elysium. The aura of mechanized enchantment suffused the fair's lavish official guidebook, which attributed millennial import to the dazzling and expensive artificial illumination. Enveloped in polychrome fluorescence, the fair at night was a city of magic, it said, an enchanting vision hinting at the future. Several of the more popular exhibits displayed an unmistakable ambiance of enchantment. General Electric's House of Magic, for instance, focused on special effects rather than science, presenting radio waves and magnetism as corporate conjuring tricks. As Nye observes, visitors left no wiser about electricity than when they had entered. Outside the House of Magic, an enormous canvas painted by Rockwell Kent depicted a historical tale of progress from ignorance to enlightenment. Humanity, a brochure explained, traveled from the superstition and misbeliefs of the Dark Ages to the more abundant life enabled by science. Yet, with its pervasive aura of magic, General Electric's pavilion suggested the replacement of one form of enchantment with another, the new one sanctioned by its commodified fruits conjured by a new class of shamans. A similar atmosphere enveloped Consolidated Edison's City of Light, designed by Teague and Frank J. Rhodes, a miniaturization of New York illuminated by 130,000 small bulbs. Taking up an entire block, the City of Light, the largest of the fair's dioramas, sported model skyscrapers, a functioning subway, and a loudspeaker system that conveyed a voice from the sky, presiding over a symphony of natural and urban sounds. According to Con Ed's brochure, London, Berlin, Paris, and other European cities were merely strange earthbound cities of an older age. When compared to this incandescent metropolis, a city of tomorrow exalted by corporate technology above other terrestrial places. Teague's diorama for Ford, the Ford cycle of production, was a tabernacle of mechanization. Before viewing a rotating, animated cyclorama that explained the assembly of an automobile from resource extraction to finished product, visitors beheld a 30-foot-high, activated mural equipped with moving puppets, gears, pistons, shafts, and rods. Mounted on a platform 100 feet in diameter, a series of concentric steps rose toward the apex on which stood 3 Ford automobiles. Like visitors to the City of Light, pilgrims to the cycle of production witnessed a rite of consecration performed on what one fair committee member called an altarpiece for science that depicted high ideals, the enlistment of science in industry, the bureaucratized mobilization of labor, and the standardized abundance of consumer culture. On the wall behind the mural, Teague interpreted the scene so as to leave no room for doubt. From the earth come the materials to be transformed for human service by Ford men, management, and machines. A ziggurat of industrial capitalism, the mural was one of the fair's most revealing liturgical edifices. Where the cycle of production was earnest and high-minded, Futurama was flashy and sleek, a glossy eschatological advertisement sponsored by General Motors. A motorized, automated vision of America in 1960, Futurama was the hit of the fair, and it bore the unmistakable imprint of Getty's, who designed it for GM after first collaborating with Shell Oil. GM lured away Geddes with a larger fee. With its modish technological vision, Futurama was clearly a modernist pitch to prospective automobile customers. But when the New York Sun described the dark descent into the building as a journey of pilgrims bound for some magic shrine, its exaggeration captured the exhibit's quality as a catacomb of corporate eschatology. Once inside, visitors sat in moving chairs, each equipped with a speaker. The narrator informed them that they were about to embark on a magic Aladdin-like flight through time and space. For the next 16 minutes, they took a simulated flight into and over the United States. After gliding over countryside, they arrived at a technopolis. Skyscrapers, wide spaces, and elevated skywalks for pedestrian traffic. It was surely a technocratic daydream, but, as Nye points out, it was also a realm of pure property. Replete with cars, buildings, and machines, the city of tomorrow, like Sheeler's photos of River Rouge, was bereft of identifiable human beings who were reduced to stick figures navigating a world inhabited by corporate technology. The absence of people from Futurama underscored two troubling and related features of the fair's mechanical saturnalia: the replacement of politics by expertise, and the transfer of beatific longing to the science and techniques of corporate industry. Like Teague's technocracy of doers, Gettys's unseen, benign directors would obviate all nettlesome political conflicts. No vapors from the cars and smokestacks polluted the crisp and salubrious air. No pedestrians or workers exhibited a trace of boredom or discontent. The pilgrimage to 1960 called for no sacrifice, hardship, or dedication, just the will to believe in a magical journey to the corporate promised land. In its spacious, antiseptic, and automated grandeur, Futurama was the apotheosis of industrial design, a modular fantasia of American longing for a heavenly city of business. Aiming to style common, mass-produced objects, industrial design augured the fullest incarnation of corporate modernist enchantment. In tandem with advertising, management theory, and the spiritual government of the culture industries, it marked another evolution of the covenant theology, translating its essence into the streamlined idiom and imagery of the corporate millennium. The errand into the marketplace had led to the city on a hill, then the homestead on a plain, and now the metropolis with gears and power grids. Once expressed in the language of Protestant Christianity, the American desire for a beloved capitalism now spoke in the vernacular of corporate humanism. Like its Taylorist ancestor, a mechanization of communion. First envisioned by Puritan Magi, the technological sublime was reconstructed according to the blueprints of the cult of the machine. The world of tomorrow was the pinnacle of corporate modernism, but the beautiful desires of commercial artists were no match for the pecuniary imperatives of business. By the end of World War II, Calkins's dream of a rapprochement between beauty and business had faded, and the chasm between fine and commercial art grew wider than ever. American modernism would become the preserve of the abstract expressionists who shared Clement Greenberg's insistence on aesthetic autonomy, difficulty, and formal experimentation. Corporate businessmen would remain sponsors, even collectors and connoisseurs, but they would not enlist modernists as aesthetic engineers. Not until the advent of pop art and Andy Warhol would the problem of art and commercialism surface again. At the same time, industrial designers discovered that their beatific visions were just Tony marketing techniques in the eyes of their clients. Streamlining and Art Deco became frills, not elements of a coherent project to adorn and elevate the culture of Fordism. The cultural rehabilitation of free enterprise during the Cold War made the sort of planning suggested at the World's Fair seem authoritarian, even as corporations engaged in planning on a scale unimaginable before the Depression. Consigned to the illustrious debris of utopia, the celestial models of the fair gave way to ranch houses, tail fins, and a plethora of chrome, as well as shopping mall complexes and the impenetrable austerity of the international style. The mechanized magic and religion of Fordism provoked a host of infidels. Although the Great Depression triggered indictments of capitalism for its instability and injustice, it also intensified a body of criticism that aimed at its toll in human desecration. In this prophetic modernism, unemployment, poverty, and alienation posed something far worse than a range of social problems. They were, as James Agee put it, predicaments of human divinity, indisputable evidence of sacrilege against the images and likeness of God. To Agee and other defenders of human divinity, Ford's new Messiah was a mechanized complex of idols to the enchantments of Mammon. Chapter 20. The Mysticism of Numbers. Postwar enthusiasm for technocracy. While European aversion to Fordism was rooted in aristocratic, agrarian, or artisanal values, American criticism of mechanization and mass production had no such venerable foundations. Well before Henry Ford and Frederick Taylor, the technological sublime had been an indelible feature of the American moral imagination. John Winthrop Jr.'s Puritan alchemy, Jonathan Edwards's millennial contrivances, Johann Etzler's mechanical paradise within the reach of all men, Emerson's avowal of a fundamental rapport between machinery and transcendentalism, the metropolitan mega-machine envisioned by engineers, scientific managers, and corporate utopians such as King Gillette. This was Ford's ideological ancestry, and it brooked no resistance. Even rural populists admired the ingenuity and productivity of modern agricultural technology. The indignation of a Luddite or a Ruskin was left to curmudgeons such as Henry Adams, or to obstinate romantics in the arts and crafts movement. By the 1920s, industrial labor and technology were seen by most Americans as not only unstoppable, but also, with the proper adjustments, indisputably beneficent. Conflict over Fordism concerned the distribution of its fruits, not the methods of their production. Some of the harshest critics of the corporate order between the world wars were technocratic enthusiasts of mechanization and scientific management, who considered the profit motive an obstacle to productivity and technological progress. Advocates of technocracy called for a coup against the ancien regime of business people and politicians and the installation of a technical and managerial elite. Yet, despite their aggressively empiricist veneer, technocrats imagined the ideal ruling class as a new kind of priestly estate, masters of that mysticism of numbers identified by Weber as one of the modern forms of enchantment. They sought to compute a metric of joy. Indeed, technocrats harbored a desire for redemption through the rationalization of enchantment. The first organized cadre of technocrats was the Technical Alliance, formed in New York in 1919. Assembled through the energy and guile of Howard Scott, an oddball who combined the militant and the hustler, the alliance included, at least officially, Scott, Thorstein Veblen of the newly created New School for Social Research, the engineer Charles Steinmetz, the regionalist and urban painter Benton McKay, later an associate of Lewis Mumford, the liberal journalist Stuart Chase, and several other writers and disgruntled professionals. Appalled by the waste and inefficiency that they blamed on the ineptitude of business leadership, the Alliance conducted an energy survey of America over the 1920s, a vast tabulation of natural resources, industrial organization, and professional personnel that was finally published in 1934. The Alliance concluded that the American economy was beset by mismanagement, traceable to the narrow pecuniary interest of stockholders and executives. Unable to understand the technical and managerial realities of production, business people, the Alliance maintained, posed the doughtiest obstacle to efficiency and abundance. Convinced that both politicians and labor leaders were even more unqualified than the business class, the Alliance recommended the placement of industry under the direction of a technate that would provide firm and proficient professional and managerial governance over the nation's economy. The Energy Survey was the last act of the Alliance. It gradually dissolved as Scott's technocracy movement emerged in the early 1930s, but its ideology of competence struck a chord among many writers eager to discredit the authority of corporate business. Veblen, for instance, had already indicted business people before the war for their corruption of the instinct of workmanship. Encouraged by the success of the Bolshevik Revolution, Veblen hoped, for a time, that a moment had arrived when the business class was vulnerable. In his last two books, The Engineers and the Price System, 1921, and Absentee Ownership and Business Enterprise, 1923, he surveyed the demise of the proprietary credo, a miscellany of sentimental, religious, or magical truths, in his view, and beckoned toward a technocratic replacement. Beholden to the stricter observance of the proprietary creed, business was still steeped in an illusory metaphysics. The doctrines of corporate personhood and limited liability in particular both put a strain on received canons of knowledge and belief and ensured that the nation's economic resources remained in the hands of absentee ownership, the substance of things hoped for, and the reality of things not seen, as Veblen described it. Insistent that the welfare of the nation and the leadership of its industry could not be left to phantom proprietors and clueless plutocrats, Veblen called on engineers to seize control of major corporations and establish a Soviet of technicians, a technocratic intelligentsia to superintend the industrial apparatus without interference from superstitious businessmen. Veblen's Soviet of technicians remained a utopian idol. Absent a violent revolution, the technicians' only resort would have been to ally with the corporate elite, whose pecuniary standards were precisely the targets of Veblen's ire. Labor unions were unlikely to be friendly. The American Federation of Labor was itself one of the vested interests, as Veblen pointed out, while the industrial workers of the world, by the 1920s, an organization seriously weakened by police repression, political apathy, and the American plan, was, in his view, a ragtag bunch of irresponsible wayfaring men. And besides, sober and rational by temperament and training, the experts themselves were a harmless and docile lot. The Americans on the whole remained enchanted by business people, regarding their every platitude as a mite of revelation. In contrast, technicians aroused popular suspicion as a somewhat fantastic brotherhood of over-specialized cranks not to be trusted out of sight except under the restraining hand of safe and sane businessmen. Over the 1920s, Veblen drifted away from the Technical Alliance, grew ever more despairing and resentful, and died in August 1929, 2 months before the stock market crash. If Veblen was too mordant and disdainful to be a prophet, the acolytes of technocracy were the most colorful, if also the most stridently elitist evangelists of managerial control. Led by Howard Scott and Harold Loeb, technocracy had a small but vociferous and high-decibel following among engineers, management experts, and industrial journalists. In the latter half of 1932, technocracy made a meteoric appearance on the national scene. Its leaders were profiled in both mass-market and highbrow periodicals, and thousands packed lectures and seminars directed by spokesmen. "Technocracy is all the rage," the Literary Digest reported in December 1932. After a comically incompetent national radio address by Scott a month later, the movement quickly descended into factional dispute, and its members fell apart acrimoniously. Despite its can-do veneer of competence, technocracy was never a truly coherent or unified movement. Its two most prominent spokesmen, Scott and Loeb, never shared a common vision, although Scott later claimed that technocrats never advocated social change. Loeb's Life in a Technocracy, 1933, the most concise and accessible statement of the movement's goals, is nothing if not a call for profound transformations in American society, economy, culture, and politics. Neither man met the technocratic specs. Scott had no certified training in engineering, while Loeb had pursued a vagabond career as an avant-garde writer and publisher. Independently wealthy, he had bankrolled Broom, the expatriate arts journal in which Paul Strand had ruminated about the new Trinity. As personalities, the two men could not have been more mismatched. Scott was an indefatigable charlatan, a sardonic bombasser, as Time called him. When pressed too hard for specifics about his life or ideas, he would, Time noted, silence questions with a pontifical belch. After an unsuccessful stint as the owner of a paint and floor polish company in New York, Scott stumbled into debates raging among Greenwich Village progressives and decided that technocracy afforded smart but impecunious men like himself an opportunity to demonstrate their talents. Loeb, scion of a rich family and a cousin of Peggy Guggenheim, was something of a ne'er-do-well playboy. After graduating from Princeton, he led the bohemian life in Greenwich Village and Paris, where his blend of mediocrity and flattery so offended Ernest Hemingway that he made Loeb the model for Robert Cohn, a dabbler on the make in The Sun Also Rises, 1926. Scott's anxiety about his humble background goes a long way toward explaining his fractious relationship with the more cosmopolitan Loeb. These differences of temperament, not to mention those of ideology, eventually incited a quarrel that split technocracy in 1933. Scott founded Technocracy, Inc., which still exists in the obscure hinterlands of American fringe movements, while Loeb set up the Continental Committee on Technocracy, which disbanded in 1936. Members of both Technocracy, Inc. and the Continental Committee on Technocracy agreed that the absentee owners of American industry had to be evicted and replaced by technical and managerial experts. The Taylor Society had never envisioned anything so sweeping. Indeed, they had clearly conceived of scientific management as an instrument in the toolbox of corporate capital. Given a kind of imaginative license by Veblen, technocrats advocated what they considered the next logical step in mechanization, the displacement of profit by efficient, abundant production as the criterion of economic performance. Especially after 1929, the technocratic message certainly seemed reasonable, if not quite plausible, to many in the uneasy middle class. The coincidence of technocracy's moment in the limelight with the presidential election of 1932 was auspicious, as both technocrats and FDR seemed to promise a break with an unpopular and apparently discredited business orthodoxy. Technocracy was always a madcap fusion of quackery, machismo, and utopianism. The hokum of charts, graphs, and jargon usually left audiences both wowed and confused. Sporting a fedora, leather jacket, high-laced boots, and red bandana, Scott presented a rough-and-ready demeanor, a clear contrast to the polished manners of financial barons and industrial magnates. This image of virile professionalism became indistinguishable from a proto-fascist personality cult. Scott's technocrats formed motorcycle corps, kept a fleet of gray automobiles, and brandished armbands and lapel pins bearing an insignia, the monad. Scott's antics stole attention from Loeb, a more careful and engaging thinker who wanted to dispel the connotations of authoritarianism that clung to technocracy. Loeb's initial attraction to the movement stemmed from an epiphany he experienced while living in France. Traveling through the countryside one day, he discovered an ugly, abandoned factory that gradually became more beautiful to him in a new, hitherto unappreciated way. Contrary to the romantic aspersion cast on machinery by bohemians, modern industry could, Loeb came to believe, bring humanity to look around and rejoice in what they saw. Read in this light, Loeb's Life in a Technocracy is less a blueprint for bureaucratic regimentation than a beatific vision of enchantment regained. The authoritarianism was certainly there. Democracy would be eliminated and replaced by magnanimous elitism, and a voluntary eugenics program would produce a race of men superior in quality to any now known on earth. Echoing Scott, Loeb also asserted that, unconstrained by capitalist priorities, technology would reach such a level of sophistication and productivity that a 16-hour work week would suffice for all. Yet, Loeb was clearly less interested in engineering and administrative details than in the recovery of enchantment. Capitalism, he thought, was already a powerful but perverse form of the sacred. Throughout Life in a Technocracy, Loeb referred to capitalism as an established but discredited religion, the mysticism of money, as he called it repeatedly. In America, the fundamental faith is the mysticism of money. Capitalism has assumed a religious sanctity, he wrote elsewhere, and, to attack its tenets, has become a heresy. Defined as belief in the validity of the money standard and in the intrinsic merit of money-making, the mysticism of money had its pious disciples, its festive rituals of sports and movies, and its temple edifices, especially the skyscraper, a direct expression of the religion. Not that the mysticism of money was wholly bankrupt. Loeb praised the technological achievements enabled by pecuniary mysticism. Technocracy, he assured readers, would require the toys of capitalism as well as the instruments of capitalism. What technocracy would discard was the mysticism of money, that religion which makes avarice a virtue. Yet, in Loeb's account, the eradication of the mysticism of money would not be simply another disenchantment of the world. If technocracy could end or mitigate hunger and disease, the two great occasions of traditional faith, the conventional clerics would still have the cultural work of encouragement to joy in the midst of plenty. Still, suspecting that the historical religions would indeed become irrelevant in a technocratic society, Loeb turned to artists and scientists as the new clerisy of enchantment. Where technology might turn the world into a joyless warehouse of resources, art would restore that sense of imminent wonder which all live things are heir to. Dimly aware that even art might prove incapable of bearing that existential freight, Loeb enlisted magic and voodoo, sifted, of course, through scientific reason. Since, Loeb argued, men and women had always found the meaning of life in moments of ecstatic tension, generated by spiritual practices, then scientific study of these experiences could allow citizens of a technocracy to attain them at will through psychological or pharmaceutical techniques. Rapture now followed. not prayer or contemplation, but advances in industrial chemistry. A technocratic culture would ensure an unprecedented efficiency of beatitude. The will to believe would yield to the scientifically managed production of enchantment. After the Continental Committee on Technocracy dissolved, Loeb drifted away from technocracy and eventually supported the New Deal as the best hope for stabilizing American capitalism. By the beginning of World War II, Technocracy Inc. had faded as well, joining other discarded contraptions in the glossy junkyard of techno-utopias. But similar enthusiasms for technocratic enchantment would emerge in the Cold War vogue for automation, as well as in countercultural exhilaration about the possibilities for a post-industrial cyberculture. The technocratic mysticism of numbers would remain a component of the pecuniary metaphysics of capitalism. Chapter 21. Secular Prayers and Impieties. The Cultural Front as Migration of the Holy. Despite their antipathy toward business leaders, technocrats hyperbolized the corporate world's growing obeisance to professional expertise. Indeed, with its emphasis on productivity and efficiency sundered from the imperatives of capital, technocracy represented a genetic mutation of pecuniary rationality. Yet not all corporate professionals were beguiled by the mechanical enchantments of Fordism. Not all industrial designers, for instance, shared the millennial visions of Cheney, Teague, and Geddes. A few, like Hugh Ferris and John Vassos, imagined bleak alternatives to the polished, technocratic urbanism of Futurama. A successful illustrator and architectural draftsman, Ferris acquired a reputation in the 1920s for his gloomy, foreboding sketches of buildings and skylines. Accompanied by his signature drawings, Ferris's The Metropolis of Tomorrow, 1929, was a moody reverie on urban modernity. Looking out of his office window at the skyscrapers of Lower Manhattan, Ferris shudders with portentous dread, even as he marvels at the city's grandeur. The nasty realities of metropolitan capitalism are invisible from the heights of Gotham. Capped by their Parnassian suites of corporate power, the buildings stand in haughty, titanic splendor, slaking the financial appetites of the property owners. With an enormity that seems to overwhelm all dissent, every tower bestows a kind of sanction on the appetites. With its wall of black glass, its brass-inlaid floor, and its cup-shaped, bottom-lit well, the lobby of the Daily News building gives visitors and employees the sense of large actualities, often lacking in the words of contemporary scientists and architects. But take the elevator to the ground floor, and the trip to the city street becomes a little like Dante's descent into hell. Yet, despite his fear of the new order embodied in the Byzantium of capitalist culture, Ferris remains true to a more humane urban vision. The real mission of architecture, he insists, is the elevation and evolution of man, not the escalation of property values. Suggesting intimations of a life other and greater than his own, the genuine architect is an emissary of some vague celestial order. In a strange epilogue, Ferris recounts how he discovered a mutilated manuscript, possibly of quite ancient origin, that recalled a less gargantuan and avaricious Paulus, founded in reverence for the human person. The fading document features a diagram of the ideal city, divided into precincts for business, science, and the arts, each corresponding to the senses, thoughts, and feelings of a healthy personality. The city, the text declares, could be made in the image of man, who is made in the image of... And here the manuscript is torn. It's unclear what Ferris intended to say with that absence. Is God the concluding word? Is man made in the image of nothing? Though Ferris simply asked, did it contain a clue? His spooky conclusion hinted at the prospect of retrieving the ancient conviction of the image of God. Vassos's vision of the future was even more harrowing. After living in Greece, Turkey, and England, Vassos emigrated to Boston after World War I and enrolled at the Fenway Art School, where he studied under John Singer Sargent. While attending Fenway, he designed sets for the Boston Opera Company and promotional ads for Columbia Records. He set up his own studio in New York in 1924, offering services in advertising and illustration to Lord & Taylor, Bonwit Teller, and Saks Fifth Avenue. Attracting other clients such as Macy's, Packard, and French Line, Vassos catered to the high-end quarters of consumer culture. Though less venal than Teague, Vassos rivaled the designer-philosopher in talent and longevity. His turnstiles remain in many metropolitan theaters. His lotion bottle for Armand, a classic of luxury product design, doubled as a hip flask in the last days of Prohibition. And his radio cabinets for RCA sold well into the 1960s. In the late 1920s, Vassos moved into book cover art and illustration. His graphics for an edition of Oscar Wilde's Salome, 1929, are still renowned for their sinewy Art Deco eroticism. Despite his illustrious resume, Vassos expressed, off the clock, an infernal vision of techno-capitalist control, although later in life he reflected that industrial design took the curse off mass production and graced its products with personality and desirability. He never believed the corporate credo of progress he was paid to espouse. When he told a conference of furniture designers in 1938 that the world depends on obsolescence and new merchandise, he uttered what was, in his own mind, a rueful fact, not an ideal. Always the artist, Vassos loathed the shilling that was inextricable from his job. Openly cynical about his manipulation of RCA dealers, he always lectured the annual meeting, completely without conviction, about how terrible our last year's line was, because I try and make the new line better than last year's. Vassos and his wife, Ruth, herself a former fashion consultant for Saks, always harbored a virulent antipathy toward capitalism, and they supported a variety of liberal causes in the 1930s. The Vassos's contempt for their corporate clients and the world they were creating took form in what was, in effect, a 4-volume graphic oracle of catastrophe. Contempo, 1929, Ultimo, 1930, Phobia, 1931, and Humanities, 1935. Illustrated by John, most of the texts, except for Phobia, were written by himself and Ruth, and all 4 folios depict a planet ravaged by avarice and violence. In Contempo, a collection of illustrations accompanied by brief, often sardonic captions, the Vassoses proved prescient about the capitalist future. In Suburbia, for instance, a gouache of grassy hills is dominated by a telephone pole, a billboard, a mock classical colonnade, and tract houses, while underneath, Ruth muses on Bastard Architecture, the large billboard of the development company. Commercialism noted 2 business imperatives, not only harness men to desks, but also chop down the forests, a premonition of ecological wreckage. But the Vassoses also captured something of the dark enchantment that lured an American commercial culture. The frontispiece to Contempo presents several elongated, sinister figures who either guard or beckon us toward a vortex of elliptical and ever-darkening swirls. The mercenary world lambasted inside the folio. Confusion and disintegration lie in the many false gods we worship. John warned in Humanities, deities who lead us inevitably into dead ends and blind alleys. Indeed, Humanities features an array of duplications and savage gods with the nimbus of divinity, nationalism, fascism, racism, imperialism, all tutelary deities of capital. A graphic fusion of Metropolis and Brave New World, Ultimo is the most haunting of the folios, relating a post-catastrophic tale of a subterranean metropolis. The over-industrialized society has wrought irreparable havoc on the biosphere, and the Earth's inhabitants are forced to descend into a techno-paradise underground. With a mild and pleasant temperature, equable at all times, the city is bathed in artificial light with a soft and palely green firmament. Adorned with gem-like gardens of rare beauty and translucency, it also sports large, effervescent mineral springs in which the inhabitants bathe for health and sexual stimulation. The economy consists of centralized, Fordist industrial centers, a short working day, tube delivery of food and other goods reminiscent of Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward. The citizens engage in a ceaseless and frantic life of production, for their lives depend on their marginal utility to the underground domestic product. No one can exist who cannot do his allotted share. The quest for godlike mastery produces boredom, anomie, and madness. Thoroughly rationalized, life underground is soul-deadening and pernicious. Many steal away to illegal blood sports for some experience of adventure or intensity. One favorite features animals somehow captured above ground, forced into glass enclosures, where they fight to the death. At the same time, the demand for safety and comfort has ironically induced a state of pervasive anxiety and panic. In Phobia, created with the help of his friend, psychoanalyst Henry Stack Sullivan, Vassos traced an ever-escalating trajectory of psychic agony, culminating in pantophobia, the fear of everything. The inhabitants grow more and more restive in their mechanized, climate-controlled Atlantis, hungry for something to strive for, something to explore, something to suffer. As the discontent spreads, the city stirs with talk about a vehicle, bullet-shaped, in good streamlined fashion, the apotheosis of mechanical genius, designed to ferry passengers to other worlds. The narrator decides to leave, if possible, hopeful that on some other planet humanity can prosper with a far kinder guise, in far gentler habiliments, than the wretched perfection under the earth. John Vassos's support for progressive politics, while pursuing his career in industrial design, marks him as a member of what Michael Denning has called the Cultural Front, a theater of battle in the cultural industries between owners and executives on one side and left-leaning cultural workers on the other for control of the mass-produced symbolic universe of words, images, and sounds. Until recently, the conventional historical account of the Cultural Front and of its broader progenitor, the Popular Front, had been constructed by liberals and social democrats. In prominent left-liberal periodicals, such as the Partisan Review, and later in the 1950s, In Dissent, Dwight MacDonald, Clement Greenberg, Irving Howe, and others maligned the Popular Front as a lightweight but toxic cultural confection, a saccharine coating for the poison pill of Stalinism. In their view, however eloquent their solicitude for the common man or the rights of minorities, Woody Guthrie, Paul Robeson, and other committed artists were unwitting troubadours for totalitarianism. At the same time, so this tale continues, the Popular Front was the latest chapter in the rube-ridden history of populist politics. With its hokey iconography of the people, the Popular Front served as a dress rehearsal for the post-war culture of consumerism and conformity. Under the aegis of the American way of life, a phrase minted on the 1930s left, popular desires for social justice were transfigured into domesticity, while radicalism morphed into the quixotic causes of socially conscious celebrities. This account prevailed among scholars as well. As Warren Sussman put it, the Popular Front displayed a ludicrous attitude toward American culture. But in the 1990s, a more sympathetic portrait emerged that rejected the acerbic dismissal of the Popular Front as shallow and sentimental agitprop. Denning, for instance, depicted a movement with deep roots, both in the multi-ethnic working class and in the ranks of culture industries, the cultural apparatus, as C. Wright Mill would later describe them. The Popular Front, at its best, was, in Denning's view, an American form of social democracy, a motley crusade to claim the fruits of Fordism for the generation of the CIO. When workers in the consciousness industries aligned with this struggle, they comprised Denning's cultural front. Far from being a band of dupes manipulated by Stalin, this cultural front was an authentic orchestra of American democracy, playing a Whitman-esque symphony containing multitudes. Thus, the cultural front was attempting to shape what Sussman has described as Americans' special collective relationship, their sense of common belief, ritual observance, and common emotional sharing. In other words, it was trying to craft a new spiritual government, a new kind of religious dispensation for a socialist consummation of Fordist modernity. Compiling his reflections on American civilization in the 1940s, as he worked with fellow Trotskyists in Detroit, C.L.R. James, for instance, saw the religious dimension of the popular arts of film, radio, and recordings. To be sure, Hollywood and the other precincts of the symbolic apparatus filled the psychological need of the vast masses for romance, aggression, and consumption. But like Sergei Eisenstein meditating on Disney, James noted that the devotion of fans to their favorite stars resembled the mass cults of more primitive peoples. The studio's star system, he observed, was akin to the hierarchy of saints adored by the early Christians. Thanks to their technical ingenuity and ubiquity, the mass media increasingly tended, James wrote, to promote a comprehensive integration of modern life that embraced the spiritual, intellectual, and ideological life of modern peoples. James recalled a precedent for modern mass culture in ancient Greek drama, as he noted, an essential part of religious festivals. Greek dramatists had written for the entire Athenian polis, assembled for the worship of the gods. As the leading intellectual and spiritual force of their time, these dramatists addressed philosophical and religious ideas with the full participation of the audience. Ordinary Athenians could experience what Aristotle called catharsis because they believed in their society, felt, so to speak, that God was with them. Before the advent of mass communications, the closest parallel to Greek drama in American culture had been the revival meetings of emancipated slaves, with sermons on the sufferings of Christ or the saints. Produced for a working class better educated than the Athenians, the popular arts, James believed, heralded yet another epoch of cultural and spiritual democracy. Though conveyed in a Marxist lexicon of secularity, James's analysis approached being a theory of the popular arts as a modern migration of the holy. As one of the era's most astute students of mythology, Kenneth Burke, the music critic for The Nation in the mid-1930s, was less reluctant than James to characterize the culture industries as modern enclaves for a sense of divinity. In his controversial address to the 1935 American Writers' Congress, Revolutionary Symbolism in America, Burke expounded on the indispensability of mythology. Myths, Burke explained, are psychological tools for achieving solidarity, and when they work well, they are as real as food, tools, and shelter. Because myths become so firmly embedded in the psyche, the left had to respect and turn to advantage their tenacious hold on the imagination. A Thurman Arnold of the left, Burke advised his comrades to build on the existing American proprietary mythology. Opposing any premature use of symbols such as proletariat or masses to unite the American working class, these words, he implied, were perceived as too radical and European, Burke pointed to the populist vernacular of the people as a rhetorical clothing of middle-class values in which revolutionary thought could be draped. Burke explicitly likened this strategy to the religious strategy of the early church, which had invariably converted pagans by making the local deities into saints. In Burke's view, there was little psychological difference that distinguished the wiles of advertising, the exhortations of religion, and the appeals of revolutionary politics. Indeed, Burke underlined the similarities by suggesting that if ad men hawked cigarettes by depicting smokers in pleasurable situations, then radicals should portray the communist future as desirable as well as just, in the same way that the best artists of the religious era recommended or glorified their faith. In his subsequent work, Permanence and Change, 1935, Attitudes Toward History, 1937, and The Philosophy of Literary Form, 1941, Burke elaborated on his remarks to the American Writers' Congress by constructing a theory of culture as secular prayer. In this account, just as social history is a progression of class conflicts, cultural history is a succession of clashes over sacred symbols, a tale of sacral orders and impieties, challenges to the dominant symbols of an era that became orthodoxies in their turn. At present, the priests, or spiritual bankers of capitalism, conducted their liturgical business in the culture industries, professional associations, and corporate bureaucracies. Though cynical and greedy, the capitalist clerisy was the most enlightened of all priesthoods, perceiving the fundamentally material nature of human desire and action. For Burke, the capitalist vocabulary of behavior offered up the most readily answerable of all secular prayers, an ingenious and suggestive vocabulary of supplication fulfilled by science and technology. As the most rational and secular institution created in the history of class conflict, the corporation was both a rapacious firm and the acme of social development, as well as the most powerful answer to our prayers. Drawing a straight line from Corpus Christi to the corporation, Burke praised modern capitalism for stripping corporate identity of its unwieldy mysticism and for exposing the irreducibly material basis of human cooperation. The member of the church, as the body of Christ, became simply the holder of non-voting stock. John Dewey also believed that corporate society still dwelled in the aura of religion. Although he rejected dogmatic religion, Dewey remained too much the liberal Protestant to fully embrace the moral and metaphysical implications of secularism. Like other signatories of the Humanist Manifesto, published by the American Humanist Association in 1933, Dewey concurred with the document's affirmation of religious humanism, which erased the distinction between the sacred and the secular. Properly reconstructed by philosophers along the lines of scientific and technological modernity, religion could become the most synthesizing and dynamic force for today, the soul of the industrial world. By this time, Dewey had identified corporate society as the institutional vehicle for a religious humanism, the free and enriching communion he had heralded in The Public and Its Problems, the inclusive ideal ends of a common faith. This new religion would arise from what he augured in individualism as the creation of new cultural possibilities by sociologists, psychologists, dramatists, and poets. The common faith would be the labor of workers in the culture industries, the new seat of intellectual authority, in Dewey's words. The shamans and clergy of old would be supplanted by writers, artists, and social scientists. In the new industrial world of cultural production, Whitman's divine literati, aided by professional and technical experts, could finally exercise their romantic vocation as the spiritual legislators of modernity. Charged with the grandeur, not of God, but of a self liberated from the decaying orthodoxies of the past, corporate society would transcend the disenchantment of the world through art, technology, and science. Thus did Dewey become the heir to Emerson as a theologian of the soul's economy. Even if they dismiss Dewey's common faith as religious twaddle, intellectuals eager to reclaim him for a revitalized progressive politics have emphasized this positive conception of corporateness. Fastening on to his pronouncement in Individualism that we are in for some kind of socialism, they overlook his proviso, a socialism that is capitalistic. The common faith could turn out to be a pecuniary credo with accumulation as its inclusive ideal end, and Dewey clearly considered this a real possibility. If, as he realized, labor remained under the direction of the business mind, and if managers continued to possess the more active and leading share in the intellectual direction of great industrial undertakings, then corporateness portended a humanism indentured to pecuniary reason. Business may not have occupied the new seat of intellectual authority, but it certainly endowed the chair, and if capital owned and managed the means of production of the common faith, then all spiritual legislation would have to be approved by the executive committee of the bourgeoisie. Dewey himself conceded that this capitalistic conclusion to socialism was made even more likely by the erosion of any countervailing forces. As he observed in The Public and Its Problems, industrialization had seriously weakened those institutions, especially religion and family, which had at least attempted to tame acquisitiveness and to nurture civic spirit and generosity. Without the ability to envision possibilities outside the parameters of the corporate imagination, the new individual might well be more rather than less susceptible to capitalist enchantment. Dewey's bland concession that corporate society might have a mercenary denouement would have come as no surprise to James Rorty, who envisioned a dystopian denouement to the machine age. Rorty, father of philosopher Richard Rorty, is best known as a radical journalist who, along with Louis Corey, Kenneth Burke, Malcolm Cowley, and Matthew Josephson, contributed to Culture in the Crisis, 1932, an manifesto of the Cultural Front calling on workers in the consciousness industries to support the Communist Party. For much of the next 2 decades, Rorty lived and wrote among the lively, albeit insular culture of left Manhattan. All decent people were, if not Trotskyites, at least socialists, as his son later recalled, and a 2-volume set of Dewey's inquiry into the Moscow trials sat prominently on his bookshelf. But before he became a full-time journalist, Rorty had spent almost 2 decades in and out of the advertising industry. Like many other ad men, Rorty entered the business as a way to pay the bills while pursuing a literary career. After graduating from Tufts in 1913, he moved to New York to write poetry and novels. During the day, he worked as a copywriter for H.K. McCann, whose sole client was Standard Oil. Always a mercurial and pugnacious loner, Rorty left the agency after Standard Oil complained about his copy. Enlisting in the army, he was shipped to France in December 1917. After service in the Argonne Forest, from which he acquired both a Distinguished Service Cross and a strong support for pacifism, he returned to New York and the advertising business. For the next 10 years, Rorty labored in the New York and San Francisco offices of BBDO, spewing forth streams of advertising vomit. In 1930, fed up with his increasingly outspoken involvement in radical politics, he edited The New Masses and wrote eloquently in support of Sacco and Vanzetti. BBDO fired him, releasing Rorty from the well-paid nausea of churning out copy for corporate capital. Rorty worked with BBDO in the heyday of corporate modernism, but he had no bittersweet memories of advertising's dalliance with modernist art. It was a hack job, he later recalled, but one that came to be something of a labor of love. Though often depicted as knaves and rascals, Rorty and his fellow copywriters knew what we were, corporate gigolos, the male hetairæ of our American commercial culture. So why did Rorty remain a prostitute, persisting in a profession whose clients he detested and serviced with exquisite skill? Besides the money, it was craft, what every genuine craftsman cares about. The artisanal ideal survived even among the beauticians of commodified monotony in the advertising trade. While he cranked out copy for his Philistine clients, Rorty's real loyalty was to the word, to the materials of my craft. Indeed, working at BBDO among some of the finest practitioners in the field, Rorty came to believe that the best ad men, propelled by an obsessed delight in the materials of our craft, unconsciously aspired to break the bounds of pecuniary reason and sabotage advertising. To Rorty, the religion of beauty in advertising, Calkins's venture to make advertising the artist's greatest medium, was a heretical crusade against the gospel of Mammonism, an inchoate desire to liberate beauty from the integument of the commodity form. Alas, as Rorty knew, beauty would always be disfigured by the imperatives of profit, and so advertising could never really be more than a pseudo-culture, a mortal rival of the Christian culture that addressed the deepest longings of the faithful. Throughout Our Master's Voice, 1934, Rorty emphasized the religious nature of advertising, about whose value for civilization ad men could be messianic. As the artisans of commodity fetishism, they moved to monopolize the dreams and rituals that formed the human imagination. Advertisers enclosed the mind and soul in an advanced system of dream manufacture, a liturgical enterprise of make-believe invested with the accumulated make-believe of past decades and past centuries. Trafficking dishonestly in faith and hope, certainly not in charity, advertisers practiced a modern priestcraft not unlike that of the Middle Ages, defining the material, oral, and spiritual content of the good life. Their slogans, images, and trademarks comprised the iconography of capitalist faith. Ironically, Rorty's belief in the power of advertising enchantment eroded his political convictions. He co-edited The New Masses with Mike Gold in the mid-1920s during one of his spats with BBDO, and later joined several popular front groups. But the more he reflected on the impact of his former profession, and the more he saw of what American life had become under Fordist auspices, the more certain he grew that revolution was a dream as fantastic and opiate as advertising. Rorty's account of his travels, Where Life is Better, 1936, was light years in tone from any Work Projects Administration guidebook. With outrage, contempt, and despair, Rorty concluded that the pseudo-cultural surrogate for Christianity had triumphed. Stupefied by the obsolete stereotypes served up by the print and broadcast media, many Americans languished in a passive acceptance of their condition. Resigned to the fate decreed by the powerful, yet beguiled by the charms of the ads, Americans kept hoping that life would get better through some miraculous feat of abundance. Always the fetishism of commodities. Rorty sighed in lament at the success of his former trade. Everywhere the vulgarization of the concept of progress. The devastation of the spiritual landscape was matched by that of the despoiled ecosphere, raped and polluted by industrial pillage. Both the people and the ground were accursed on account of capitalist accumulation. Echoing the tradition of ecological criticism stemming from John Muir, Rorty mourned that some profound profanation of the human spirit had occurred, some fundamental dislocation of the natural ecology. This was hardly a reveille for permanent revolution, and while Rorty remained a committed socialist well into the 1940s, his travelogue betrayed a pessimism quite out of keeping with Marxist dialectics. The Enchantments of Mammon seemed to have duped the fearful proletariat, the beleaguered bourgeoisie, and the dwindling agricultural classes. In Detroit, Rorty saw the full magnitude of Fordist enchantment. Even the unemployed and destitute were entranced by the vision of technological deliverance. Mesmerized by the mass production of dreams, both middle and working-class citizens believed that human life could flourish as a kind of parasitic attachment to an inhuman, blind, valueless process in which money begets machines, machines beget money, machines beget machines, money begets money. After walking through Ford's River Rouge complex, Rorty confirmed Charles Sheeler's portrayal of the plant as a religious edifice. A mechanically gifted child's dream of heaven, River Rouge attracted children of assorted ages from 7 to 70, who throng the gates of this heaven for to admire and to see. After leaving Detroit and driving through the Midwest, Rorty dismissed the populist sentimentality of his comrades in the Popular Front. Farmers, he observed, were oppressed and dispossessed capitalists, still pretty much dominated by the individualist businessman's psychology. Depressed by his journey, Rorty abandoned the class struggle for what his comrades would have called idealism. If there was to be a final conflict, which I doubt, he added tartly, it would not take place between classes, but between intelligence and stupidity, between sanity and fanaticism, between justice and injustice, between freedom and tyranny. After the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939, Rorty slowly ambled rightward, and by the early 1950s, he was a self-described Taft Republican, writing scripts for the Voice of America. In short, playing the gigolo once again. Ratified by popular deference to the mechanized commands of the master's voice, Rorty's pessimism about the cultural apparatus as an incubator of radical consciousness was shared by Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer. Living in New York in the late 1930s, after fleeing Nazi Germany, both émigrés conducted meticulous studies of the culture industries in which Dewey placed his hopes for communion. Horkheimer, as director of the Institute for Social Research, relocated from Frankfurt to Columbia University, and Adorno, as a researcher for the Princeton Radio Project directed by Paul Lazarsfeld. Not surprisingly, the priority of profit, determined by a pliant and calculable public, suggested that pragmatism was just another form of pecuniary rationality. Echoing Louis Mumford's excoriation of the pragmatic acquiescence in business civilization, Horkheimer dismissed pragmatism as the philosophical equivalent of market research and Gallup polls. Draping obdurate common sense in the raiment of philosophy, Dewey's thought struck Adorno as an exemplary form of manipulative bourgeois reason, surveying life with a worldly eye schooled by the market. Even when coupled with radical politics in the work of Sidney Hook, Dewey's Marxist protege in the Popular Front, pragmatism displayed, Horkheimer wrote, a businesslike attitude toward matters of the spirit. However benign and progressive, Dewey's utterly conventional faith in science and technology risked both an unwitting capitulation to the present and an atrophy of political imagination. Beholden to business and the state, scientific and technological rationality would always reinforce the corporate order. Some other source of utopian reverie was needed to counter the corruption of reason. This search for a cure to the derangement of reason seemed increasingly arduous and futile as Adorno and Horkheimer grew ever gloomier as their American hiatus lengthened. Moving to Los Angeles in the early 1940s, they joined an illustrious enclave of German expatriates: Arnold Schoenberg, Thomas Mann, Bertolt Brecht, Fritz Lang, and Otto Klemperer. Although most accounts of their years in Los Angeles stress their alienation from the swanky decadence of Tinseltown, Adorno and Horkheimer were hardly aliens from Hollywood's social and artistic scenes. They attended and sought invitations to parties, requested and received research money from studios, and even wrote and peddled a film script, below the surface, to several major producers. Yet, their proximity to the dream factory only deepened their despair, as the industrialized allure of Hollywood augured a glamorous servitude for reason. The melancholy Marxism that emerged from their years in America took shape amidst the palms and bungalows of Los Angeles, the headquarters of mass-produced enchantment, the capital city of what the Frankfurt highbrows must have thought was the gaudiest inferno in history. That balmy and ostentatious setting was perfect for their diagnosis of secular reason, which commenced with Dialectic of Enlightenment, 1947, and concluded in the early 1950s with Adorno's analysis of astrology and the occult. Marooned among the glitterati, Adorno and Horkheimer saw the cultural apparatus as a splashy and portentous finale of the Enlightenment, a culmination of the hubris of reason in the calculated tawdriness of entertainment. The road from Voltaire and Diderot to Warner Brothers and Walt Disney was long but straightforward. The 18th century philosophes had believed that through enlightenment, the emancipation of reason from the fetters of magic, superstition, religion, and ignorance, secular moderns would dispel the terrors of the unknown, fathom and utilize the laws of nature to extend and enrich human life, and live well and justly without hope or fear of a realm beyond the grave. But as with magic and divination, the desire to dominate the world inevitably entailed the domination of human beings, and the quest for absolute mastery marred and perverted the promise of enlightenment. Unleashed from old religious restrictions and then harnessed to new technological forces, the longing for worldly fulfillment had evolved into an unbounded will to power, manic underneath the facade of reason. The more it became calculation and measurement, reason demolished not only religion, but also its own claim to illuminate the nature of reality. Having relinquished and even liquidated its capacity to understand the world rather than manipulate it, reason itself enabled power and profit to become the effective metaphysics of modernity. Reason hardened into technology, while enlightenment degenerated into animistic magic and reverted to superstition and paranoia. Invested with the same enchantment it had originally sought to demystify, reason became deeply engulfed in mythology, fables of progress at least as insidious as the tales of gods and demons. Under cover of bureaucratic and technological sobriety, reason and enlightenment morphed into the administered delirium of productivity. As Horkheimer wrote in Eclipse of Reason, 1947, the watchword of production had become a kind of religious creed. While German fascism embodied the derangement of reason at its most barbarous and homicidal, the American culture industries pointed to a future with its own brands of rationalized enchantment. The deformation of enlightenment into mechanized irrationality was especially egregious in radio, film, and advertising. Supervising the musical component of Lazarsfeld's radio research project in New York, Adorno, a classically trained pianist, perused industry literature, endured innumerable hours of radio broadcasts, and even examined the shapes of radio sets and cabinets, hallowed and sacred shrines, he surmised, each like a miniature tabernacle. The sacral radio reinforced the divinity of the broadcast voices, whose unseen yet definitive presences spoke quite literally to the deepest recesses of the mind. The absence of visible persons, Adorno asserted, makes the radio voice appear more objective and infallible than a live voice. Like a hearth god of antiquity, the mystery of a machine which can speak may be felt in atavistic layers of our psychical life. Later, in Hollywood, Adorno and Horkheimer saw an even more harrowing future prefigured in the film industry, a model of the huge economic machinery which has always sustained the masses. Like other Fordist mass production enterprises, the business of dreams was a lucrative investment of enlightened rationality. But besides indicting mass culture as a form of rationalized mass deception, Adorno and Horkheimer implied that radio, film, and advertising were the heirs of religion and magic. The conservative lament that the decline of religion had led to cultural chaos was disproved every day, they contended, by the sheer ubiquity of commodity fetishism conveyed incessantly through Hollywood's cult of celebrity and the psychotechnology of corporate modernism in commercial illustration. A fetish complex in constant production, the culture industry now impresses the same stamp on everything: exchange value, marketability, and the pecuniary soul of capitalism. With all avenues of escape from commodity culture apparently closed, workers embraced the moral and political imagination of their managers and technocrats. The mechanization of communion that began with scientific management ended in the administration of dreams. Yet, Adorno and Horkheimer also discerned a return of the repressed, a regression into primordial superstition and credulity that ratified the corporate order. While comfortably subjugated by business and the state, and bewildered by the collapse of old moral and religious certainties, the populations of industrial societies regressed into prehistorical modes of thought and belief. Among intellectuals, Horkheimer observed a resurgence of forced naivete, attempts to revive older forms of metaphysics and conviction discredited by enlightenment, especially Buddhism and Neo-Thomism. He was especially exercised by religious and secular thinkers such as Jacques Maritain, Robert Hutchins, and Mortimer Adler, whose resuscitation of scholasticism seemed, to Horkheimer, to unwittingly bestow an imprimatur on the bureaucratic rationality they professed to abhor. The renaissance of shibboleths among dyspeptic intellectuals was matched by the more popular delusion of astrology, the latter epitomized in Carol Reiter's astrological forecasts in the Los Angeles Times. Adorno had planned to undertake a study of occultism and astrology, but the project languished after he returned to Germany in 1949. When he briefly returned to America in the fall of 1952, he embarked on a more detailed analysis, reading through every one of Reiter's columns from November to February 1953. Adorno's reflections underlined the affinities of astrology, the occult, and Fordism. Adorno sought to understand what he considered, at first, the incongruity between Reiter's distinctly magical and irrational authority and the banality of the advice he offered. The astrologer is a strangely insipid oracle. Adorno wondered whose sobriety, nay, over-realism, seems out of sync with his invocation of fateful celestial motions. Adorno resolved the conundrum by contending that, far from being an escape into utter irrationality, astrology was an enchanting representation of real life, a mythology of corporate capitalism. The stars, seemed to be in complete agreement with the established ways of life. He marveled. The opaqueness and inscrutability of the astrological forces, together with their depersonalized and merciless decrees, parodied the bureaucracies of corporate power. As ridiculous as it seems in a scientific age, the horoscope reads like a list of official directives, while number mysticism prepares readers for administrative statistics and cartel prices. The popularity of astrology and the occult suggested to Adorno that Americans were replacing the cult of God with the much more legalistic and unappeasable cult of facts. By transforming the world of things into quasi-metaphysical powers, the cult of facts both lowered resistance to mythological temptations and sanctioned obedience to corporate expertise. Like other features of the culture industry, astrology represented the merger of empiricism and mystery that Adorno thought endemic both to Enlightenment and to capitalist authority. The awe and deference once given to Providence was now invested in the mechanical movement of the stars. To Adorno, the astrological liturgy of the cult of facts had disturbing moral and political implications. If the deities of traditional religion, while exacting, were also intimate and merciful, the transcendent powers invoked in astrology are abstract, unapproachable, and anonymous, just like the bureaucratic monoliths in which many of Reiter's fans were employed. Thus, if religion had at least preserved the possibility of resistance to injustice, astrology and the occult enjoined an exotic subordination. Thoroughly aligned with the instrumental reason of the state and corporate bureaucracy, the new spirituality assumed a role as guardian angel of the established order. Surveying such an effulgent but politically barren landscape, the disconsolate duo of Western Marxism retreated into critique, an uncompromising negativity that was both a bastion of moral fortitude and a symptom of imaginative paralysis. Their adamant refusal of all fraudulent hopes served to sharpen their critical acumen, but it also imposed an exorbitant levy on their powers of utopian vision. Both men struggled to prevent their devotion to reason from collapsing into Mandarin cynicism. With the promise of enlightenment betrayed, or at least on long historical hold, any further progress toward emancipation entailed, in Horkheimer's view, opposition to what is currently called reason. Yet they declined to join hands with other antagonists of instrumental reason, neo-Thomists, neo-Orthodox Protestants such as Paul Tillich and Reinhold Niebuhr, new humanists like Irving Babbitt and Paul Elmer Moore. Neither traditional Christianity nor classical humanism offered an antidote to commercial and technical Philistinism. Yet, almost despite themselves, Adorno and Horkheimer drew both on the legacy of Western philosophy and especially on the treasury of hope that still abided in Judaism and Christianity. While many scholars of the Frankfurt School stress their reliance on art as the vessel of a promise of happiness, both melancholy Marxists gestured to the future in a language of metaphysics, memory, and redemption. Enlightened enough to reject traditional metaphysics, Horkheimer, for one, came close to challenging the enlightened dismissal of metaphysics and ontology. Eager to recapture the ancient conception of reason as substantive rather than instrumental, attuned to the logos of ultimate reality rather than the techne of use, Horkheimer affirmed the classical principle prevalent in the epoch before Enlightenment, that belief in the goodness or sacredness of a thing precedes enjoyment of its beauty. Any further conviction of such goodness must preserve such a sense of original absolute significance while transcending its historical origins in injustice and superstition, and doing so without relying on considerations of social and political unity. Adorno's view of philosophy remained remarkably classical. The teaching of the good life and his reflections on damaged life in Minima Moralia concluded on a religious, eschatological note. In a society saturated by images of happiness produced and administered by capital, the only radical way to speak of the self, he mused, is theologically, as the image and likeness of God. Such a godly, albeit godless humanism, beckoned inevitably toward a beatific vision, if not quite beatitude. The only philosophy worth practicing, Adorno wrote in a luminous and enigmatic passage, was one that contemplated the world as it would look from the standpoint of redemption. Rather than offer consolations dressed up in faddish, progressive politics, such philosophers should reveal how indigent and distorted the world appears when illuminated by the messianic light. Philosophy done in this way was painful but fruitful, he reasoned, since unrelenting critique inevitably suggested a utopian image of its opposite. If Adorno echoed Randolph Bourne, who had praised malcontentedness as the beginning of promise, it was not a promising beginning. Secularized as critique, the prophetic imperative to demolish idols could easily become an iconoclasm without end. The conviction that, as Horkheimer and Adorno wrote in Dialectic of Enlightenment, the guarantee of salvation lies in the rejection of any belief that would replace it, was tantamount to the fetishization of criticism. Without some account of that standpoint of redemption, the ferocity of suspicion that leavened enlightenment threatened to devour the promise of beatitude. But with only reason to guide them, a reason damaged, perhaps irreparably, in the tortuous history of domination and enlightenment, Adorno and Horkheimer could neither spark nor illustrate the beatific imagination. If, as they argued, reason had embarked on the subjugation of nature and human beings from the very beginning, then derangement was an endemic feature of reason, not a tragic historical contingency. But if reason is inherently deranged, how could it heal itself? Any standpoint of redemption would be quickly immolated by the furies of enlightenment. Human profanation, impiety toward what Adorno had recalled as the image and likeness of God, would continue unabated and unstoppable. As another denizen of Los Angeles, Nathaniel West knew a bit about the furies unbound in the course of human profanation. While working in Los Angeles as a scriptwriter for Columbia and RKO Pictures, West composed 3 short novels: Miss Lonely Hearts, 1933, A Cool Million, 1934, and The Day of the Locust, 1939, that constitute a trilogy of degradation and resentment, depicting a people whose mass-produced fantasies can no longer ward off the demons. In A Cool Million, West imagined one kind of apocalyptic conclusion to the failures of corporate capitalism: Protestant fascism. The novel relates the sordid and often brutal misadventures of Lemuel Pitkin, a poor and credulous farm boy from Ottsville, Vermont. Early on, he falls under the spell of Shagpoke Whipple, a former U.S. president who preaches the old proprietary gospel. Scoffers, he warns Lem, will tell you that Rockefeller and Ford are thieves. Do not believe them. He scowls. Veiling a small-town reality of corruption, rape, and molestation, Whipple's homilies conjure up a proprietary America in which hard work and honesty lead to success. This is not a matter of opinion. It is one of faith, Whipple insists. Forced to leave for New York to earn money to save his family's house from foreclosure, Lem endures a surreal series of failures, indignities, and mutilations, all in the midst of a collapsing economy and a turbulent political climate. Lem joins Whipple's National Revolutionary Party, which espouses an all-American brand of fascism. Whipple's office sports a cracker barrel, 2 brass spittoons, a hot stove, and a picture of Lincoln. Anticipating Sinclair Lewis's It Can't Happen Here, 1935, where one character muses that if fascism ever comes to America, it will come draped in the flag and carrying a cross, West suggests that a homespun variety will appeal to the proprietary Protestant myth. The economic planks of Whipple's program are a hodgepodge of proprietary dogma and corporatism. The party seeks to restore Americans' inalienable birthright, the right to sell their labor and their children's labor without restrictions as to either price or hours. Innocent of class antagonism, class war is civil war, Whipple explains to Lem, the new Lincoln Republic of producers would be a classic fascist corporatism in which capital and labor work together for the general good of the country. And on fear and loathing of the usual villains, Bolsheviks, intellectuals, labor unions, nigger lovers, Wall Street and international bankers, that is, Jews, and the national revolutionary agenda stands revealed as Protestant reactionary modernism. In the end, Lem becomes the party's leading spokesman, but he is assassinated, on Whipple's orders, just as the revolution is about to succeed. With Lem elevated to the status of fallen hero, Whipple becomes the nation's Protestant Führer, delivering the country from sophistication, Marxism, and international capitalism. The only counter to Whipple comes from Israel Satinpenny, a Harvard-educated Indian chief who hopes to reclaim the continent from that abomination of abominations, the paleface. Like Whipple, Satinpenny trades on belief in an idyllic past of unspoiled virtue. Once, he roars at an assembly of braves, this was a fair, sweet land of human communion with nature. But when the whites arrived with their commerce and technology, they filled the sky with smoke and the rivers with refuse. Satinpenny condemns the depredations of Fordism and the glittering detritus of industrial design, enlisting the earth's elements to turn wheels within wheels within wheels within wheels. Pale-face capitalism churns out clever cigarette lighters, superb fountain pens, paper bags, doorknobs, leatherette satchels, painted boxes to keep pinks in, key rings, watch fobs. Conceding that you can't put the clock back, he exhorts his followers to stop that clock, smash that clock. If the past is unrecoverable, Satinpenny is silent about the future, so smashing the clock would leave only an eternal present. Satinpenny's fiery but vacuous rhetoric explains why, in the end, his uprising degenerates into an orgy of retribution. The day of vengeance is here, he proclaims, and the warriors embark on a crusade of massacre, scalping and pillaging, without any apparent political objective. If a cool million envisions a fascist restoration of the Protestant Herrenvolk order, Miss Lonelyhearts, and especially The Day of the Locust, depict an inferno of beatific longings. Set in different precincts of the culture industry, both novels highlight the religious desires propelling the new forms of fetishism. An advice columnist for the New York Post-Dispatch, Miss Lonelyhearts, a man whose real name we never learn, is one of the priests of 20th century America. As Shrike, his editor describes him, a comforter of the poor in spirit and a lover of God, Lonelyhearts receives thousands of letters every day containing profoundly humble pleas for moral and spiritual advice, inarticulate expressions of genuine suffering. Though sharing mightily in Shrike's cynicism, give us this day our daily stone, Lonelyhearts fathoms the yearnings of his readers. They wanted to talk about something besides clothing or business or the movies because they wanted to talk about something poetic. Having plumbed through so many epistles of despair, he knows that the images of commercial enticement are more than mere frivolity and buncombe. In their poverty, infirmity, or domestic tribulation, his unhappy audience continues to hope for a future of fulfillment, abundance, and beauty. He had learned not to laugh at the advertisements, offering to teach writing, cartooning, engineering, to add inches to the biceps and to develop the bust. West writes, guitars, bright shawls, exotic foods, outlandish costumes, all these things were part of the business of dreams. As a kind of savior to his readers, Lonely Hearts himself is capable of dreaming the Christ dream. In one episode, he ponders Father Zosima's wisdom from The Brothers Karamazov. Love a man even in his sin, for that is the semblance of divine love, and is the highest love on earth. When he needs to escape from New York, he travels with his girlfriend, Mary, to a village called Monkstown. Opposite the foot of his bed, Lonely Hearts has nailed an ivory figure of Christ, removed from the cross to which it had been attached. Like Lonely Hearts, Todd Hackett, a Hollywood set designer and the protagonist of The Day of the Locust, finds it difficult to disparage the beatific imagination in even its kitschiest forms. Though declaring that he's an artist, not a prophet, Hackett senses, and fears, the utopian fury that keeps the culture industries in business. It is hard to laugh at the need for beauty and romance, no matter how tasteless, even horrible, the results of that are, as West observes. And again, like Lonely Hearts, Hackett feels, but also distrusts the need for some ultimate deliverance from misery. Listening to a Bach chorale, Come, Redeemer, our Savior, Hackett muses that perhaps Christ heard. If he did, he gave no signs. Lacking evidence of Christ's presence, West's world of mad and lonely hearts casts wildly about for surrogates, a continuous hunt for other models, as West puts it, in Day of the Locust. Yet none of the substitutes fills the void, and most of them end up commodified in a roiling market of phony redemption. In Miss Lonely Hearts, Shrike identifies and dismisses many of the common replacements: art, sex, booze, drugs. Buoyantly blasphemous, he imagines the first church of Christ Dentist, preventer of decay, whose newfangled trinity is Father, Son, and wire-haired fox terrier. But in the end, Shrike echoes Henry Ford and Paul Strand in proclaiming technological efficiency as the new Thomistic synthesis, an assertion he illustrates with a newspaper clipping on an adding machine for prayers. In The Day of the Locust, Hackett wanders through a studio lot of discarded props and sets. A dream dump, he muses, a sargasso of the imagination. Amidst the detritus lies a cardboard Greek temple to Eros, where the god himself lay face downward in a pile of old newspapers and bottles. Later, Hackett undertakes a pilgrimage through Hollywood's exotic, spiritual bazaar. He visited the Church of Christ Physical, where holiness was attained through the constant use of chest weights and spring grips, the Church Invisible, where fortunes were told and the dead made to find lost objects, the Tabernacle of the Third Coming, where a woman in male clothing preached the crusade against salt, and the Temple Moderne, under whose glass and chromium roof, brain-breathing, the secret of the Aztecs was taught. In the Tabernacle, a deranged man expounds a revelation of dietary rules, economics, and biblical threats. Having seen a tiger of wrath and a jackal of lust, the manic rails like an illiterate anchorite, hurling warnings at a decadent Rome. Like the Hollywood spiritual hothouse, West's America abounds in wild, disordered minds, hysterical with anger at their obsolescence in the land of Fordist efficiency. Full of awful anarchic power, they had it in them to destroy civilization, as Hackett notes of the congregants. The nameless extras in West's novels long for a bloody and cleansing apocalypse. There would be civil war, Hackett predicts. The Angelinos would be first, but their comrades all over the country would follow. Yet West offers no prospect of millennium beyond the horizon of apocalypse. For West, death and ruin are the toxic waste of America's business of dreams. They realize that they've been tricked and burn with resentment. He concludes in Day of the Locust, the cultists of all sorts, economic as well as religious, the wave, airplane, funeral, and preview watchers, all those poor devils who can only be stirred by the promise of miracles and then only to violence. The horsemen of West's apocalypse are the exploited of Fordist America, longing for some spectacle to avenge the miscarriage of justice and Edenic hope. They were savage and bitter, and had been made so by boredom and disappointment. All their lives they had slaved at some kind of dull, heavy labor, behind desks and counters, in the fields and at tedious machines of all sorts, saving their pennies and dreaming of the leisure that would be theirs when they had enough. If only a plane would crash once in a while, so that they could watch the passengers being consumed in a holocaust of flame, as the newspapers put it. But the planes never crash. Unable to contain the forces they summon, and even half in love with them, the high priests of the culture industry succumb to the furies they cultivate. In the final section of Miss Lonely Hearts has a religious experience. The columnist welcomes the arrival of fever because it promises heat and mentally unmotivated violence. The heat and violence arrive in the form of a cripple who guns him down. But, as West writes, Lonely Hearts runs toward his killer with his arms spread for the miracle. Throughout the Day of the Locust, Hackett has been working on a painting titled The Burning of Los Angeles, and in the final episode of the novel, his vision comes alive when a crowd riots outside a theater. His imagination, sharpened by the ferocity of the revelers, Hackett conceives an apocalypse wrought by the dispossessed and vindictive. Los Angeles becomes the burning city, a great bonfire of architectural styles, from Egyptian to Cape Cod colonial, set ablaze by a great united front of screwballs and screwboxes. No longer bored, they sang and danced joyously in the red light of the flames. Like the Protestant fascists of a cool million, they seek to purify the land, but like Satinpenny's Day of Vengeance, their apocalypse yields no final redemption. Too angry and hysterical for any enriching communion, the people in West's fiction ignite their homes, not a revolution. Of course, there was nothing even close to a revolutionary denouement to the turbulence and misery of the Depression. In Europe, the most successful mass movement was fascism, a populist brand of reactionary modernism. As the political modesty of the CIO demonstrated, Labor's imagination remained well within the bounds of the business mind. Although many of the CIO's leaders and organizers were militant socialists with a class-based political vision, the rank and file seldom displayed any interest in industrial democracy or socialism. The labor movement remained fractured along lines of ethnicity and skill. Racism persisted as a debilitating toxin in the body politic of the CIO, and the appeal of socialism was blunted by Catholic social teaching, whose exponents, such as Philip Murray, pursued an active antipathy toward the secular left. As a result, the CIO was always a fragile juggernaut, in Zeger's words, and the New Deal coalition that emerged after World War II was an unstable and fractious, albeit long-lived, political constellation. The CIO's eventual deference to the prerogatives of corporate capital during and after World War II stemmed not only from the countervailing power of corporations and the New Deal state, but also from the nature of the Fordist workplace, the attendant impact of the culture industry, and the persistence of individualism in the American moral imagination. The attrition of craft and the mechanization of labor meant that CIO workers had, in Steve Fraser's words, a functional and instrumental but not existential relationship to their work. They neither derived nor expected any artisanal fulfillment in the temples of Fordist production. The CIO working class was far more integrated as consumers into the mass market and more influenced by the media of mass culture. Ruskin and Morris were vindicated. The cumulative effect of industrial work and culture had been to limit, not enlarge, labor's moral imagination. Moreover, as Jefferson Cowie and Nick Salvatore have argued, the New Deal's turn away from anti-monopoly and redistribution toward the promotion of a vibrant consumer culture served to abet the deep and abiding individualism at the core of the American ethos. Under the aegis of the New Deal, the meaning of individualism was migrating away from control over productive resources, now more than ever firmly in the hands of the managerial elite, to the enjoyment of commodified pleasures. Stabilized and expanded by New Deal fiscal policy, and given a political imprimatur from labor leaders such as Walter Reuter, a humane Fordism became the political horizon of the liberal and social democratic left, moral capitalism, as Elizabeth Cohen has dubbed it. Burke's spiritual bankers had invested wisely. Eventually, the New Deal would prove to be, in Cowie and Salvatore's words, a historical aberration, a genuine but short-lived anomaly in the longue durée of American capitalism. Even as the Covenant theology now accommodated labor unions and state intervention, capitalist enchantment remained the spiritual government of the managerial order. Chapter 22. Small is Beautiful. The Religion of Small Property, and Louis Mumford's Novum Organum. To some, the self-immolation of Los Angeles would have been a just and inexorable judgment, a fitting and perhaps divine verdict on the city's frenetic and incorrigible perversity. American culture has always harbored a powerful strain of ambivalence shading into hostility toward cities. Demonized as seductive hellholes of depravity, swarming with fearsome racial heterogeneity, glittering with sophisticates full of disdain for rural piety, wisdom, and tranquility. Despite the accelerating urbanization of America in the years between the world wars, these images persisted not only in depressed farming towns and villages, but also among metropolitan intellectuals. To intellectuals alienated from urban life, many of whom, like Malcolm Cowley, had fled their rural hometowns in search of an ineffable liberation, the city assumed a new malevolence as the vast, metastasizing homeland of the machine, while the country became the final redoubt of humanity against mechanized demoralization. Cowley spoke for many post-war writers who, attracted by the prospect of freedom and dynamism, had made the exodus from the heartland to the metropolis only to discover new forms of repression. After the initial exhilaration, the crowds, whistles, skidding taxicabs, all the discomforts of the city were a personal affront. Cowley himself confessed to having pleasant nightmares in which I feared that New York was being destroyed by an earthquake. Exhausted by the city's pace and calloused by its inhospitality, Cowley and many of his friends harbored the desire to escape and the hope of living somewhere under more favorable conditions. perhaps in their own countryside, of which they still dreamed, perhaps on a Connecticut farm. Even at our most deracinated and cosmopolitan, we carry, Cowley wrote of his lost generation, each of us an urn of native soil. In both America and Europe, this agonized quandary about the city and the country was a salient source of literary modernism. Uprooted from, but still emotionally attached to, the folkways of rural life, modernists inhabited the imaginative vortex of transition from a largely agrarian to an urban and industrial civilization. But a handful of writers and social critics longed to escape the crucible of industrial urbanism and recover the archaism of the countryside. In their view, the technological insolence of industrial society, consolidated in the modern metropolis, had warped our kinship with nature, disrupted our biological rhythms, and abetted and magnified our Promethean ambition to subjugate the universe. Only by a return to manual labor could we reverse the depredations of the mechanical world, repair our relations with nature, bridle our cosmological hubris, and recover the sense of a divinity excluded from skyscrapers, yet welcomed in forests and meadows. And if no retreat to the countryside was possible, some semblance of the virtues associated with rural life had to be created in the industrial metropolis. Often expressed in overt opposition to Fordism, the renewal of interest in small-scale economy was also a neo-romantic quest for a sacramental way of life. Echoing the religion of small property preached by G.K. Chesterton, Hilaire Belloc, and other British distributists, neo-romantic ruralism in America took three exemplary forms: the Herrenvolk ideal of Herbert Agar, Alan Tate, John Crow Ransom, and other Southern agrarians, the Catholic personalism of Dorothy Day, Peter Morin, and the Catholic worker movement, and the international peace mission of Father Divine, headquartered in Harlem. Southern agrarians and Catholic workers in particular sought a reduction in the scale of property and production, achieved through the attrition of industrial technology and a return to agriculture and handicraft. While not, in the end, fundamentally opposed to the prevailing economic order, Father Divine and the Peace Mission combined a sacramental religious sensibility with an attempt to forge a communalist capitalism. Crusaders for small property were addressing harsh and intractable conditions in the American countryside. The Depression devastated farmers, especially in the South and Midwest, and so the revival of the nation's agricultural economy was a pressing concern for the Roosevelt administration. The New Dealers created various programs: the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, the Farm Security Administration, the Resettlement Administration, to provide relief to rural families, bolster prices for foodstuffs, and acquaint producers with new agricultural methods and technologies. Yet, if most farmers considered New Deal assistance an affirmation of family farming, many liberals favored scientific and technologically advanced methods that promoted larger-scale agriculture. Stuart Chase, for instance, welcomed the demise of small production and its replacement by a scientific agriculture. Farming was once a way of life, he wrote in 1934. Now, it is just another business, and a doomed one at that. Like the small business person and the industrial worker, the small farmer was just one more poor devil drowning in economic insecurity. But, Chase reasoned, since mass production in agriculture follows close behind mass production in industry, local and inefficient proprietors would eventually give way to a few skilled laborers and mechanics, supplied with the latest technical expertise. Over the 1930s, the cumulative impact of falling prices, bad weather, and foreclosure seemed to portend the end of family farming as a way of life, and the promises of modernization appeared increasingly futile, even false. In the Delta region, for instance, many farmers saw natural and economic turmoil as the well-deserved reprimand of Providence. The Arkansas drought of 1930 to 1931 induced one farmer to call it a national chastisement to make men think of him. The Depression, another farmer asserted in 1932, was one of the vials of wrath being poured upon the world as a just punishment for the sins of which we have been guilty. Suspicion of New Deal agricultural reforms among white farmers in the Delta stemmed, in large measure, from a premillennialist eschatology in which the portents of nature were emissaries from a vindictive God. Yet, it was precisely in rural America that some artists, writers, and intellectuals saw the possibility of moral and spiritual regeneration for industrial society. While few called for an outright abandonment of industrial civilization, they looked to pre-industrial locales as enclaves of joy, simplicity, friendship, mutuality, and spiritual contentment. In King Vidor's Our Daily Bread, 1934, an unsuccessful urban couple renounces the cutthroat ways of business and starts what becomes a thriving agricultural cooperative. Regionalist painters such as Grant Wood, Thomas Hart Benton, and John Stewart Curry portrayed an agrarian America still replete with plebeian tenacity and rectitude. As Benton remarked of his Works Projects Administration murals, he strove to capture the peculiar nature of the American brand of spirituality. Although now so familiar as to be liable to parody, the couple depicted in Wood's American Gothic, 1931, at the time formed an icon of the proprietary heritage, America's analog to the Gothic past of Europe, the waning epoch of spiritual vitality. Other celebrants of pre-industrial values looked elsewhere for renewal. The Spanish and Mexican peasants, romanticized by Waldo Frank, eluded the clutches of what he called mechanolatry, the adoration of industrial technology that Lewis Mumford dubbed the religion of the machine. Recalling Mary Austin's sojourn among the Shoshone and Mexicans of California, Willa Cather, in Death Comes for the Archbishop, 1927, idealized the reverence displayed toward nature by the Hopi and Navajo of New Mexico. Treading lightly in a land enchanted by spirits, they befriended the desert and the mountains and abjured any desire to wrestle and dominate the earth. It was the Indian way to pass through a country without disturbing anything, to pass and leave no trace, to vanish into the landscape, not to stand out against it. While the white invaders marauded the country with their money and brutally extractive technology, the Indians spent their ingenuity in another direction, in accommodating themselves to the scene in which they find themselves. Likewise, the Mexicans examined by Chase displayed a grandeur and grace inaccessible to acquisitive and industrious whites. In Mexico, A Story of Two Americas, 1931, Chase juxtaposed two very different communities. Tepoztlan, the Mexican village studied by anthropologist Robert Redfield, and Middletown, the Midwestern city explored by Robert and Helen Lind. Although Tepoztlan was not unaffected by modernity, Chase made clear that to the extent that they retained their mixture of handicraft, farming, and pagan Catholic festivity, the villagers were spared the anonymity of gargantuan cities, the visual and ecological blight of industry, the callous pursuit of accumulation, and the oblivion of the numinous by calculation and enterprise. Advocates of a proprietary restoration went one step further than Chase and other admirers of rural life. They called for the disassembly of corporate, industrial capitalism. Yet, there was a division in the church of small property. Like other believers in the American errand before them, the Protestant Southern agrarians delivered yet another Jeremiad. America had fallen away from the ideal of family property and decayed into corporate power, mechanization, and godlessness. Only a return to small patriarchal proprietorship could revive the Jeffersonian Christian Republic. To reverse the corporate declension from the original errand of Christian cupidity, Protestant restorationists rejected mass production in favor of independent farming and handicraft, while the Catholic workers also favored the proprietary program of agriculture, handicraft, and decentralization. They refrained from joining in the Jeremiad, coming closer to repudiating the covenant theology than any other previous critics of capitalist enchantment. Besides portraying farmers, artisans, and shopkeepers as the yeoman avatars of virtue, the American religion of small property also rehearsed the populist argument against corporate metaphysics. If Burke and Dewey considered the corporation a progressive force in history, proprietary ideologues thought the corporate firm an example of metaphysical and moral perversity. As the agrarian economist Richard Ransom explained, the legal fiction of the modern corporation gave it a permanent lease on life that undermined any notion of moral responsibility. Ruralists such as Ransom held that corporations should be considered special and contingent legal entities whose existence was revocable at the will of the legislature. When they did not call for the abolition of corporations altogether, Ransom and his proprietary comrades advocated various reforms: abolition of corporate personhood, federal chartering of corporations, and heavy inheritance taxes on the transfer of corporate shares and assets. These measures, he believed, would not only curb corporate power, but also achieve a moral counter-revolution against abstract, tyrannical impunity. The resubordination of corporations to the popular will would, Ransom hoped, inculcate more direct personal responsibility among all producers in the country and the city. Corporations were also the primary culprits of the crime of spiritual dispossession, the profanation decreed by James Rorty. Blasphemously impersonating the mysterious and powerful presence, they were now the legal and economic gods of the century, as one contributor to Herbert Agar and Alan Tate's Who Owns America, 1936, saw them, usurpers expelling farmers and artisans from the Eden of tactile friendship with God. Banished from what was left of the producer's paradise, workers suffered spiritual sterilization, as one of the Southern agrarians, Andrew Lytle, put it, an infertility caused by their separation from the means of material beatitude. Meanwhile, exiled from the rhythms and textures of nature, industrial workers sought a spurious compensation in the consumption of mass-produced goods. Catholic workers also objected to the specious materialism fostered by mechanization. By reducing the worker to a mindless, insensate appendage of industrial technology, Fordism both desecrated the sacramental nature of labor and dulled the sensuous capacities of the body. Day condemned capitalism for its fraudulent love of the world, the worst materialism of all, she thought, one that enervated creative exuberance when this dear flesh of ours is denied. Against the system of mechanized indignity, the proprietary front proposed a revival of farming and craft that would hallow, civilize, and beautify human life. Proprietary champions held that spiritual nourishment depended on genuine, virtuous property ownership, as the roots put down in the soil went through the earth all the way to divinity. When residing and working in what one of the Southerners, John Crow Ransom, rhapsodized as a certain terrain, a certain history, and a certain inherited way of living, men and women acquired knowledge of themselves, the natural world, and finally, of divinity. The genuine farmer never loses his belief in God, Lytle declared. Religion wanes, he argued, when men seek to conquer nature, leave the countryside for the mass-produced blandishments of the metropolis, and forget their never-ending fundamental dependence on a mysterious and powerful presence. Donald Davidson, another of the Southerners, contended that artisanal production would grace the round of daily life with the visual and sensual joy of well-wrought pots and pans, chairs and rugs, clothing and houses. The Catholic workers considered the restoration of a sacramental quality to work and technology to be a paramount religious mission. A man who works with his hands as well as with his head is an integrated personality, Day asserted. Partaking of God's creative activity, the artisan's agile and loving proximity to matter brought a deeper intimacy with God. Using mind and brain to work on beautiful objects, the craftsperson or farmer was gifted with a sense of the sacramentality of things, the holiness, the symbolism of things. Yet, important and irreconcilable differences divided the acolytes of proprietary restoration. Both denominations assented to Tate's assertion in I'll Take My Stand, 1930, that economy is the secular image of religious conviction. But the Southerners hearkened back to the Protestant dispensation. John Crow Ransom's God Without Thunder, 1930, a strange and sometimes bewildering volume, was a modernist restatement of Protestant proprietary theology. The theological prologue to I'll Take My Stand. The religion of a people, Ransom wrote, is that background of metaphysical doctrine which dictates its political economy. In Ransom's view, the metaphysics of industrial modernity blended liberal theology and the will to power. An amiable Rotarian, God sanctioned a covert religion of service in which mankind proceeds to serve itself as hard as possible. Heedless of limits and bereft of reverence, industrial capitalism was a wartime economy that conscripted labor, nature, and technology in an unending campaign for power and riches. The amiable Rotarian was a Babbitt in the heavens, and such a complacent deity was no match for the will to power and riches. Ransom insisted that the only antidote to the enchantment of industrial progress lay in a renewal of faith in the stern and immutable God of Calvinism, the predestining deity who placed implacable restrictions on desire and accumulation. Ransom's Calvinist God smiled benignly, however, on slavery and segregation. In the Southerners' historical mythology, an extension of the lost cause that aimed to reconcile white Southerners to the defeat of the Confederacy, the antebellum and Jim Crow South became an idol washed clean of slave auctions, overseers, and lynching parties. Few of the Southern partisans were as shameless as Davidson, who expressed his hope, soon after the publication of I'll Take My Stand, that the lost cause might not be wholly lost after all. The Christian chivalry of plantation society might still be redeemed from obloquy and oblivion. Tate contended that throughout history, slavery had made possible high cultures of leisure, learning, and magnanimity. The historian Frank Owsley was more disingenuous, arguing that slavery had played no essential part of the agrarian civilization of the South. In his contribution to I'll Take My Stand, The Briar Patch, Warren was at least embarrassed enough to employ euphemism and circumlocution in his brief for racial segregation. Whitewashed of slavery and segregation, the history and tradition so reverently affirmed was the moonshine of erudite Herrenvolk. This specious and poisonous Herrenvolk romance was lambasted ferociously by Agee, who skewered the ruralist solution/neither Hurstian nor Russian for its racist, faux classical nostalgia. In the New Dixie of Tate and Ransom, Agee saw an indisputably Aryan, Jeffersonian agrarian settin' on the old rail fence. After World War II and the rise of the Civil Rights Movement, Warren and many of his proprietary comrades would mute or retract their support for segregation. But the Southern tradition of white democracy would continue in the work of Richard Weaver, M.E. Bradford, and other grandees of the post-war right who excoriated corporate capitalism. Even when they tried to slough off the racist legacy of the proprietary dispensation, the white disciples of small property could never quite dispel the charms of Herrenvolk enchantment. The racist romance of the Herrenvolk order was in the process of being dispelled among white and black sharecroppers and activists in the Southern Tenant Farmers Union, STFU, the interracial vanguard of union organization and radicalism in the Depression South. Formed in 1934 to resist evictions that resulted from the crop reduction programs of the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, STFU was a fractious but vibrant coalition of tenant farmers, socialists, communists, and Congress of Industrial Organizations organizers who operated in Arkansas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, and Texas. As many contemporary observers noted, the STFU resembled a religious revival, steeped in the Pentecostal and Baptist religious cultures shared by white and black laborers. Many black locals would open meetings with a hymn, which would often be followed by what amounted to a sermon on the solidarity of the Union. As Reverend Claude Williams, a white preacher and organizer educated in the special gospel at Vanderbilt, declared to members, the Union sought to make the revolutionary program of Jesus become effective in the life of the world. As a founder of the People's Institute of Applied Religion, which distributed political and religious literature to tenant farmers, workers, and clergy, Williams described the sharecroppers' crusade in world historical, even cosmic terms. There were revolutionary fires already kindled, he proclaimed, which are destined to bring a new Renaissance, a new Reformation, yea, a new Pentecost. Likening the spirit of the STFU to the charisma of the early Christians, Williams asserted that the same divine presence that inspired the Church was galvanizing the Union. Now there is a new Pentecost, he told a black congregation in Missouri in 1936. The disciples received God's anointment and power when they were organized, so Pentecost is unity. The religion of small property among struggling and dispossessed tenants indeed augured a new Pentecost, as the STFU envisioned a redistribution of land from wealthy owners to the people who worked it. Although most members saw the Union as a way to obtain better conditions of tenancy, the most radical STFU organizers called for common ownership of the land and its abundance, a political program blessed by God, as Howard Kester and Evelyn Smith's Ceremony of the Land announced. First performed at the STFU's National Convention in Muskogee, Oklahoma, in January 1937, the ritual was a common prayer that affirmed a divine mandate for rural communism. Thou didst establish the land and its fruit for all the people, and thou didst call us to be the keepers of thy good earth. Capitalism was a consequence of the fall into private property and scarcity. In man's greed for gold, he had destroyed the fruitfulness of the earth. Concluding that the land is the common heritage of all, Kester invoked the spirit that had long ago animated the medieval commons. Speed now the day when the plains and hills and all the wealth thereof shall be the people's own. We shall be thy tenants alone. As Williams had explained, the STFU members were representatives of the People's Republic of Heaven, living by principles at odds with those of pecuniary reason and metaphysics. The kingdom is not of this world, but it is in this world. While secular radicals in the STFU were uncomfortable with the religious fervor of the membership, they drew on the hopeful tenacity of people who believed in visions, dreams, spirit possession, and speaking in tongues. Some of the Union's most courageous and popular heroes displayed a sacramental, incarnational conviction of the permeability of heaven and earth. Disdainful of both white and black clergy, who acquiesced in the exploitation of tenant farmers and workers, Reverend Owen Whitfield, one of the Union's most energetic black organizers and leaders, portrayed his conversion to plebeian Christianity as a painful but liberating epiphany occasioned by an encounter with God. Resting in a field after a long day's work, he was stunned to be told by his young daughter that there was no food left for supper. Famished and desperate, he prayed, "You said the righteous and them that preached the gospel would never go hungry." He recalled complaining to God. An answer came to him from within. "But you ain't been preaching the gospel." God admonished Whitefield. "I bless you with enough product to fill many barns. Somebody's getting it. If you ain't, that's your fault, not mine." Set straight by the Lord, Whitefield stopped whooping and hollering at God and embarked on a career as a Union militant. Don West, son of white Georgia sharecroppers, divinity student at Vanderbilt, Communist Party organizer, and then Congregationalist minister, had his own rendezvous with the Almighty that he traced in poetry he wrote while on the road. Distributed widely by the People's Institute of Applied Religion and later collected in Clods of Southern Earth, 1946, West's verse suggested that radical politics was grounded in what Agee would call human divinity. In I've Seen God, for instance, West bore witness both to the grandeur and to the profanation of divine creation. I've seen him smile in the several hues of a rainbow. I've felt his warm breath in the mists. The sun sets up from the plowed dirt after the summer rain. But God also stared out from the gaunt eyes of a factory worker, and West heard him groan from the hungry throats of miners' children. This was not Ransom's God of Thunder, but rather the Savior crucified by avarice. Unlike Protestant agrarianism and its storm god, the Catholic denomination of small property rested on a triune theological matrix: mystical body theology, a liturgical movement, and the papal social encyclicals. Mystical body theology was a prominent current in Euro-American Catholicism between the wars, re-emphasizing the communal nature of the Church against liberal individualism. Catholic workers linked mystical body theology to the struggle against social injustice. As Day wrote, "The injustices borne by workers and dispossessed farmers were part of the mystery of the tremendous sacrifice of Christ." Where Ransom thought Americans should revive submission to a harsh and punitive God, Day offered the imitation of Christ, living in voluntary poverty, bearing the crosses of the poor and rejected, and regarding exploiters as prodigal brethren in need of forgiveness and love. Closely related to the mystical body was the liturgical movement, another Catholic import from Europe. Committed primarily to improving the aesthetic quality of church liturgy, art, and architecture, some liturgical reformers, such as the Benedictine Virgil Michel, considered the Eucharistic meal to be a template for social relations. Just as those who receive the Eucharist do not enjoy Christ as an exclusive possession, so natural goods should be shared. As Michel summarized the ideal, what belongs to all belongs to each, and what belongs to each belongs to all. Though insisting that this principle was not communist, Michel and the liturgical reformers contended that property should be embedded in a network of communal constraints and obligations. These theological currents galvanized many Depression-era Catholics, from supporters of the New Deal to the National Union for Social Justice founded by the radio priest, Father Charles Coughlin. Calling for a living wage, workers' rights to unionization and collective bargaining, and tighter regulations of corporations, neither the National Union for Social Justice nor the New Deal wing of interwar Catholicism, Catholic union organizers, labor priests, and activist academics, such as Right Reverend New Dealer Monsignor John Ryan, ever ventured beyond the political horizon of a moralized corporate capitalism. Both Ryan and Coghlan inveighed against socialism, and the Industry Council plan envisioned by Philip Murray assumed both the separation of ownership and control and the division of professional, managerial, and proletarian labor. Among Catholic workers, however, Catholic theology underwrote a sacramental radicalism, personalism, as they often called it, that sanctioned more radical changes in the American economy than either their fellow Catholics or the Protestant Southerners could endorse. Personalists condemned both absentee ownership and the separation of production and planning, and in their rural farming communities and urban houses of hospitality, they attempted to erase the lines that divided property, management, and manual labor. Although they were abject and sometimes comical failures, the Catholic worker farms on Staten Island and in upstate Pennsylvania were experiments in artisanal humanism in the lineage of Brook Farm, Rose Valley, and New Clairvaux. In their houses of hospitality, where they ministered to the urban poor, workers held weekly roundtable discussions of theology, philosophy, economics, and other subjects, open equally to intellectuals and workers, even to the drunks and prostitutes who came for hot soup and bologna sandwiches. Morin, a cranky autodidact whose easy essays appeared regularly in the Catholic Worker, dismissed American higher education as a complex of fact factories churning out technically proficient but morally paralyzed specialists. Looking to Kropotkin's integral education, which combined humanist erudition and technical training, Morin called for agronomic universities, modeled after the roundtable discussions in which students would perform both intellectual and manual labor. Personalists departed dramatically from union leaders, progressives, and Marxists who embraced the Fordist mechanization of industry for its provision of material abundance. Catholic workers resisted the trend toward professional and managerial specialization on theological grounds, because, Day explained, personalists rooted their opposition to industrial capitalism in Christian humanism, the person as a temple of the Holy Ghost. They recoiled from the separation of mental and manual labor as a desecration as well as a source of class division. Thus, Day upheld deproletarianizing the worker as the objective of Catholic personalism. Workers had to recapture control of industry down to the last detail of technics and organization. Day constantly admonished the Congress of Industrial Organizations to demand not just higher wages and shorter hours, but also ownership and dignity. While conceding that communists also desired these goals, Day retorted that their idolatry of the machine forced them to welcome the reduction of persons to proletarian hands to be complicit in human profanation. Thus, among Catholic workers, the sacramental humanism of personalist theology underwrote a program of workers' control. Utopian, Christian communism, as Morin described it. Day summarized the workers' vision as a mélange of anarchism, arts and crafts, and distributism. Ownership by the workers of the means of production, the abolition of the assembly line, decentralized factories, the restoration of crafts, and ownership of property. Eclectic and ecumenical, Day's thinking owed at least as much to Kropotkin as it did to Chesterton, Belloc, and Pius. Having worked as a journalist in Greenwich Village during World War I, Day had been a charter member of the Bohemian left before converting to Catholicism, and she admired and befriended secular radicals long after she joined the church that officially anathematized them. Yet, if her refusal to bow to the jealous divinity of the state put her in the unlikely company of Emma Goldman, Day's unwavering faith in the ontology of love aligned her more with Vida Dutton Scudder. Renewing Scudder's sacramental materialism, Day was closer in spirit to Ruskin and St. Francis than to Marx, Debs, and the Fabians. Yet, as Day and other believers in small property came to realize, fewer and fewer Americans seemed willing to pioneer on small farms or in village workshops. "Ours is indeed an unpopular front," she once sighed, and the Southern agrarians would have had to agree. By the time the United States entered World War II, the crusade for proprietorship had dissipated, and its waning stemmed in part from the anomalies of the Crusaders. Like the earlier inhabitants of Brook Farm, proprietary ideologues were often intellectuals disgruntled by metropolitan culture. A tale told by a wistful intelligentsia, the rural South of the lost cause became, in the writing of the agrarians, a fabulous yeomanry of Horaces, with Ivy League and Oxbridge degrees, followed by jobs in academia, or with periodicals based in northern cities. Most of the Southerners were indeed, as the Vanderbilt graduates called themselves, fugitives, intellectuals in secession from the South's embattled rural culture. Genteel refugees from Dixie, they imagined agrarian society as a kind of compensation for their own abandonment of the plow. Tate eulogized Stonewall Jackson and Jefferson Davis while living the bohemian life in Greenwich Village. Lytle, concluding that he could not be both a writer and a proper farmer, chose not the farm, but the editor's office at the distinguished Sewanee Review. Ransom pounded the pulpit about a deity without thunder, without ever really believing in God, and by the end of World War II, he'd even repudiated agrarianism. The Catholic workers were similar specimens of urban disaffection. Day's literary talent and highbrow reading tastes marked her as a middle-class intellectual. A typical Day article in The Catholic Worker might refer to Kropotkin, Marx, Dostoevsky, or Tolstoy. Like Hawthorne's Coverdale or Tolstoy's Levin, Catholic workers attempted to wed the intellectual and the peasant, milk cows in the morning, plow in the afternoon, study and discuss Aquinas in the evening. They were often too tired to pore over the Summa, and as one of the leading historians of the movement concedes, the workers' farm communes were unmitigated disasters. At the same time, despite their support for the Congress of Industrial Organizations' organizing efforts, their ideal of voluntary poverty held no appeal for urban industrial workers, while Day and Morin felt nothing but antipathy for the fleshpots of consumer culture. The incongruity of urban intellectuals extolling the bucolic virtues was not the only reason for the failure of the religion of small property. Despite the Southern agrarians' high dudgeon against corporations, it was never at all clear that what they were advancing was an alternative to capitalism. In the eschatology of agrarianism, the heavenly village looked much like the Herrenvolk utopia, the beloved community of white male accumulators at the heart of the Old Covenant theology. Like the Puritans and the Evangelicals, the agrarians assumed a felicitous rapport between Christian love and capitalist property. Yet, intoning the liturgical chant of petty bourgeois moralism, God, hard work, and family, the small business invoked by proprietary writers could be as ruthless and rapacious as any corporate monstrosity. Inattentive to the competitive logic of small business, the contributors to Who Owns America drew the wrong conclusion from their avowal that small business is the capitalist system. Big business was no disease or perversion of capitalism, but the inexorable denouement of competition. Descendants of slaves liberated from the agrarians' idealized dispensation, Father Divine and the Peace Mission exemplified the dissonance within the religion of small property. Possibly born George Baker to emancipated slaves in Rockville, Maryland, near the end of Reconstruction, Father Divine proclaimed himself the Eternal Father in 1912 and began a long itinerant career as a preacher, and by the time he settled in Harlem in the early 1930s, he had attracted thousands of followers to his international peace mission. Whether in urban apartments or in rural cooperatives like the 34-acre estate in Ulster County, New York, members practiced communal living to reduce the costs of food and housing. Peace mission angels opened a variety of small businesses, from restaurants and garages to hotels and dress shops. The cooperatives were jointly owned and parceled into small tracts, where members grew fruit, vegetables, and poultry, and raised dairy animals. All net profits were returned to the Peace Mission and were redistributed by Father Divine. The Peace Mission was the largest realty holder in Harlem by the mid-1930s, and his opulent lifestyle fueled speculation that the movement was a confidence scam. His followers, he declared, live consecrated to and for the good of all, even though they own all things individually, severally, and collectively. Although they rejected what Father Divine called rugged individualism of the super-greed type and refused insurance and borrowing from banks, they opposed socialism, the labor movement, and the New Deal, and blamed individual sloth for the persistence of the Depression. Despite Harlem's high unemployment, squalid living conditions, and violent racial subordination, Father Divine's platitudes about peace and brotherhood, one journalist observed, betray him as blissfully unimpressed by anything passing as a well-formulated radicalism. This communalist capitalism, as one historian has characterized it, was anchored in a materialist theology that resembled the Catholic workers' sacramentality. It seems that Baker's mother had been a Methodist with strong attraction to Roman Catholicism. In New Day, the Peace Mission's periodical, Father Divine espoused a doctrine of tangibilization, in which spirit took material form. The material food we eat is the actual tangibilization of the personification of God's Word, God's love, and God's presence. God's presence was most tangible in the Holy Communion, or agape feasts, that the Peace Mission sponsored every Sunday, lavish banquets accompanied by ecstatic performances of music, chanting, shrieking, and witnessing. Although one purpose was to feed Harlem's hungry, the Holy Communion service was an eschatological meal, a corporeal foretaste of the afterlife. Like the Mass explicated in Catholic mystical body theology, the Sunday services pointed to a sacramental communism, but they never entailed a full repudiation of the capitalist ethos, as the angels remained embedded in the competitive arena of petty bourgeois enterprise. While they may have shared something of a sacramentalist worldview with Father Divine and the agrarians, Day and other Catholic personalists upheld the most serious sign of contradiction yet offered to the covenant theology of capitalist enchantment in America. Their willingness to espouse a utopian, Christian communism was a valiant and unequivocal defiance of the American moral imagination. Their sacramental ontology contravened the metaphysics of monetary and commodity fetishism. Their indictment of capitalism was more intense and thoroughgoing than that of the Southern agrarians, and their pacifism, which cost them dearly in financial and moral support when they condemned American participation in World War II, traversed and highlighted the imperialist hubris of Henry Luce's American Century. Not until the 1960s, with the appearance of a new left, indebted in part to Day's courageous moral tutelage, would Americans witness any comparable effrontery to the avarice and violence of their idols. Yet, the Catholic workers could never explain how, in American conditions, their religion of small property could avoid the fate of competitive enterprise. Even as they offered their spectacle unto the world, Catholicism in America was being rapidly assimilated into the mainstream of Fordist society, where ownership of productive property, where it was not yet corporate, meant ownership of capitalist property. Small property inevitably meant small business and its everyday liturgies of struggle. Precisely for those reasons, Catholic personalism, isolated from most American Catholics as well as from Protestants, was unable to acquire any purchase on the American moral imagination. If they missed the desire for beatitude that animated consumer culture, they remembered that human happiness required a robust materiality, a sensuous grace for which commodity hedonism offered only an anemic and fretful surrogate. If they displayed an incorrigible animus toward technology, they also posed invaluable challenges to the mystifications of the technological sublime. Lewis Mumford might have been a perfect interlocutor for Day and the Catholic personalists. A quintessential man of letters, Mumford was indifferent to the professional protocols and disciplinary boundaries of the modern university. His affinities, as Leo Marx observed, were with Bohemia, not academia. His early friends included Van Wyck Brooks and Waldo Frank of the Seven Arts Circle. Mumford ranged widely and audaciously, covering art, literature, technology, architecture, and urban history. In the catholicity of his interests, Mumford was a classic philosopher, if philosophy is defined as the love of wisdom rather than as a bashful minion of science, the role accepted and even celebrated by positivists and pragmatists, such as Mumford's nemesis, John Dewey. In style and substance, Mumford posed a vigorous and elegant alternative to Dewey's progressive acquiescence in cultural and industrial centralization. Where Dewey hoped to generate a common faith from within the apparatus of Fordism, Mumford looked beyond the industrial era to a more organic civilization, a neo-technic or biotechnic order, as he called it, a reunion of the city and the country in which the techniques and culture of mechanization would serve rather than disfigure human nature. Fearful of industrial technology's authoritarian discipline and creative sterility, Mumford is the American Ruskin, a romantic critic of capitalism who, though more affirming of modern techniques, denounced the religion of productivity and professed that there is no wealth but life. Indeed, life, richness of experience, variety of action, fertility of body and imagination, lay at the heart of Mumford's romantic humanism, a way of being in the world as, in his words, holiness, beatitude, and beauty. A lifelong lover of New York, since his birth there in 1895, just as a whale ship was Melville's Harvard and Yale, Mannahatta, he once wrote, was my university, my true alma mater. Mumford deplored the city's accelerating growth, a reckless industrial metastasis marred by pollution, congestion, and social turmoil. Searching for ways to rescue Gotham and other cities from the consequences of their own economic success, he embraced the ideas of the British urbanists Ebenezer Howard and Patrick Geddes, founders of the Garden City and regionalist movements in city planning and architecture. A polymath like Mumford, Geddes was an especially profound and indelible influence on his admirer's life and work. Mumford befriended and corresponded with Geddes, whom he referred to as his master. Geddes's strapping and capacious principle of life insurgent made the deepest impression on Mumford, antedating Henri Bergson's Élan Vital. Life insurgent played the role in Geddes's work of a pervasive and synthetic metaphysical principle, not only of evolutionary biology, but also of sociology, aesthetics, and religion. Since Life Insurgent compelled evolution toward ever greater organic complexity, interdependence, and unity, Geddes saw human civilization as a conscious, consummate product of nature, not a mechanical contraption that could be engineered in defiance of biological processes. Such impertinence toward nature was, Geddes thought, a besetting sin of capitalism, and his interest in ecology was provoked in part by his outrage at the effects of unchecked industrialization on rivers, fields, farms, and cities. In books ranging from The Evolution of Sex, 1889, to Cities in Evolution, 1915, Geddes both narrated a history of technology divided into Eotechnic, Paleotechnic, and Neotechnic periods, a scheme later employed by Mumford, and adumbrated an ecological philosophy that made organic development the criterion of social and technological progress. Spanning the 1920s to the 1960s, from The Story of Utopias, 1922, through Technics and Civilization to the two-volume critique of The Myth of the Machine, 1967-1970, Mumford's career was a prolific vocation for the cause of life insurgent. Life, organic, and kindred terms abounded lushly in Mumford's prose, conveying both his delight in the sumptuous, regenerative abundance of nature and his affirmation of exuberant vitality as a moral and metaphysical criterion. Life he exalted in his study of Herman Melville, 1929. Life purposive, life formative, life expressive is more than living, as living itself is more than the finding of a livelihood. Life, to Mumford, was more than mere biological existence. It included music, literature, art, play, and other activities often dismissed as luxuries by Philistines and technocrats. The genuine power of any technical device, he asserted in Technics and Civilization, lay in its power to sustain or enrich life. Our goal, he insisted, should not be the multiplication of machines and commodities, but rather organic fulfillment, the satisfaction of desire for creation and connection that could be achieved, and he came to believe could only be achieved, through a diminution of the industrial apparatus. Mumford's celebration of the primacy of life recalled William James's passionate vision, his marvelously impractical ontological wonder at the mere spectacle of the world's presence. At the same time, paralleling Alfred North Whitehead's philosophy of organism and anticipating Hans Jonas's phenomenology of life, Mumford gestured to a romantic Novum organum, a reconception of nature and humanity on the order of Francis Bacon and the mechanical philosophy that inaugurated the scientific and technological revolutions of modernity. His prototype for an organic ideology in Technics and Civilization assumed, he wrote, that we now have an insight into a larger world and a more comprehensive intellectual synthesis than that which was originally outlined in our mechanical ideology. Rejecting the distinction between facts and values inherent to the modern scientific paradigm, Mumford's prolegomena to a Novum organum revived and renovated Aristotelian and medieval Christian ontological principles. Even the most rigorous scientific description of the physical basis of life indicates it to be internally teleological, he asserted. Values, he declared in Faith for Living, 1940, are not cemented onto the ugly structure of physical existence as in a bad piece of architecture. Rather, they are present from the very beginning. Indeed, he continued, these values are religious in essence, hinting that the religious is somehow intrinsic, not external, to the natural world. Encompassing and even uniting the material world and the realm of the sacred, life served for Mumford as a surrogate for the enchantment once defined in Christian terms of sacramentality. Life also posed an organic, artisanal standard of technical, economic, and political arrangements. In Mumford's view, humanity was not first homo faber, but homo symbolicus, the creator and inhabitant of the imaginative realm of language, thought, dream, and desire, where the aspirations of the artist and the saint precede the ingenuity of the maker and inventor. What distinguishes humanity from other species, he argued in Faith for Living, is the presence and persistence of the ideal. But as the ideal, or the religious, was inseparable from the biological, Homo symbolicus was best as an artisan, an incarnation of poesis for whom beauty and labor formed a rhyming, organic couplet. The craftsman, he observed in Sticks and Stones, his book on American architecture, literally possesses his work in the sense that the Bible says a body is possessed by a familiar spirit. Inspired by a sense of vital superfluity, an ontology of life's abundance, the artisan assumes a plenitude of material to be shaped in accordance with his vision, not just an order to be filled for money. Though chiefly designed for everyday use, much of handicraft needs no other justification than it bears the mark of a joyous spirit. Taking the worker's delight in production as the criterion of work and technology, Mumford echoed Ruskin, Morris, and the arts and crafts movement by redefining true wealth as creation, personal, durable, and attractive making for the sake of one's community. A community low in production yet high in creation is richer, Mumford contended, than a more productive society whose quantitatively greater volume of objects and services is corrupting and deliberately obsolescent. The only civilized criterion of a community's economic life is not the amount of things produced, but the ratio of production to creation. Mumford's work for the Regional Planning Association of America, a league of reform-minded economists, architects, and developers, reflected this organic, artisanal humanism. This association's advocacy of regional scale, resources, and community stemmed, he explained in 1925, from more than economic or ecological concerns with sensible production and conservation. A certain unity of climate, soil, vegetation, industry, and culture was necessary, Mumford maintained, for the promotion of a vivid creative life, a place of material and spiritual grace. The well-cultivated region was the geographical matrix of romantic humanism and organic enchantment. Mumford's organic ideology permeated both his account of the history of technics and his vision of a post-mechanical, post-capitalist era. Especially in Technics and Civilization, Mumford contended that mechanization had taken command of the human imagination before it seized the means of production. For Mumford, human beings, not machines, occupied the center of the story of technological development. The progression of technics, the Eotechnic epoch, 1300 to 1700, of water and wood power, artisanal workplaces, and small-scale but not backward technics. The Paleotechnic period, 1700 to 1900, of coal and steam power, large factories, and mechanized capital-intensive production, and the Neotechnic era, 1900 to 1934, of hydroelectricity, smaller factories, and more highly trained workers, is at the same time a series of cultural transformations, a succession of humanisms. Technological stages commence, Mumford argued, with cultural metamorphoses that make them conceivable. The technics of the Eotechnic phase, for instance, reflected both the marvel of pre-modern peoples at the sheer power and magnitude of nature and their desire to achieve an integration of beauty and practicality, art and utility. From magic to handicraft, Eotechnics represented a search not for mere power alone, but a greater intensification of life, color, perfume, images, music, sexual ecstasy. Mumford discovered this Eotechnic imagination not only among tribal and archaic peoples, but also among the guilds of medieval cities. In The Culture of Cities, 1938, but also in his studies of American literary and architectural history, Sticks and Stones, 1924, The Golden Day, 1926, and the Brown Decades, 1930, Mumford celebrated what he called the dream of medieval theology, a harmony of human beings and the natural world enveloped in a spirit of love and reverence. Repelled by the venality of American industrialism, Mumford looked back to medieval churches, guilds, and universities as models of solidarity and purposeful, integrated life. By insisting on a human scale in all things, the medieval order maintained an organic relationship between economics and religion and between people and nature. With their sacramental sensibility, medieval guilds in particular kept people in touch with the tangible realities of the world: grain, livestock, houses, tools, and directed economic life not toward accumulation and senseless growth, but toward the glorification of God. Mumford emphasized that medieval guilds, far from losing sight of practical affairs in their devotion to patron saints, upheld high standards of design and workmanship. Why did the Eotechnic era end? Why did the dream of medieval theology yield to the nightmare of Paleotechnic mechanization? Mumford traced part of the reason to fissures in the Eotechnic imagination itself. While magic partook of the Eotechnic conception of nature as a dwelling place for divinity, it also harbored and stoked the Promethean ambition for unfettered power and productivity. Magic was the bridge that united fantasy with technology, the dream of power with the engines of fulfillment. By the same token, the highly centralized and tyrannical infrastructures of ancient kingdoms and empires testified to a human longing for unconstrained supremacy over the elements. Even medieval culture exhibited this yearning. With their clocks, their rule, and their enterprise, the Benedictines, Mumford mused, were pioneers of self-control and synchronization, becoming the original founders of modern capitalism. When he ascribed the origins of the modern industrial labyrinth to the measurement of time by medieval monks, the crucial development was not the clock, but the very notion of standardizing human conduct. Thus, what Mumford called the machine, not merely discrete pieces of machinery, but also the entire technological complex of modern industrial civilization, had been gestating in the moral and political unconscious of humanity since the dawn of history. Mechanization had taken command of the human imagination before it captured the means of production. In the bureaucratic edifices of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Rome, and even in the humble, prayerful exactitudes of Christian monasticism, Mumford identified the origins of a mechanical humanism that preceded mechanization. Seeking power and certainty in their relations with nature, men became mechanical before they perfected complicated machines. All this served as a prelude to the secularization narrative that has dominated Western intellectual life from Max Weber to Charles Taylor, and at times, Mumford repeated, with minor variations, the Weberian myth of disenchantment. Tracing the origins of disenchantment to the Renaissance, not the Reformation, Mumford maintained that the Renaissance scholar and merchant, motivated respectively by mastery and lucre, reduced the rich actuality of things to a bare description of matter and motion. Armed with a new ideology of scientific knowledge rooted in mechanical humanism, the gentlemen scholars of the Renaissance proceeded to dismantle the traditional artisanal fusion of mental and manual labor. As possessors of the new science, they drew a rigid distinction between those who designed and those who executed orders, a hierarchy that prefigured the industrial regime of management and worker. Later, Protestants, hostile to the sacramental sensibility of medieval Christianity, hastened the evacuation of spirit from matter. Meanwhile, the violent and fiscally demanding rise of bureaucratic monarchies increased both the scale and cost of warfare. Eventually, The disciplined aggression necessary for military and mining operations became the model for capitalist enterprise. Thus, the wave of technical improvements that began in the 16th century depended, Mumford wrote in Technics and Civilization, on the dissociation of the animate and the mechanical. A lifeless universe was the metaphysical prerequisite for the modern state and capital accumulation. This grand offensive against the organic prompted Mumford's emulation of Randolph Bourne. War is the health of the machine, he intoned, the apotheosis of slaughter, and the paradigm of moral and ontological annihilation. Yet, Mumford also suggested the outlines of an alternative to the conventional tale of scientific and technological secularization, where Weber had seen desacralization as a constituent and expansive feature of modern consciousness. Mumford suggested that enchantment had instead been redirected toward the paleo-technical apparatus of industrial capitalism. The dead world of physics and the mechanical philosophy, expounded by Descartes and Bacon, provided unwitting ideological camouflage for a new and equally passionate devotion. The cult of the machine, or as Mumford would later put it in the 1960s, the myth of the machine. Commencing a line of critique that would climax with his Philippic against the mega-machine, Mumford underlined the religious character of machinery and the hopes invested in its dubious guarantees of limitless mastery and wealth. Mumford studied Technics and Civilization, in particular, with allusions to the counterfeit religious character of capitalist paleotechnics. Mechanical invention, he argued, was the answer to a dwindling faith, a substitute religion that supplanted a Christianity grown stale, implausible, and subservient. Mechanics became the new religion, and it gave to the world a new Messiah, the machine. The alleged disenchantment of the world introduced not a brave new world of secular reason and justice, but a religion of power, embodied most frightfully and destructively in industrial capitalism. Indeed, Mumford discerned an eschatological aspiration in the worship of the machine. As a spirit and icon of the lust for domination that propelled the capitalist economy, the machine was the new demiurge that was to create a new heaven and a new earth, a new Moses that was to lead a barbarous humanity into the promised land. But the land of paleotechnic promise turned out to be a Promethean maelstrom of barbarism. The paleotechnic quest for an industrial heaven precipitated a moral revolution. Enabled by technical innovation and sanctioned by the new indulgence given to avarice, the ideal of a powerful, expensive life supplanted the ideal of a holy or humane one. The lust for mammon obviated any other mode of life or form of expression except that associated with the machine. If the devil once took the greedy to hell, now he took the hindmost in the capitalist race for riches and mechanical power. Enchanted by the prospect of absolute dominion mediated by money and machinery, the religion of power mandated the imposition of a sterile technological despotism over the natural and human worlds. Imbued with a lifeless sensibility, the Leviathan scale of modern society entailed an economy and culture of death. Megalopolis, as Mumford dubbed modern urban life in The Culture of Cities, subordinates life to organized destruction in war and industrial enterprise. By putting business before every other manifestation of life, Mumford charged in Technics and Civilization, our mechanical and financial civilization has forgotten the chief business of life, namely, growth, reproduction, development. And so factories fouled and polluted the earth, constricting and poisoning its powers of renewal. Similarly, manufacturers degraded artisanal prowess, committing a castration of skill by renouncing personal control over technology. A man could achieve godhood, he mused, but the power acquired was ripped loose from his flesh and isolated from his humanity. Meanwhile, ideologues elevated a maniacal intensity of work to the level of moral principle. Both capitalist and proletarian were enslaved to the rhythms of mechanization. Even the ideal of democracy degenerated into a psychological rationalization for machine industry as workers exchanged control over the means of production for a plethora of commodities. Life, under the spell of paleotechnic enchantment, was as brutish as it was productive. Much of American history was, for Mumford, a long and unfinished chapter in this tale of enchantment by money and paleotechnics. When he observed in Faith for Living that capitalism has tended to supplant Christianity as a practical working religion among Americans, even as they paid their loud and hollow rhetorical obeisance to the gospel, the conclusion flowed from the inexorable trajectory of the nation's covenant theology. In Sticks and Stones, Mumford described the American obsession with riches and technology as religious enthusiasm. Despite what he called their Yankee communism, the Puritans had forsaken their medieval inheritance by hallowing the ethic of success. Benjamin Franklin, heir to the Puritan ethos, had repudiated Gothic phantoms while deferring to the dominant myths of his own time, matter and money. The typical American was enchanted, Mumford wrote, by dreams of a great fortune in real estate, rubber, or oil. He saw ritual and stigmata in the despoliation of nature by industrial development. In the American cult of the religion of power, the smoke of the factory is incense, he wrote, and the scars on the landscape are the lacerations of a saint. Expressing a seraphic ambition to escape the bonds of nature through technology, the American skyscraper, Mumford wrote, is an architecture not for men, but for angels. Even the ostensible opponents of capitalism knelt down in idolatry of power. Mumford's antipathy toward pragmatism, for instance, stemmed from his belief that it ratified the worship of force. In The Golden Day, he pronounced James and Dewey not the heralds of a secular, scientifically informed democracy, but the ideological sponsors of a pragmatic acquiescence in the cult of industrial power. Conceding that an enormous distance separated James from the business intelligentsia, Mumford insisted nonetheless that a clear and straightforward line connected them. Pragmatists' happy agnosticism about the ends of life left them defenseless against the blandishments of business and allowed an easy conscience to their students when they became employees in advertising agencies or bond salesmen or publicity experts. Without vision, Mumford declared with biblical flourish, the pragmatists perish. By the eve of World War II, Mumford was lambasting liberals on similar grounds. Since, in his view, pragmatism had become the default philosophy of American liberals, Mumford contended that their limitations as reformers could be traced to their own acquiescence in corporate rule, a covert worship of power. This religious servility to power beguiled the revolutionary antagonists of capitalism as well. Even the poor and the proletariat remained hypnotized, he lamented in Technics and Civilization, by the promise of what Mumford called the goods life. Because workers identified justice and dignity with greater access to commodities, the class struggles triggered by industrial exploitation led to higher wages and improved working conditions, but the fundamental conditions remained unaltered. Despite his sympathy with the Marxist desire to overthrow the established order, and although he praised Marx as a brilliant student of economics and technology, Mumford perceived that Marxists shared with capitalists an enchantment with the paleotechnic drive for colossal productive power. In his view, Marx's willingness to favor the expansion of productive forces over the freedom and dignity of workers left a blemish on all forms of socialism. Because they considered capitalism a necessary, albeit excruciating, phase in the dialectical unfolding of history, the left, Mumford feared, endorsed a socialist acquiescence in the remorseless religion of power. The socialist celebration of capitalist ingenuity and dynamism sanctioned a ritual sacrifice of human beings on the altar of history, while the complaint that capitalism does not go far enough was belied by its amoral, predatory abandon. It actually does go farther, Mumford noted dryly, and its protean energy would carry with it anyone, like socialists, deluded enough to think that it could be harnessed to do any other bidding than its own. Not that Marx was entirely mistaken, Mumford observed, to think that paleotechnic capitalism was forging the lineaments of a superior order. Mumford lauded the paleotechnic era for some genuine contributions to civilization. The machine fostered cooperative thought, appreciation for the aesthetic excellence of straight lines and simple forms, experience with the delicate logic of materials and forces, and cultivation of a more objective personality that was capable of understanding reality without distraction by prejudice, fantasy, fear, or desire. Indeed, only by assimilating the virtues of mechanism, abstraction, and impersonality could the coming neo-technic age advance toward a life more richly organic, more profoundly human. Some of the cultural preconditions of the neo-technic or biotechnic civilization were gestating within capitalism, as the paleotechnical apparatus created interdependence among machines and among workers. But Mumford broke with Marx by insisting that any communist society must shed both the primacy of paleotechnic technology and the mechanical humanism from which it arose. The iniquity of paleotechnics derived not only from specifically capitalist objectives, but also from the religion of power to which the machine was both a liturgical edifice and a sacramental vehicle. Since any new, more organic and humane civilization would have to be prepared in the paleotechnic present, Mumford needed to identify traces of a new moral and metaphysical imagination. He found harbingers of a new organicism among a motley and sometimes bohemian company. Poets, artists, and novelists, as well as the new scientific and technical professionals, spawned by corporate industry. What appeared to unite these prototypes of neo-technic civilization was an artisanal relationship to their work. Exerting personal control over their words and images, writers and painters defied the paleotechnic system simply by pursuing their passions, living as useless creatives in the midst of a civilization given over to utility and panoptical management. From Morris and the Pre-Raphaelites to Thoreau, Gauguin, and Tolstoy, they sought plain animal self-respect, color in the outer environment, and emotional depth in the inner landscape, a life lived for its own values instead of a life on the make. The Romantics received Mumford's most fervent accolades for their attempt to restore the essential activities of human life to a central place in the industrial world. Personal captivity, beloved community, and reverence toward the sources of being. Ruskin, Morris, and other Romantics had tried valiantly to salvage emotion, body, and religion from the wreckage wrought by paleotechnic capitalism, preserving those vital and historic and organic attributes that had been deliberately eliminated from the concepts of science and from the methods of earlier techniques. Thus, Romanticism formed a vital link between the eotechnic and neotechnic periods, sustaining the human desire for a richly gratifying synthesis of sensual, emotional, and spiritual experience. Yet if, in its animus was right, Romanticism as an alternative to the machine was dead. Blind to the possibilities of the paleotechnic present, Romantics avoided or vilified the energies required for a more organic and beautiful existence. Science, technics, and the mass of the new machine workers themselves. For most of the interwar period, Mumford was optimistic about the prospects for a neotechnic or biotechnic civilization, pointing to experiments with power generation undertaken by the Tennessee Valley Authority and heartened by the Greenbelt communities constructed under the auspices of the Resettlement Administration. Mumford believed that the neotechnic era was drawing nigh. These embryonic sites also harbored the promise of an organic individuality, an eotechnic sensibility renewed and intensified through modern technological implements. If the traditional industrial proletarian was disappearing with the triumph of neotechnics, a new worker was taking his place, an all-around mechanic characterized by alertness, responsibility, and an intelligent grasp of the operative parts. Mumford joined Kropotkin and other anarchists in heralding the abolition of industrial hierarchy, calling for a deliberate effort to produce engineering and scientific and managerial talent at all levels of production. Mumford's modern artisan would flourish in an organically felicitous workplace, moving among different, freely chosen varieties of mental and manual labor. Mumford's preface to a new philosophy was the most ambitious attempt since 19th-century Romanticism to reconcile the scientific and democratic lineages of modernity with the moral and religious ideals of pre-modern civilizations. Attentive to biology and technics, his organic ideology represented the most intellectually incisive attempt by any contemporary critic in industrial society to return the realities of the natural world to a central place in the moral imagination. If Marx and other champions of technological progress had maligned the idiocy of rural life, Mumford embraced the lessons of the organic without ratifying the pieties of reaction. And yet, as keen and seminal a student of technics as he was, Mumford himself could succumb to the lures of expert authority and technological determinism. Invited by the liberal Forum to contribute to its What I Believe series in 1930, Mumford called on progressive economists, engineers, administrators, and other specialists to form a vanguard capable of shaping the groping intelligence and amorphous underlying desires of the majority. Later, in Technics and Civilization, he wrote approvingly of Frederick W. Taylor, Elton Mayo, and other theorists of scientific management for their development of managerial techniques that fully respected the worker. His misreading of the implications of scientific management was of piece with his enthusiasm for automation, whose removal of human agency from production militated against his artisanal conception of work. "The machine is a communist," he wrote confidently, an enthusiasm he would retract in the late 1960s as he grew more despondent about the course of technological development impelled by the myth of the machine. Mumford's hopes were already dwindling as the Depression wore on, and by the time the United States entered World War II, he had largely abandoned his earlier optimism. Despite the expectancy at the end of Technics and Civilization, nothing is impossible, Mumford rapidly grew despondent. Just 2 years after the publication of his greatest book, he left New York in 1936 to live in Amenia, a rural town 80 miles north, where he remained for the rest of his life. His departure from his lifelong home, he later told his friend and fellow generalist, the architect Roderick Seidenberg, reflected his growing pessimism about American civilization. "This society is as fatally doomed as Roman society was in the 3rd century. While its case is not irremediable, It is too sick to know that it needs a doctor. There had been hints of despair in Technics and Civilization, where Mumford noted that paleotechnic ideals still largely dominate the industry and politics of the Western world. Neo-technics would never deliver its promise until the paleotechnic residue had been discarded and earlier forms of science and technics had been recovered and renovated. This required political as well as intellectual commitment, but Mumford never translated his organic ideology and romantic humanism into a politics of work and technics. In Technics and Civilization, he acknowledged that the birth of a biotechnic communism would require an outright battle with the guardians of capitalism over control of industry and agriculture. Although he seemed to be endorsing overt class conflict, Mumford never called explicitly for a workers' revolution, union militancy, or any organized effort to capture the state or the workplace. Later, in Faith for Living, Mumford complained that unions clung to a small and shabby vision, demanding just a little more of the gravy, an irrefutable but also unenlightening position. Reluctant to engage in political resistance, Mumford had no other option but to wait on events. He gave up on his compatriots, sniping in Faith for Living that Americans bow in prayer with a soft cushion under their knees and implore God not to force them to renounce their dear possessions until the day of judgment. As American entry into the Second Global War looked ever more imminent, Mumford detected an opportunity to foster the spirit of sacrifice necessary to end the crazy economy we once held so sacred. In a sad but instructive irony, Mumford looked to the state and the corporate elite just as Dewey and the pragmatists had during World War I. Calling on the United States to enter the war, Mumford acquiesced pragmatically, admonishing political and corporate leaders to act as a vanguard of personal simplicity and public service. For a lifelong critic of capitalist predation, Mumford showed an inexplicable faith in the Republican spirit of the business community. Still, Mumford preserved a small measure of hope beside his feckless prescriptions to the paleotechnic elite. Increasingly convinced that mechanization was encroaching on imaginative life, he urged readers of Faith for Living to adopt some of the most ancient of meditative practices, if not the way of life they informed. Watching the atrophy of radical dreams and the impending confrontation with fascism, Mumford counseled his readers to retreat into themselves, not in resignation, but in what amounted to a spirit of prayer, without the soft cushions. Every human being is living through an apocalypse of violence, he observed, not since the Black Plague had terror and misery stalked through the world on this scale. The only available antidote to such carnage, as well as the only source of fortitude to transcend the religion of power, lay in a cultivation of the inner life by withdrawal, purposive contemplation, and self-communion. For now, he counseled, we have to restore our own faith for living and to lay the foundations of a world in which life will once more be sacred. Part 7. One vast and ecumenical holding company. The prehistory of neoliberal enchantment, 1945 to 1975. I should like to see a bottle of Coca-Cola on every table in England. Hector Dexter tells his luncheon companions in Nancy Mitford's novel, The Blessing, 1951. A long-winded American politician on a fact-finding tour through Western Europe, Dexter has been sharing his uninvited opinions on the state of post-war Britain. This little island of yours is just like some little old grandfather clock that is running down. How could Britain and other nations, shattered by World War II, recapture their vigor, if not regain the imperial stature that now belonged to the United States? Import Coca-Cola. The pause that refreshes. But isn't it terribly nasty? Dexter's host, Grace Allingham, interjects. Unfazed, he swells with a patriotic flourish. When I say a bottle of Coca-Cola, I mean an outward and visible sign of something inward and spiritual. I mean it as if each Coca-Cola bottle contained a gin, and as if that gin was our great American civilization, ready to spring out of each bottle and cover the whole global universe with its great wide wings. That is what I mean. The pause that refreshes is a mass-produced, sacramental file of Americanism. The corporate clerisy at Fortune would have applauded Dexter's commodity fetishism. In February of the same year, the magazine's editors published a special issue titled USA, The Permanent Revolution. In an appendix to Luce's proclamation of the American century, they claimed that capitalism represented the longings of decolonizing peoples more authentically than the revolutionary dreams of Marxist guerrillas. The American way of life embodies a mystery which is common to all men, the mystery of the human spirit. As this awe-inspiring mystery partook of fundamental metaphysical truths, freedom, prosperity, progress, Fortune's clerics reasoned that imperialism was impossible, as all peoples aspire to capitalist modernity. The question of Americans thrusting themselves on anybody can never really arise. Fortune called on all men and women of goodwill to join the permanent capitalist revolution, the latest and most cosmopolitan form of the American errand into the marketplace. 25 years later, another fictional character divined the implications of Fortune's revolutionary project. In Network, 1976, Paddy Chayefsky and Sidney Lumet's film satirizing the television industry, Arthur Jensen, the chairman of a communications conglomerate, demonstrates that Dexter's winged demon has already enveloped the globe. Alarmed by Howard Beale, a newscaster whose populist harangues have made him the mad prophet of the airwaves, Jensen invites him to a meeting in Valhalla, the dimly lit corporate boardroom. Roaring to Beale that he has meddled with the primal forces of nature, Jensen proceeds to explain the universe. There are no nations. There are no peoples. There is only one holistic system of systems, one interwoven, interacting, multivaried, multinational dominion of dollars. It is the international system of currency which determines the totality of life on this planet. That is the natural order of things today. That is the atomic and subatomic and galactic structure of things today. The pecuniary cosmology of capital has never received a more audacious exposition, and it allows Jensen to acknowledge some stark but intractable truths about the state of the world. The delusion of democratic promise, the open secret of corporate plutocracy, the supersession of all cultural and political limits on the power and authority of money. America itself is a front for the consortium whose mercantile communion embraces the entire planet. A new Walt Whitman, hailing plutocratic vistas, Jensen chants the new empire. There is no America. There is no democracy. There is only IBM and IT&T and AT&T and DuPont, Dow, Union Carbide, and Exxon. These are the nations of the world today. We no longer live in a world of nations and ideologies. The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business. The world is a business, Mr. Beale, one vast and ecumenical holding company for whom all men will work to serve a common profit, in which all men will hold a share of stock, all necessities provided, all anxieties tranquilized, all boredom amused. And I have chosen you, Mr. Beale, to preach this evangel, Jensen says as he touches the mad prophet's arm and anoints him the bearer of the gospel. I have seen the face of God, the demented herald murmurs. You just might be right, Mr. Beale. Jensen replies, God and Mammon have finally merged into the largest monopoly ever contemplated. Beale's ratings plummet when he delivers this evangel, so the network's desperate executives have him assassinated on live television. Beale dies as a sacrificial victim to what Guy Debord called the spectacle, a society controlled by mass-produced images, a counterfeit democracy of consumption that, Debord contended, was entering into its fullest realization as he was writing in the early 1960s. In the society of the spectacle, production and consumption are subsumed under managerial and technocratic supervision more extensively than ever before. The specialized science of domination fragments into psychotechnics, cybernetics, and semiology, while spectacle is a material reconstruction of the religious illusion, a technologically enhanced and more all-encompassing form of the fetishism of commodities. It marks an ironic advance on pre-industrial brands of superstition. Spectacular technology, the ever more sophisticated means of image production and distribution, has not, Debord explained, dispelled the religious clouds. It has only tied them to an earthly base, more securely and explicitly than ever. The fallacious paradise of spectacular society is ruled by a pseudo-sacred entity, the spectacle, the profusion of images that reveals itself for what it is, a thing made by human hands that nonetheless wields a power over its creators. The human origins of the spectacle remain thoroughly structured and leavened by the rage to accumulate. The spectacle is capital, as an image. In the symbolic universe of the spectacle, advertising, art, and business become indistinguishable. Literally, everything is enveloped in the metaphysics of money. Beale had indeed seen the face of God, the factitious god of capital, with Arthur Jensen as its emanation. Yet, Beale's demise leaves unexplored another path of opposition to the corporate spectacle. Before his encounter with Jensen, Beale describes to his friend Max Schumacher a rapturous vision of cosmic harmony. Denying Schumacher's contention that he needs psychiatric treatment, Beale tells him gently that this is rather a cleansing moment of clarity. I'm imbued with some special spirit. He then witnesses to an epiphany reminiscent of Winstanley, Blake, Wordsworth, or Hopkins. I feel vivid and flashing, as if suddenly I'd been plunged into some great electromagnetic field. I feel connected to all living things, to flowers, birds, all the animals of the world, and even to some great unseen living force, what I think the Hindus call prana. It is not a breakdown. I've never felt more orderly in my life. It is a shattering and beautiful sensation. It is the exalted flow of the space-time continuum, save that is spaceless and timeless, and of such loveliness. I feel on the verge of some great, ultimate truth. Beale collapses to the floor, unconscious. His epiphany appears to be little more than a symptom of psychological exhaustion, yet this shattering and beautiful sensation hints at an alternate to Jensen's corporate cosmology. Both men envision the world as a web of vast metaphysical networks, one governed by the laws of accumulation, and the other aligned by the charisma of loveliness. Coming shortly after the upheavals in sensibility provoked in the 1960s, especially by the counterculture, Chayefsky's portrayal of an enchanted prophet may be more suggestive than he intended. Is Beale psychotic or imbued? Has he seen heaven in a wild flower, felt the dearest freshness deep down things? Does his fiery outrage at the state of the world stem from a dazzling augury of innocence? If the fruit of the permanent revolution is a gaudy, spectacular barbarism, would a counter-revolution of loveliness require its insurgents to speak beauty to power? The years between Dexter and Jensen witnessed the rapid evolution of the American century, its metamorphosis from an American errand into a corporate quest for globalization, the subsumption of all peoples into one market under God, as Thomas Frank remarked so ominously. As Jensen foretold, at the end of history, the world is a business, respecting no national boundaries. The gin of pecuniary enchantment has burst the integument of American capitalism. The exceptional, providentially ordained people is now part of a vast, ecumenical holding company. The permanent American Revolution is an ever-bustling emporium beyond democracy, the consummate expression of the cosmos' fundamentally capitalist architecture of being. Historians have portrayed most of this period as an era of relative stability and consensus. In this view, the United States was, in Robert J. Griffith's words, a corporate commonwealth. This commonwealth encompassed the military-industrial complex of business, universities, and the Pentagon. Managerial capitalism, a structure of corporate governance in which managers and executives bridled the stockholders to maintain the tenuous social compact with labor, and the maturation of Fordism, the mega-mechanical ensemble of industrial production and professional managerial authority. Moderate expansion took precedence over entrepreneurial exuberance, and the managerial elite, restrained by organized labor, superintended the creative destruction always fundamental to capitalism. All parties agreed that steady economic growth, distributed with unprecedented equity, would mitigate class conflict. All disagreements would be conducted within the parameters of Keynesian economics, a welfare state, and anti-communism. As in other North Atlantic democracies, American society and politics appeared to demonstrate what the liberal journalist and sociologist Daniel Bell dubbed the end of ideology, the renunciation of utopia, and the cessation of the war between capital and labor that had ravaged the social landscape for a century. Still, the gin in Dexter's bottle was restless, unable to accept even the most pliant restraints. Behind and in spite of the consensus, business leaders were embarking on the second corporate reconstruction of American capitalism. Behind the veneer of a commonwealth, business exploited every opportunity to circumvent or abrogate the armistice with labor. By the early 1970s, a new wave of labor unrest, rising energy and transportation costs, and increased international competition obliged corporations to undermine and eventually renounce the grand post-war moratorium. Increasingly mocked by the corporate ideologues themselves, the gray-flanneled managerial capitalist order was clearing the way for investor capitalism and its raucous reassertion of shareholder interests. The so-called Golden Age of capitalism turned out to be, in Paul Krugman's words, an interregnum between gilded ages. The origins of our neoliberal era lie in the muted but intractable tensions of that interlude. It is becoming equally clear that the Cold War counterculture, so often considered a flamboyant adversary of conformity and virtuous consumerism, was in fact more amenable to pecuniary and technological rationality than it appeared to be. In the conventional wisdom, the counterculture erupted as a jacquerie against the pinstriped lords of the corporate commonwealth. The problem with this Manichaean tale is that dissatisfaction with conformity and hierarchy emerged not only from intellectuals, beatniks, and hippies, but also from within corporate culture itself. Well before any psychedelic antics began disturbing the peace of the bourgeois utopia, business was already forging a new moral and symbolic imagination, a universe where the conquest of cool converged with the triumph of pecuniary enchantment. Replacing virtuous consumerism as the quintessence of the American spectacle, the democratization of Bohemia represented the final incorporation of Romanticism, the annexation of the modern sacramental consciousness into the empire of corporate iconography. The origins of neoliberal enchantment, the untrammeled sway of the spectacle, and the saturation of the American moral imagination by the pecuniary metaphysic must be sought in the corporate commonwealth. For an extended and illusory moment in the first 2 decades after World War II, the heavenly city of Fordism appeared to be a permanent corporate utopia, a coziness purchased in the existential currency of ennui and alienation. But insider critics of the corporation exposed a world of repression, while also counseling a higher, ironic acquiescence. At their most penetrating, they revealed the religious longings that galvanized devotion to corporate life, yet they offered no alternative to the corporate system aside from an innocuous non-conformity. These private enclaves of impotent rebellion composed a dress rehearsal for the conquest of cool, as a more thorough reconstruction of business culture was commencing among a vanguard of engineers, managers, and advertisers, a corporate counterculture that antedated and absorbed its feckless bohemian antagonists. Unlikely brethren of the technological sublime, Norbert Wiener and other cybernetic pioneers joined Stuart Brand and other countercultural entrepreneurs in transforming the industrial sensibility of capitalism, enabling the mechanization of communion first heralded by Frederick Taylor and scientific managers. By the early 1970s, pecuniary metaphysics and Promethean ambition were expressed in a creole of cybernation, systems analysis, mathematics, and Asian spirituality. Partners in the same industrialization of beatitude, an avant-garde of post-Fordist business theorists recast the disciplines of capital accumulation as teamwork, creativity, and self-actualization. In this view, employees engaged in competitive enterprise were achieving not only higher productivity, but also the exalted, godlike status of what Abraham Maslow called the highest reaches of human nature. Meanwhile, prompted by structural upheavals in their own industry that peaked in the 1960s, ad men and illustrators drew up new strategies of desire in the midst of a professional crisis in advertising. Recoiling from the pieties of suburban consumerism, they spawned new beatific visions of life in the beloved community of cybernetic abundance, conjuring a mellow psychedelic fusion of enchantment and commercialism. The corporate counterculture heralded the ecstatic finale of capitalist civilization, a planet blissfully supplied and superintended by the guardian angels of digital technology, all watched over by machines of loving grace, in Richard Brautigan's Cyber-Pastoral Rhapsody. The corporate counterculture paralleled an insurgent libertarianism. Rejecting Keynesian economics, a loose coalition of free market fundamentalists, recalcitrant business leaders, Austrian school economists, classical liberal philosophers, and evangelical bearers of the proprietary flame, sparked an eventually victorious crusade to demolish the social truce and the corporate commonwealth. Right-wing Protestants envisioned an updated restoration of the Herrenvolk Republic, a revival of the evangelical dispensation in the gilded promised land of Sunbelt capitalism. At the same time, the ideological progenitors of neoliberalism, Friedrich Hayek, Ludwig von Mises, Milton Friedman, and Gary Becker, argued for an unprecedented extension of the scope and magnitude of market relations, aiming to insulate the market from democracy and bring all of life into the volatile crucible of capital accumulation. The market, in their view, is the ontological architecture of the cosmos, an omniscient and inerrant being more righteous than mere quivering mortals. A way of being, as well as a paradigm of what Sheldon Wolin has called inverted totalitarianism, the transformation of political democracy into a subsidiary of corporate capital. Neoliberalism named the highest stage of pecuniary metaphysics the meridian of capitalist enchantment. The neoliberal imagination found its crudest and most popular expression in Ayn Rand, who brought the roseate capitalist romanticism of Emerson to a tawdry culmination. If the new right contemplated a world transformed in the image and likeness of the market, liberals and the left envisioned some form of transcendence of capitalism. from John Kenneth Galbraith and David Riesman to Herbert Marcuse and Norman O. Brown, the spectrum of liberal left intellectual life assumed the conquest of material scarcity and the advent of a post-materialist society. Forecasting a post-industrial society in which automated production permitted greater leisure, the attrition of class conflict, and the extension of public welfare, liberals pointed to a world in which the market would recede as the principle of social order. But as the consensus was revealed to be a chimera by the mid-1970s, and as post-industrial society was appearing to be politically and ecologically unsustainable, liberals were forced to reconsider the prospects of liberal modernity itself. As Daniel Bell concluded, only some return to the sacred, a re-enchantment of the world, would resolve the contradictions of capitalism. While the radical left shared liberals' optimism about the arrival of a post-industrial society, they called for a far more extensive renovation of the moral and ontological imagination. The newness of the New Left has been understood in part as its concentration on the world after capitalism, its adumbration of the post-materialist culture in which the rage to accumulate had been rendered superfluous by the accomplishments of technological rationality. But some of the most incisive thinkers of the New Left, especially Marcuse and Brown, raised fundamental questions about the rationality of instrumental reason itself. Drawing on Marxism and psychoanalysis, they diagnosed the secularity of capitalist civilization as a form of ontological pathology, the latest and most deadly outbreak of the passion for domination that only Eros could cure. Determined to invalidate the mercenary and imperious metaphysics of capitalist modernity, they beckoned to a secular romanticism, the ambiance of an animate ontology without the fetters and illusions of traditional religion. If the party of Eros rejected religion, other critics of capitalism embraced it, if not always in its orthodox forms. Cold War heirs of the romantic imagination, they included painters, poets, freelance intellectuals, monks, Christians, and Buddhists, more a loose federation of kindred souls than a movement. Harkening back to the anarchist and arts and crafts traditions, they called not only for the disassembly of the mega-machine, but also for the abolition of domination itself, a cure to the afflictions of fear and power-lust that composed the spiritual toxin of capitalism. The therapy of desire lay, in Theodore Roszak's words, in a sacramental consciousness, a communion with the sources of being understood as superabundant love. Eluding the conquistadors of cool, romantics were neither a subsidiary of corporate bohemia nor a hospice for bourgeois discontent. Here lay the foundation of a genuine counterculture that would dispel capitalist enchantment, refuse the burdens of the errand into the marketplace, and affirm a metaphysic of pleasurable labor against the techno-managerial sublime. In a period easily caricatured as a moment of delirium, they represented the fundamental sanity inherent in the longing for beatitude, the latest ecstatic eruption of wisdom against the folly of pecuniary reason.